सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. The next is the Shiva Moola Mantra, where we'll be chanting the Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. As very beautifully the Parameshwar says in the Vedas and Agamas that if you want to connect with him, you want to experience him, you can invoke him by chanting his Moola Mantra, which is the Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. When we chant it a specific time, when we chant 11 times, we're invoking his presence. We're saying, I am declaring I am Paramashiva. And you're calling him. Naturally, he'll come and he'll flow through all of us. So now request all participants. We'll be now chanting the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 The next is the Tattvas. So now request all participants to now get your Panchapatrams with yourself and fill it with water. Now we'll be now chanting the three Tattvas, the Atma Tattva, Vidya Tattva and the Shiva Tattva. As Paramashiva says, you can purify yourself by chanting the three Tattvas. As we have the 36 Tattvas. And these are the three main Tattvas. When you purify yourself with the Tattvas, you are purifying your whole body. And making your body like a vessel so that you can receive Paramashiva. So now request all participants to now make your right hand shape of a Gokana, the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokana mudra. And chanting following mantras internally, drink the water that flows to the base of the palm. Om Atma Tattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatra. Now, to the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips, chanting the following mantra internally. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatra. Now, with the tips of right hand, index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatra. Now, tips of right hand, index finger, thumb join together. Touch your right nostril, left nostril. The tips of right hand, ring finger, and thumb join together. Gently touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water for the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Yes. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious declaration. So now it goes all participants. Any declaration you want to make. For example, you want to manifest wealth in your life, or you want to manifest a yogic body or a healthy body in your life, or you want to manifest a good relationship in your life. Anything you want, any realities which you want to manifest in your life, create a Sankalpa for it. As when we infuse Sankalpa into that intention, it directly manifests for all of you. That is only the conscious manifestation which all of us live. So now we will be now chanting the Sankalpa mantra, where when we chant the Sankalpa mantra, we bring the consciousness to our intention and making them manifest in our life. So that requires all participants to cover your right palm over your left palm, which is the Sankalpa mudra, and keep both the hands in the right eye and keep this till the end of the mantra. संकल्प ममोपात समस्त दुरित क्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतवन्मन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्री लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कुंभमासे शुक्लपक्षे शुभदितौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां शुभ नक्षत्र शुभ योग शुभ करण एवं गुण विशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वर भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त विरदा वल्यलंकृतंग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राम जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधि अंधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिना अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनिक्ष्वाक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि नवचिन्ह सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिर चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मोधाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ भरवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठस्य त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त अर्धगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं Paramashivoham Viskaratam Nithyananda Yoga Karishe. Let us now wash our hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Om Apopasprisya. Yes. So with this beautiful preparation all of us did for the Nityananda Yoga, let us now start with the first asana. The first asana is Sukhasana. Now sit in a comfortable position with your head taken spine a straight line. Bring the index and thumb touching each other in the Bindu Mudra and place on top of your respective knees. Engage in all three bandhas where you suck the perineum in and pull the stomach in and up and tuck the chin to the chest. Visualize Paramashiva in your throat center. Repeat Soham in your throat center. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring the legs into Padmasana, bring palms together and raise them up above the head in Anjali Mudra. Keep the elbows straight, engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Mount Kailash in your inner space. Parvatasana. अदवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासर मंगलम यकृत्वा सिररूपी स्या सच्चक्रादि विलोपनम. The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring soles of the feet together in front of you. Hold the left hand by the right in Shambhi Mudra. Place the forehead and interlace the back behind the back of you and behind the heels and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Now engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Halipavasana. पूर्वं विरियाहु मेधानो उभे पकतली संपुदितानो पृष्ठबचेदो भूकरिल्यावो दक्षिणकर स्ववाम घावो. The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep soles of feet together, now remain same position. Stretch the hands out in front of the feet, cup the palms, making a hollow in Shambhi Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose. As you visualize yourself as a snake. Nagi Pavasana. Purava Viripa परियागा नीचो हो ही कहू निपना से लगा ही हाथ आगा ने धरती लगावे पसार दो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle finger, stretch the legs straight out and upwards, then cross it into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. Kokilasana. अतान्यदाचरं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेनरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows in the Shambhi Mudra. Now engage in all three bandhas. Rotate the arms in a circle movement in clockwise direction. As you gaze at the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage in the Mahamudra Bandha. Nithyananda. Goda Bamba Padikya Shimahili Soya, that Sarnako Vario Tapri Gulapasaboya, Vava Padiko Mahilo Bhuro Gulpajana, Tapri Goda Rishkiyan Sabari Lithana. Next asana is Gajasana. Now press the hands onto the grounds and lifting the hips up high in the air. Now lowering the head and the chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. As you visualize yourself as an elephant, continue to have the Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in yourself. Gajasana. Nibjam padagre bhumo kritva labhibhuya mastakagre nidhaya. The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now remain same position. Start alternating, pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up and repeating this again and again. As you visualize yourself as a bat, continue to hold the Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Vrikshasana. एकैकं पारमा कुञ्चा गजासं कुर्या रिक्षासनं भवति. The next asana is Vaishasana. Now, stand tall and stand on your tips of your toes. Now, bring your index middle as you engage in Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vaishyasana. केशेरपादयुगलं भद्वा तिष्ठेति धूमकः अथवा ईशावक्षे यकृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. We will now entering for the first karana of the day, which is the Urdhva Karana. The standard heels touching, toes facing outwards at 45 degrees angle. Now keep the knees bent and both the hands placed at the chest level, and elbows are parallel to the ground. Now twist one body to the original position. Simultaneously exit leg raises, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and placing it across the body. And repeat this on the other side. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace the fingers from outside and in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Now hold onto your knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Now keep the spine straight, engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself holding a baby. Balalingasana. Ekam janusya lingyastatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now take one foot and pull it behind towards the buttocks and holding it with both the hands in Shami Mudra. Keep the head and spine straight line. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Padipidnasana. Sthitve kasmin padatale karabhyam yashtiyetanam vishtiya samstapyatnena padipidanamasana. Next asana is Natarajasana. To your respective hand, hold onto the sole of the foot from inside. Then extend the opposite hand forward with index and thumb touching each other in Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back up, and while leaning forward, visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Natarajasana. Uttarapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarine. Let's now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Balalingasana. Ekam janasya lingyastatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Padipidnasana. Sthitve kasmin paditale karabhyam yashtayetanam vishte samstapyatnena padipidanamasana. Next asana is Natarajasana. Rajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarine. Let us now move ahead for the second karana of the day, which is the Ardharechita karana. Now, from Aramandi position, bring right foot behind the other with toes down and heels up. Now place the left hand at the chest level and extend the right hand arm out wide like a pendulum movement. Bring it back towards the chest. While the arm swings, move fingers one by one inward towards the palm and then outwards in Karihasta. Now, place the right hand over the nose and across the ankles and repeat this on the other side. The next, we will now entering into a very powerful meditation Swamiji has given, which is the skeleton dance, where just visualizing yourself as pure skeleton, where nothing is there in your body. You can remove all your incompletion, all the patterns which is there in muscle memory. This meditation just requires only 2 steps. 1, just visualize yourself as pure skeleton and shake your body intensely as possible. So I request all participants, close your eyes. Visualize yourself as pure skeleton when nothing else is there in your body and start to shake your body as intensely as possible. Now, relax yourself. Walk in front, back on your mat. So inhale deeply and exhale as slowly as possible. Relax your whole body completely. Next, Karana is the Katichina Karana. Now from Arapandi, the Haskwan position, bring hands above the head with arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Now move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat this on the other side. Now, stand tall on the tips of your toes, raise the hands up above the head beside the ears in Shambhi Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. For the next set of asanas, you'll be engaging in new japa, which is Shivoham. Repeat Shivoham in your throat center in Tadasana. Mahamudra Bhadda Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanusda Kurya Rantarvatni Badipriya. The next asana is Uttanasana. Now from standing position, lean forward and down, bringing hands flat to the ground. Engage in all three bandhas. Bring the forehead towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudra Bhadda Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanusda Kurya Rantarvatni Badipriya. The next asana is Tarakshvasana. Now keep the hands flat on the ground, shoulders width apart. Set the feet back, keeping the toes on the ground. Tuck the chin to the chest as in Jandra Bandha. And rotate the head from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Tarakshvasana. Gajasasvastitva mastakam varam varam dakshakukshim shavakukshim naye tarakshvasanam bhavati. Next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower the entire body down onto your stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Now keep the hands next to the chest. Raise the head up using the strength of the lower back muscles. Now open the mouth wide open. Inhale through the hollow of the throat and exhale through the nose. As you engage Bhujangani Mudra, visualize yourself as Bhujangasana. Angushnaviparyantam no bhumo vinyasye karabhyan chadrantatva urishesha panivahi. The next asana is Shashasana. Shashasana. Now, from tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest and back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Shashasana. Gajasam sato janudvayama kuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Next asana, Srathasana. Now from tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back, bring the other foot between the two hands, alternating this again and again. As you visualize yourself as a chariot. Gajasam sato ekekam param purvamagena bhramitva kartavyam Srathasanam bhavati. The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground, toes pointed forward and knees bent at 90 degrees angle. Now extend the other leg back, keeping the knees straight, toes pointed out 45 degrees angle. Raise the hands up parallelly beside the ears, pull the stomach in up and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Vashishtavanakondinyam Mudakukudameva Chashta Vakramato Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. Let's now repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Vashishtavanakondinyam Mudakukudameva Chashta Vakramato Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now from stand tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh, bring palms together and raise them up above the head. Keeping the elbows straight in Anjali Mudra, pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze forward. Visualize yourself as a tree. Vrikshasana. Vamormooladesya yamyam padam nidhayatu tishtet vrikshavad bhuma vrikshasamidam viduhu. The next asana is Garudasana. Now stand tall, place one foot at the opposite hip, bring palms together in front of your heart center in Namaskar Mudra. Keep the standing legs straight like a rod. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana. Garudasana Mavakshe Nidhyaran Sarambhavi Sarvdoshat Nirmukta Bhavati Mahabali. Let's now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a tree. Vrikshasana. Vamormooladesya yamyam padam nidhayatu tishtet vrikshavad bhuma vrikshasanam viduhu. Garudasana. Repeat it on the other side. Garudasana Mavakshe Nidhyanan Sarambhavi Sarvdoshat Nirmukta Bhavati Mahabali. The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg far back. Keep the front toes pointing forward and back toes facing sideways. Now keep the arms straight. Bring front arm down towards the ground beside the foot while other arm extend towards the sky in Shambhi Mudra. Now visualize yourself as a triangle. Trikonasana. Uttanapadam Kroncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushtabhisarine. Let's now repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Uttanapadam Kroncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushtabhisarine. We'll be now moving ahead to an interesting karana, which is the Nikotaka karana. Now sit in Naramandi, the half squatting motion. Now bring the palms at your chest level and make sure both the palms are facing each other. Now raise one heel, raise one foot towards his toes and simultaneously switch between raising the other heel up while other places on the ground. Simultaneously leg movements. Like your hand switches its place, one goes up and other goes down in Nikotaka karana. We'll be now entering into new pranayama, which is the Brahmari pranayama for next set of asanas. Well, you'll be humming like a bee. You inhale, you hum like a bee, and then you relax. And also you'll be entering new japa, which is Sadashivoham for next set of asanas. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now low onto tips of the toes, placing perineum on back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together. And place your hands in Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Angushtasana. Kavanda asramityaho gorakshasana mevacha angushtamushtikam meyam brahma prasaritam. The next asana is Saurasana. Now the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down and toes up. Now keep fingers down by the ground, by the sides and palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Saurasana. Prasare ekam padatam samstapyatve padakam. Next asana is Vidunanasana. Now from sitting on the toes, extend one leg out, straighten with the heel down and toes up. Now respective hand, reach forward and hold on to big toes with index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra and place the opposite hand on back of the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vidunanasana. Gulpasudha paramekam prasarya tatpadagam sanvasya tatkarena gulpanchalyam dharya tatkarena dhunam pitam chabase chobhayatra. Let's now repeat Saurasana on the other side. Saurasana. Prasarya ekam padatam samstapyatveka padakam. Vidunasana. Repeat it on the other side. Gulpasudha paramekam prasarya tatpadagam sanvasya tatkarena gulpanchalyam dharya tatkarena dhunam pitam chabase chobhayatra. The next asana is Brahmajirankushasana. Now keep your toes on the ground and place perineum on top of the respective heels. And resting on the sides in Shambhi Mudra. Now slowly tilt the head down, gaze through a gap between the palms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Brahmajirankushasana. Do upalapani hoye vese, edi do gudani vese, korapakatilyan ki maili aishma hira shemili. The next asana is Kapilasana. Place knees on the ground with toes tucked behind, sitting perineum down on the heels. Press the hands on top of the thighs in Shami Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as stage Kapila Mahamuni. Kapila Asana. उभे पकतली समेत हेरावे तिनको महिल को और मिलावे प्राणापान धोए वैसे एड़ी दो बजोनी निवेसे. Next asana is Bhadra Korakasana. Now remain same position. Switch to release the Uddiyana Bandha and engage only in the Mula Bandha. Bhadra Korakasana. दो भूप पकटली समते करे कोरवाली भूप प्रदरे कोरवाली राके ऐसे ताप्र मूल धारित तरिभे से. Next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with toes tucked, place on top of the raised heels, and slowly raise the knees off from the ground. Now bring the thumbs and little finger touch resembling a lotus flower. Now slowly raise the arms straight up above the head, gaze through the hole between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage in the Uddiyana Bandha. Suryasana. एरी दो गुदा दरियाने पना भानी भेरी गुताने गोदा जंग अधर कर रहे आदि बाम सीवद गहे. Next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with toes flat, perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on top of the knees in Shami Mudra. Now slowly lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in Mandika Mudra. Visualize you catching nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog-like tongue. Mandukasana. Padatala Prishtadesha Anguштедвеji Santashya Jana Ekvam Puraskritya Sariyad Mandukasanam. The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Now remain same position. Slowly raise the hands up. Keep the back of the hands holding the head with the elbows and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in Mandiki Mudra as you continue to visualize yourself as a frog. Manduka Sarvadhyastan Purparabhyanam Shiraha Etad Bhekvaduttana Mekaduttana Mandukam. The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross the ankles and sit on the feet. Now keep knees wide open, fingers spread on top of the line. Stick the tongue out and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose and repeat this several times as you visualize yourself as a lion. Simhasana. Dakshinam Savagulpena Dakshine Haditeteram Hastau Janusam Stapya Swangulischa Prasaricha. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit on heels under the perineum and knees wide open. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Now apply the Jandra Bandha by tucking the chin to the chest. Gaze at the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bhadrasana. Vilpo Javarjas Jada Yukrivilism Ahitaha Parangushtakara Byancha Dritvacha Prishadeshadaha. The next asana is Kakabushandyasana. Now squat and keep feet flat on the ground and knees open wide. Bring arms in and around the back. Increase the fingers behind in Parishamudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a crow. प्रथमे वैसक गुरुताने दो हाथ भगम से आने तिनको मोदी नल्याम प्रिया विश्व से एकाग्रसी करावे. Next asana is Kanipavasana. Now place palm on the floor, shoulders width apart. Bring the knees on back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Kanipavasana. Asana kaugana ashi dushta hoyi tu achi hohi. The next asana is Kapalayasana. Now place hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Bring top of the head on the ground, forming a tripod motion with your hands and your head. Now bring the legs onto the elbows, hips over the shoulders, and straighten the legs up and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisa Shisha Dhariti Teki Bagamaliva Uchagukare Pagataliaka Dishanamurshirashi Dohata Ki Hateli. Now slowly relax yourself. The next asana is Pashamayurasana. For the next set of asanas, we'll be going to a new pranayama, which is the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where you extend your exhalation as long as you want, then you slowly inhale. Parshamayurasana. Now squat on your toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knees and the hip. Now lean onto the arms and balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Parshamayurasana. Mayuram Dandava Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam Kuryan Mayuram Pashwabhya Mayura Pashu Namakam. Let's now repeat. Parshamayurasana on the other side as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandava Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam Kuryan Mayuram Pashwabhya Mayura Pashu Namakam. The next asana is Bhairaganatasana. Now place both the hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Stretch the legs back straight into Tarakshvasana. Now step 1 foot and step 1 foot outside the respective shoulders. Bring the foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. Let's now repeat. Bhairaganatasana on the other side. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from Tarakshvasana, place the forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, raising the hips, lift the chest and head up, gaze at the third eye. Unmukha Pithasana. Dhunyasto Janane Hasto Chirishparavamukam Uttapitangrigalam Katistalam Abhiruka. Next asana is Vashishtasana. Now from Tarakshvasana, rotate the body into one hand and raise the opposite hand up straight in Shambhi Mudra. Keep the balanced hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise the hips, gaze towards the sky. As you visualize your sage Vashishta. Uda Kukurvashishta Marichihara Matsikam Paridam Chodrasa Vidam Dhanurasanam. Let's now repeat Vashishtasana on the other side. Vidam Dhanurasanam. Let's now relax ourselves into Anjaneyasana. Now sit with legs stretched out, toes pointing up. Bring hands under the buttocks and palms facing up in the chin to the chest in general. Bandha, gaze at the nose as you visualize yourself sage, as you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. For the next set of asanas, we'll be entering in new japa, which is Mahasadashivoham. Anjaneyasana. दो करकी उबे हथेली कोरमाली मेले भेले सो आगा में भूप्रदाशे महाने अंगुल मिलिराशे. Now remain same position. Bend from the waist. Hold the big toes with index and middle fingers in prana mudra. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Jano parila tantu paschimam tan muchite ene kene prakarena sukam dharancha jayate. The next asana is Ugrasana. Now sit with legs straight and apart. Now clasp the hands behind the head in Parishamudra. Lean the chest forward and down. Bring the head to the knees. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Mother Kali in your inner space. Ugrasana. Tapa lipyadam ditva janu pirishironi set asana agaravam proktam bhavedalina deepanam. The next asana is Marichiyasana. Now sit with legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin and knee raised. Now reach the arm in and around the raised knee. Clap the hands behind the back in Shambhi Mudra. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. As you visualize yourself sage Marichi. Marichiyasana. Uttara parang kroncham cha Marichim veera bhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now bring one heel to the perineum. And let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and then engage in all three bandhas and engage at the nose. Mahamudrasana. Davo pagamodi yedi mahang gulpumudra niche de base jivni pagati dharti te godam jabhorashe. Let's now repeat Marichiyasana on the other side. Marichiyasana. उत्तानपारं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचं वीरभद्रकं गजराजं त्रिकोणं च स्वप्नाङ्गुष्ठप्रसारिणे. The next asana is Mahamudrasana on the other side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दावो भगमोरी यदि महिलं गुल्पमुलद्वा नीचे रे बेसे जीवनी पकतले धरती ते गोदम चोभोराशे. The next asana is Bhadrasana too. Now sit and bring soles feet together with the heels closer to perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly in Shami Mudra. Maintain a straight spine and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्पोर्तवृषस्याधः सीवन्यापाशोक्षिपेत् पादपाशनिर्पाणिप्यान्बद्धासनिश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेत् यत् सर्वव्याधिविशापहम्. The next asana is Gwalipavasana. Now from Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. Now place the hands on respective knees in Shama Mudra. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at the nose. Gwalipavasana. पूर्वात सर्वरत चौकस्सो सोही बाही वीर्य कीजिए सोही या में एदे भिन्न जुराशे अंगुला आतंतरो राशे. The next asana is Joni asana. Now remain same position. Make sure the heels are close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet and gaze at the nose. Visualize Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दोवो पगतले समझ करे एदुमेन के दिंगदरे अर्धहात को अंतरराशि लातुकतल्याम परिधाशे. The next asana is Midikipavasana. Now remain same position, lean forward and down. Extend the hands out wide, palms facing down on Shami Mudra. Bring forehead to the ground behind the heels, gaze at the nose. Midikipavasana. पूरबदि परिपगतली संपूर्ण शोल एदि मिलिराशे एलियासु माहिनी कानि अघोर दो आंतरे धरती लगावे. Next asana is Siddha Samadhi asana. Now sit and keep toes together, heels apart. Bring your arms below the shins, extend it out and keep the palms facing up. Bring forehead to the ground above the feet. Bring toes near the throat, gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Surya in your inner space. दोवो पगतले समझ करे 16 में दागा में धरे अंगुलातन जो राशे एदि को ऐसे वृद्धाशे. The next asana is Chinikipavasana. Now sit and keep heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and Yes. The next asana is Chinikipavasana. Now sit and keep heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping back of the hands on the ground in Shama Mudra. Now slowly press the elbows on your thighs towards the knees and gaze at the nose. Chinikipavasana. दो पका की दी धरती मगवा में लगावे पगतली माली को रंगता किशोर जो दे बारली को पनाशुल्या राशे. The next asana is Charpada Chokasana. Now remain same position, place the hands on the knees and gently press them on the ground in Shambhavi Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो पकली समझ गए आगम ने के चार पसारे गोदा भूसो लगता राशि हाथ दो गोदा परिधाशे. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring soles of feet facing together, knees wide open. Lift the heels up, bringing the toes down onto your ground. Now, slowly keep the knees on the ground. Pull the stomach in and up in Jandra Bandha. Place the hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava. Bhairavasana. Vilpa Sampira Cha Nyonam Kriminotiram Chane Jhana Pachito Hasto Dhandavad Bhairavasanam. The next asana, Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Hold the breath in Muladhara Chakra in Samanasana. Continue to repeat the japa O Mahasadashivoham in your throat center. Samanasana. Samanasrama Vakche Siddhamantradi Sadhana Eka Parunatva Gushonilinga Vatrake. The next asana is Apanasana. Now sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulders. Raise the other foot upwards and straight the hands and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides in Shambha Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Apanasana. केवल अंपार में कंचस कंधे चारों पे इतना ही कपाड़ने का गणेश जिष्टे धंधवत प्रभो. The next task, let's now repeat the Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasana Vakche Siddhamantradi Sadhanat Eka Paranritva Gusholinga Vatrike. Next asana is Apanasana on the other side. केवल अंपार में कंचस कंधे चारों पे इतना ही कपाड़ने का गणेश जिष्टे धंधवत प्रभो. For the next set of asanas, we'll be entering to new pranayama, which is the Sitkari pranayama, where you place the tip of the tongue at the root of your teeth. And as you inhale, you hiss, you make a hissing sound, and you slowly exhale through the nose. And you'll be entering a new japa, which is Om Nithyanandoham. Gomakasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. They respect with the feet by opposite hip. Place both the hands on top of the stacked knees in Shambhi Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the cow's face in your inner space. Gomakasana. Savya Dakshina Gulpanto Pishtapashe Nyoje Dikshnabhita Savim Gomakam Yatha. The next asana is Anushasana 1. Now from Gomakasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers and Prana Mudra. Relax the shoulders, pull the stomach in and up and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Anushasana 1. Dachina Goda Nichotani Vanta Go Pranya Goda Sandhi Milave Bhari Ada Parvani Desam Dipasari. The next asana is Anushasana 2. Now remain same position. Increase the fingers behind the back, lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze at the nose. Continue to visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space. Anushasana 2. Jivana Goda ki Sandhi Rudhava Goda ki Sandhi Vila Rashe Goda Saliya Bhagitaliyavu otherwise Udarashe. Next asana is Garudasana 2. So sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall. Keep the spine straight. Chest out and hands to just put the knees in Shambhi Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana. दावा पगमोली एदी महिलम गुल्पमुनुद्दा नीचे दे भेसे जीवनी पकतली धरती ते गोदम चबहोराशे. The next asana is Naradhasana. Now sit in place perineum on top of the heel with the top of the foot placed flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. You place fingers behind the neck. Twist outside of the raised knee and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. Naradasana. Pistijuvama Paklikeri, Bobri Tailaga, Vipiri, Godasna Pano, Joy Shipakdira, Kisoyi. The next asana is Matsapidikasana. Now place one foot on top of the respective thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee and holding on to the opposite shin. Now extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to your respective toes with index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Matsya Avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Matsapidikasana. Vame Navamangushtantु Grihita Matsapitikam Yonivame Sampidya Medharupari Dakshinam. Let's now repeat Gomakasana on your other side. Visualize a face of a cow in your inner space. Savye Dakshinagul Bantu Pishtipashve Nyojaye Dakshinapita Savyam Gomakam Gomakam Yata. The next asana is Anushasana 1. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Relax the shoulders. Engage with Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the nose. Continue to visualize Rishika Anusaya in your inner space. दक्षिण गोदा नीचे तानी वाम तक के प्राणे गोदा संधि मिलावे भारी आधा पूर्वी देशम दिपसारी. The next asana is Anushasana 2. On the side, continue to visualize Rishika Anusaya in your inner space. जीवना गोदा की संधि वृदावा गोदा की संधि मिला राशे गोदा सरली पकतलियाव अधवाय सुदा राशे. The next asana is Garudasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana. दावो बगमोरी येदे माहिलम गोल्पमलता नीचे दे भेसे जीवनी पकितली धरती ते गोदम शुभोराशे. Next asana is Naradhasana. Visualize yourself sage Narada. Vishtijuva pagri keri bhoprita ilaga vipiri godasana pano he joy rishbak tira kesoyi. The next asana is Matsapidikasana. Continue to visualize the fish avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Vame Navamangushtantु Grihita Matsapidikam Yonivame Sampidya Medharupari Dakshinam. The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Now twist to bring elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep raised arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Matsyendrasana. Udaram Pasima Bhasan Kritva Tichi Yatinha Namragvam Panhidakchujanu Parinyaset. Next asana is Kubhasana. Now twist and bring elbow outside of the raised knee. Extend it down to the foot and keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn the head back, gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana Kauguranjolo Jaye. Next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now relax the hand, extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind you. Turn the head back, gaze at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Matsyendrasana. Matsyendrapidam Jadirapratitham Prachanduk Mandala Kandanastram Abhyasitak Kundalini Prabhotam Dandastaratam Hidadipamsam. Let's now repeat Matsyendrasana 1 on the other side. Udaram Paschima Bhasan Kritva Tishti Yatnaha Namragavam Padam Hidakchujanu Parinyaset. Kubhasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana Kauguran Jholo Jhaye. Next asana is Matsyendrasana. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Matsyendrapidam Jadirapratitham Prachanduk Mandala Kandanastram Abhyasitak Kundalini Prabhotam Dandastaratam Hidadipamsam. Next set of asanas will be entering into a new pranayama, which is Sitkari pranayama. Sorry, the Sitali pranayama. Where you place, this is similar to the Sitkari pranayama as we did earlier, but except we do not make the hissing sound. Inhale through the nose and exhale through the nose. And we'll be repeating a new japa in your throat center, which is Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham. Now sit and place feet on top of the opposite knees. Place palms on respective. Now sit and place feet on the opposite thighs and place the palms on respective knees in Shambhe Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose, visualize yourself as per Asanam Dividam Proktam Padmamajla Santata Udvar Parichet Deo Bhepat Layata Padmasan Bhavete Sarvapaba Pranashanam. The next asana is Padmasana 2. Now remain same position, cross the hands and hold on to your toes with the index and middle fingers, gaze at the nose. Visualize Goddess Parvati in your inner space. Padmasana 2. Uttanachanam Krutva Rusanta Priyatataha Uru Madhyatutana Pani Krutva Ridadusho. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sit in, place the feet on top of the opposite thighs, place palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up from the ground. As you visualize yourself as a rooster. Kukutasana. Padmasana Sastapya Nanovaram Kirekarau Nivesh Vibhumavachishte Vyomasta Kukutasana. Yes. I'm pretty sure all the participants, all the people have enjoyed this asanas. We will now entering the little complex asanas where you need to be balancing, engaging your core muscles. So let's get started. The next asana is Badikeki asana. Now rise up onto your knees and place palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Now keep the elbows together, press against the navel. Slowly lean forward and raise the legs up above the mat. Find a balance, extend knees up off from the ground. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. Bhadikeki asana. Now remain same position just few more seconds. Extend the legs out in Mayurasana. Atavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Muttamam Bhumo Nipadhyas Todva Purpropari Dehakam. Yes. Let's now relax ourselves into Makarasana. Completely relax yourself. Lay on the stomach with the feet pointing outward and forehead on the mat. Incline the fingers behind the neck in Paramashivoham as you visualize yourself as a crocodile. Now, you'll be doing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, where you inhale deeply and exhale deeply as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Makarasana. Adyashede hridam nidaya bhumo chaparacha prasaramano shirstitva karandanik medeha agnikaram makarasanam tate. Next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay down on the stomach and place the hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off from the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Adyashete karikbhamakshobhunastapakaro salabhyam padochune choitasachodivantabidam shalabhamunindraha. Next asana is Ushtrasana. Now lay down on the stomach, bring the hands to the feet. Pull the feet down, twist the ground and outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. Ushtrasana. Adyashete parikamashtam pishtena dayabhram karabhyam akunche savyudrasiga dhamustancha pitam yogino vadanti. The next asana is Dhanurasana. Now lay down on the stomach, bring the hands to the feet, kick the legs back and up, simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Now slowly lift the chest off from the ground, raise the head up, gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Dhanurasana. Prasarabhada Bundaru Prishti Parikbam Pritvadanustulli Vivattanga Nigati Yogi Dhanurasanam Tate. Let's now relax ourselves into Bhagasana. Let's sit on both knees with head, neck and spine straight line. Place the palms down on top of the respective knees in Shamya Mudra. Gaze at the third eye. For the next set of asanas, we'll be repeating a new japa, which is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. You'll be repeating the Mahavakya in your throat center. Bhagasana. उल्टा मोदी पावरो वैसे भरो जिक्रे कि वैसे पावन मल्हा गुल पर जो कुला पाशलीला वैसो हूँ. The next asana is Gohi asana. Now, from knees, place forearms on the ground, fingers interlock, elbows, shoulders width apart. Now place top of the head on the ground, holding back of the head with hands. Walk the toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touch the chin. Gaze at the nose. Gohi asana. दो हादा की कहू नी जोही पुनः कलाय जाने दोई Ishtangirika Pinijano, Esable Bhu Paritano. Now remain same position. Slowly extend the feet up towards the sky in Sirsasana, gaze at the nose. Viparitam Mandalam Cha Videdavitam Minha, Vindasamita Proktam Vipritopa Sarvangisha Bhagasu Shashti Praitasute. Now slowly relax yourself into Podhyasana. Now sit with hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up. Bring forward to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. For the next set of asanas, be engaging your pranayama, which is Bhastrika pranayama. While be rapidly breathing and exhaling. Podhyasana. दो हाथ बाहर आने गोदात्रे का सितारे अंगुष्ठ पीली लगना दरे चिन्हों ब्याकर शीकरे. The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit in and extend legs out up at 45 degrees angle. Bring the hands behind, hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright, legs straight and toes pointed. Hold the breath and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a maze. उत्तान शैलिं कृत्वा पारुमृता प्रसादितं भूमौ स्पृशस्ताभ्यां कन्दरा बद्ध्वा कुङ्कुमं कृत्वा तिष्ठे परिघासनं भवति. Next asana is Naukasana. Now remain same position. Keep the elbows and palms down. Visualize yourself as a boat. Adyashete उत्तान शैलिं कूर्परा अभ्युनस्तभ्य नितंबं निधाय शुरुहुर जंगापारं नदवदारे Naukasana भवति. The next asana is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Pagatali samtigiri hatasya baguchai paga kangta do levu parlikani talave lagave. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now lay down with feet flat on the ground, palms facing down, fingers just touching back of the heels. Lift the hips up high, pressing the feet into ground. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Udvijjani kritva shahidhomukam tata uttapi hastutishtetu pita unmukha namake. Next asana is Shivasana. Now slowly relax yourself. Lay on the ground. Palms facing upwards, completely untouched from all micro movements of the body and the mind. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and Supreme Path of Hinduism is celebrating you. Adashavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumo Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shanti Haram Chitta Vishranti Karakam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda
Now, start to wiggle your toes and your palms and raise yourself to a comfortable seated position. Yes. Congratulations for all the participants. You have successfully completed the 108 asanas. We just have 200 more asanas left for us to finish the Ditya Vinyasa Krama. So we'll be now having a short break. I request all participants you could drink some water, freshen up yourself as we prepare ourselves to start the Ditya Vinyasa Krama, the 208 asanas.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
'Yes. Nityanandam to all the participants. So, we will be now having a short break. I request all participants you could drink some water, freshen up yourself as we prepare ourselves to start the Ditya Vinyasa Krama, the 208 asanas. So we'll be now having a short break. I request all of you to share how's your yoga experience for all of you. As today is your day 2 of the Nithyananda Yoga and day 3 of the program. Because all participants to share how was it while doing the Nithyananda Yoga. Did all of you enjoy by doing the skeleton dance, or I request all participants to post what do you feel. So now all of us came across that there are actually 12 components which Swamiji has designed for each of the asanas. So now, one of the important component also that Swamiji has given is the karana. Karanas are the different dance position, as Swamiji shares very beautifully. The 108 asana, the 1008 asanas are condensed to the 108 karanas. So these karanas are nothing but dance movements which are revealed by Paramashiva himself in the Natya Shastras very beautifully. From there only the origin of dance, the traditional classical dance, Bharatanatyam, and all the traditional classical dances came up from that. So you can see, and all of us saw that during the Ditya Vinyasa Krama, during the Pratva Vinyasa Krama, all of us also did the karanas, the Nikutaka Karana, the all of us are going to more karanas during the yoga session. So this is only for you to align your cosmic geometry to Paramashiva's cosmic geometry. As Swamiji shares very beautifully, yoga is not just meant for stretching your body, strengthening up yourself. No, it is meant for you to experience the state, space, powers, being of Paramashiva. Now, for all the participants, and all of you have are attending, joining for the program. So all of us want the experience. We want to retain that energy within ourselves. As Swamiji says, for us to retain that energy, we only need 3 things. Sorry, not 3 things. We need just 2 things. Where 1, it is about the yogic body and the Vedic mind. Where yogic body, meaning, yes, I'm sorry for that. So yogic body is when you do the Nithyananda Yoga, you are building up your whole body with consciousness, with the right methodology. As per Paramashiva, all of us learned the 4 Charya Padas, the 4 Padas yesterday, the Charya Pada, Kriya Pada, the Yoga Pada, and the Jnana Pada. We require all these 4 things for us to experience Paramashivata within ourselves. So, now all of us are experiencing the Yoga Pada. In Yoga Pada, understand Swamiji says, in Charya Pada, there's Charya. In Charya Pada, there's Yoga, there's Kriya. In Charya Pada, there is Yoga. And in Charya Pada, there is Jnana. So now the permutation combinations of these 4 Padas, the 4 limbs of Paramashiva, is nothing but for you to experience. Nothing but for you to experience the powers, state, space, powers, being, and super consciousness of Paramashiva. So now, as all of us did the Charya Pada, we're all freshening ourselves, where we took a bath, applied the Bhasma and the Kumkum, and we prepared ourselves to did the Nithyananda Yoga. Now we're doing the Yoga Pada, we're aligning our whole cosmic geometry to Paramashiva's cosmic geometry. So now, I request all participants, try your best to do the 12 components. The more and more you do the 12 components, you try your best. As the next set of asanas goes, you can do the bandhas, and then along with the pranayamas, along with the visualizations, all this is going to help you for you to experience the Paramashivatva within yourself. See, many people outside, we might have seen many of them are doing the yogi. First, very flexible. But what's the difference between that yoga and the Nithyananda Yoga? Why is it that Nithyananda Yoga is completely different from other yoga? See, understand, Nithyananda Yoga, it is for you to realize your highest possibilities. It is for you to manifest what do you want in your life. Through yoga, you can actually manifest your reality. How? When you infuse consciousness, as all of us learned in the starting of the day, that when you infuse your intention with consciousness, you're going to manifest what you want in your life. That is only conscious manifestation. So, during the yoga, you are actually going beyond the body and mind. You are declaring yourself as you are Paramashiva. That you are not just limited to this one body which you are carrying. You are much more than that. So, and the next set of series of the asanas, you'll be getting into a very complex asanas where we're doing the handstand, where we're doing the headstand, or you'll be doing the vristikasana, the scorpion posture. You'll be entering to different posture types. So, I request all participants stay tuned. We'll be continuing the Nithyananda Yoga and all the participants who are joining us newly. I request all of you to go ahead, change your clothes, and join us for the next set of sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So now, so understand yoga, the Nithyananda Yoga is just making you to experience beyond your body and mind. When you go beyond your body and mind, you'll experience that you can actually, you're not just limited to this one body you're having. You're much more than that. You can command the body the way you want it to be. You're using the consciousness, as we are beautifully saying that it is only consciousness which is allowing us to manifest the powers. Now, the same consciousness, you can also use it to sculpt the body the way you want it to be. Or you can also, like during the yoga posture, you can actually command your body. Let us try this posture. You will see actually your body will listen to you. So, because all participants and all the viewers is watching us live right now, to continue doing the Nityananda Yoga, we just finished the 108 asanas. This is just a warm up of for the next 208 asanas. So now I request all participants to settle down, get back to mats, and we'll be now resuming back the Ditya Vinyasa Krama. I request all participants, let us settle down on your mats. We will be resuming back the Nithyananda Yoga. Yes. So let us now move ahead to the next set series of asanas, which is the Ditya Vinyasa Krama. This is the second level Swam, which is beautifully given. So now the first asana of this sequence is Yathasanishtasana, where you can sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space, and place your hands in the Bindu Mudra where your index and thumbs are touching. You can place them anywhere you want. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And throughout the Ditya Vinasa Krama, there's only one chapa, which is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Yathasanishtasana. Paryankam Tatsamakhyatam Yathasamstha Yathasatihi. The next asana is Samasana. Now, next asana Samasana. Now sit cross-legged, hands and knees with thumbs and index touching in Bindu Mudra. Take long deep inhalation and hold and take prolonged inhalations and exhalations in Samasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीन योगाभ्यासोद्धालघोषकप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्नेपति. The next asana is Muktasana. Now place right foot against the genital region. Place right foot over top of the left. Hands facing downward, resting on top of the knees in Shama Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Muktasana. Repeat your Sivanin Sukshvam Dakshinetara Gulpataha Vavamyamena Gulpena Muktasanam Bhavet. The next asana is Siddhasana. Now maintain same position as Muktasana. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Siddhasana. Sthanam Mamachendriya Chilisha Pasham Bhruvarantaram Chetan Moksha Kapada Bhela Janakam Siddhasanam Projate. The next asana. The next asana is Siddhyasana. Now maintain same position as Siddhasana. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage in all three bandhas. Siddhyasana. वामपाद की ये दी जानो सीवन मृता से गोठानो दक्षिण की ये दी जानो मेधुमती लगावे सोई. The next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now keep the legs in the same position in Siddhyasana. Rotate the hands on top of knees in the Bindu Mudra. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself Lord Rudra in your inner space. Rudrasana. वामचरण परिदक्षिण राख एक चिकरी असावरिधा के वाम पकली माहिली कोर दक्षिण के जो बाहर ले वोर. The next asana is Santadhanasana. Now make the same position as Rudrasana to switch the gaze to the third eye. आसन का उग्र मन की चंचलता मीठा. The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring the hands to the navel, cupping one palm over the other in Samputta Mudra, resembling a lotus flower. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Rijukayasamasinah Siddhasamudhiritam Sarabhuvipadoto Dobhyamangushta Madarat. The next asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostril, index over the eyes, and thumbs closing the ears in Shanmukhi Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Yatra Madhye Mahadeva Bhandayonyasane Shrinau Yakritva Khecharo Bhutva Vichiret Ishvaro Yatha. The next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and other foot under the opposite thigh. Now touch the thumb index finger in Bindu Mudra and place it on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ekam padamate kaspim vinyasoni samsita hadarosmin tata choram virasana mudhiratam. The next asana is Valmikasana. The left heel on the right side genital organ, toes under the thighs, right foot on the left leg, toes by the knees, hands on respective knees, thumb and index touching, gaze at the third eye. Visualize the great sage Maharishi Valmiki in your inner space. Valmikasana. दावा पग की पगतली पुनियरी है जोय पना दिश में अदचना आने लगा वे सोय. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep the legs in the same position. Switch the gaze at the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Joni Mudrasana. वामपाद की पगतली जाही में रिकोरी जोनी तहां दरी वैसी उलटा पाव जो मोरी. The next asana is Yoni Asana. Next asana is Yoni Asana. Now keep the feet and the hands in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Yoni Asana. Yoni Asana pavirtena yogam yoga palenilam tatkala phalalantan tavad kicharo yavadevahi. The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now sit and bring soles of feet together, holding the feet with both the hands in Shambhu Mudra. Bring the knees down towards the ground, gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana. Gulpo Chavarasya Syadaha Sivanyapa Shokshapet Savya Gulpham Tata Savya Daksha Gulpham Tu Dakshine. The next asana is Aghorasana. Now bring the soles of feet together at the perineum. Relax one hand over one knee. Now press the tongue up against the roof of the mouth and gaze at the third eye in Khechara Mudra. Now your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with the index finger and inhale through right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold the breath, exhale through the left nostril and repeat this on the other side in the Antaku Pranayama. Visualize yourself as an Agori. Purva Bishtika Johi Bahi Virya Kije Sohi Sab Ankurivika Bahari Animako Puri Samprikaritane. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now bring the feet together in front of you, toes together, heels apart. Place the elbows on the heels, rest the chin on the palms, gaze at the nose, engage in Udhyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. गावा लिपवासनो कहे जैसे जाहू में जाने विदिते से दोहु गुलप माहिलो जानो एद्या विचित कहू निठानो. Next asana is Parasana. Now sit with knees raised, arms between the thighs and the calves in Parasamudra. Interlace the fingers. Slowly lift the feet from the mat. जोगपरी का दोहु करकी अंगुर जोई वदशाम आने लगा वे सोहु. Next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace the fingers around the feet with soles together, toes grooved in the throat. Heels touching the chest, chin on the hands, gaze at the nose. Visualize embodying the state and space of a king. पूरबद्ध परिपग का अंगुता ताकुरु पराशय एदा सिद्ध लगावे कांगजी ऐद्या उंगली परिराशय. Next asana is Udharasana. Now sit with soles of the feet together. Insert the hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest. Bring the head down. Touch the chin to the soles and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Davu pagati samritani ube hasta kar urdahitane. The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now sit with feet together, arms under the legs, raise the feet up to the face, fingers interlock, palms over the forehead. Vishishtasana. Dovu pagatari sampur kare, haath do pag biche aani tale. The next asana is Bhujasana. Now from seated position, lift both the legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring the arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing fingers around the back of the neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Bhujasana. Sirasaram tu vikeng kakshasaram tafparam grivasaram cha paramam bhujasaram vimochate. The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise the legs up, bring elbows under the knees and wrap the arms around the back, palms clasped and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in your inner space. Kalyanasana. दो हाथ बगा मिचाने जिनको गोद नीचेता ने बहुरी पाकिता बहरी लियावे पुनः युक्ति ऐसे तहरावे. Next asana is Sankatasana. Now sit the right knee on the mat, place the right foot flat and place the palm on the raised heel. Place the left leg over top of the right. Bring the left heel to the right hip. Place the hands on the opposite knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sankatasana. वामपादं मूलं संन्यासधर्नीतले पारदण्डेन यामेन वेष्टेत् वामपादकम्. The next asana, Dhenukasana. Now from Sankatasana, slide the left heel to the left hip. Keep the right knee on top of the left. Place both the hands on the right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Dhenukasana. Anusagi nagara panchatam vishrinda galyam ni daya jagali vanka pagalya nidhaya kudu. Next asana is Machindrasana. So place the right foot on the left thigh, place the left foot on the right knee. Bring left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Place the right hand on the left thigh, twist the body and gaze at the third eye. Machindrasana. Vamajanga paridachanatane vamahasti pishtadishane bharodashana padihe joyi takinali jupakare soyi. The next asana is Machindrasana 2. Now remain same position. Uncross, untwist and hold on to respective big toes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground. Head should be touching the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Machindrasana 2. Tattvas mano charno dujoy vama jhanga parira kesoyi tage di kari solave bahuro jagdi yaho karave. The next asana is Guru Asana. Now maintain the feet in the same position. Interlace the fingers and place them on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Guru Asana. Urmolidpadasya kanishika pradesha gulpham samsthapita deva janu itarapade pashni. Let's now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Sankatasana. Vama padam chitir molam sannyasa dharnitale paridandeyam yena vishtir vama padakam. The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now visualize a cow in your inner space. Anasagi Nagara Pancham Vishnu Galyam Nidaya Dagalivanka Pagalinidaya Kudu. Next asana is Machindrasana on the other side. Vishwas Swamiji in your inner space. Vamajhanga Paridashinatane Vamahasti Pishtishane Bahuro Jigiti Bahuro Dashina Pada He Joy Takinali Ju Prakare Soji. The next asana is Machindrasana 2 on the other side. Vishwas Swamiji in your inner space. Prathama Jivana Churunadu Joy Vamajhanga Parira Kesoi Taki Idi Kadiswalave Bahuro Jigiti Yahakurave. The next asana is Guru Asana on the other side. Vishwas Swamiji in your inner space. Urmolepadasya Kanishika Pradeshi Gulpham Sanstapita Deva Janutirpada Pashni. The next asana is Pashvasana. Now sit with feet flat on the ground, knees against the chest, hands holding respective knees. Thighs are together, spine straight. Now press the tongue against roof of the mouth in Kechara Mudra. Gaze at the third eye, Vishwas Swamiji in your inner space. Pashvasana. पादक्ले भूमि दाय जानि उरसि निधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम उरसहित जंगे निबद्धि तिष्ठेत वशासनं भवति. The next asana is Bodha Shokasana. Now from seated position, place feet flat on the mat. Wrap the arms around the legs and hold the opposite wrist. Place the chin on the knees, gaze at the nose. Bodha Shokasana. दो पकड़े भूपर धरे कौरवाहे ऐसे करे कौरमिला युकरे भेजे झंगगा चादि अग्र निवेशे. The next asana is Kurakatasana. Now from seated position, place feet flat on the mat. Place the arms under the knees. Hold the wrist opposite elbows. Gaze at the nose. Kurakatasana. दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोदा नीचे ले तहरावे आम हाम सामा ऐसे करे आपस में कोहनी पकड़े. The next asana is Samadhi Asana. Now maintain the same hold beneath the knees. Bring the right foot over the left so heel crosses and toes pointed up. Gaze at the navel. Visualize the great sage Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. मूलधारी धरती परिताने दावा पकवरित चपद आने आनी पकती कोवे आवे हाथ एकम तर तहरावे. The next asana is Dandasana. Legs and the feet out straight, arms straight, raised above the head. Incline the fingers, wrist pointed outwards, engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose. Dandasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासे तालघोषिक प्रशवलाभाय प्रोचिते प्राक्नेपति. Next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit the legs straight, hold the big toes with index and middle finger, chest forward and down, hold the head to the knees, inhale through the left nostril, exhale through the right as you do the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Arambhasana. दो पग मिलावे पसारी पग का अंगूठा ताक ऊपर आशे. Next asana is Bidokasana. Now sit the legs straight, extend knees slightly up, one hand distance between the heels. Now bring the shoulders down, wrap the hands around the legs, hold the soles of the feet, gaze at the third eye. Bidokasana. प्रथम भेष दो पावसारी कचिका ऊर्ध्व को कुर्धो धारे. The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now sit, extend the body legs out with the heels together. Place the chin, mouth, nose on the heels. Insert the hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with the fingers. Palms facing upwards, gaze at the nose. दो एडी मेल के दी जहाद पसारी पुनिचिब नासिका तादिक भूपरधारी. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both the legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck, lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasana Krita ekam padam griva nitva tishtete Urdhva Paschimottanam bhavati. The next asana is Anantasana. Now lay on the back, lift the right leg behind the neck, left hand holding the foot from the top. Straighten the body, concentrate on the prana moving from the Muladhara Chakra to the Sahasrara Chakra in Pratyahara Kumbhaka, gaze at the nose. Uttan shiny ekam payam grivayam vinyasya. The next asana is Ankushasana. Now from Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana moving from the Muladhara Chakra to the Sahasrara Chakra, gaze at the nose. Ankushasana. Uttan Shaiti Ekam Padangrivaim Kurvan. Now relax yourself into Drishasana. Now lay down on the back. Bring the knees to the chest. Encircle the thighs and the calves with the arms in Shambha Mudra. Roll to your left and your right. Drishasana. Uttan Shayanam Jani Hriday Vastam Janga Sarturani Karadya Bhadra Savyapasavya Lodayet Drishasanam Bhavati. Let's now repeat the Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now bring the other foot behind the neck, lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasana krita ekam padam griva nritva dishtet Urdhva Paschimottanam bhavati. The next asana is Anantasana. Lie on the back. Concentrate on the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. Uttan Shani ekam payam griva yam vinyasya. Next asana is Ankushasana on the other side. Uttan Shaiti ekam padam griva yam kurvan. The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lay on the back, lift the legs one by one up behind the head. Hold the hands behind the back, gaze at the nose. Hastabhyam veshte kantam hasta. Padabhyam veshte kantam hastabhyam prashabandhanam. Tanmadhya shanim kuryada Yoga Nidra Sukaprada. The next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now while lying on the back, raise the legs towards the head. Prat the hands around the legs. Increase the fingers behind the neck in Shava Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Mahavishnu blessing you from within. प्रथम सूर सोबे पगोचे आंगने आने दो पग बीचे हाथ की कहोनी की माहिली संदीपन अथवा. The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, soles facing up. Extend the arms sideways in Shambha Mudra, gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kochikasana. दो हाथ जैसा करे तिन सोबे पाकरे पगोचे आगने आने बहरो जुगती ऐसी के विधिवाने. We will be entering into a sequential asana, which is the Jadra Pravritti 1, 2, and 3. Now, first lie on the back, knees to the chest, arms reach to the sides at the shoulder level. Now, keep one knee bent, twist and bring it to the ground on the opposite side. Keep the other leg extended straight. In Jadra Pravritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. In Jadra Pravritti 3, keep both legs straight to one side. Head looks in the opposite directions of the legs. Jadra Pravritti 1, 2, and 3. Paraviddik kukshibage tridahi parakirtitaha bhaddhakonam suptakonam odukonam mathapicha. Let's now repeat Jatara Pravritti Asana 1, 2, and 3 on the other side. Jatara Pravritti Asana. Paraviddik kukshibage tridahi parakirtitaha bhaddhakonam suptakonam odukonam mathapicha. The next asana is Dvipadapitam. Now lie on the back, bend the knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold the ankles, lift the hips up and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself sturdy as a bridge. Dvipadapitam. Pratikriyayatam danda pita sarvalapadam garbhinindra durbalanam iti gargi jagadanu. Next asana is Paryankasana. Now lay on the back, place the feet flat on the mat. Bring the arms over the head, place the hands flat on the mat with fingers pointing towards the feet. Slowly lift the entire body off from the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a stone furniture. Uttan Shanam Hastalabhyam Bhunastabhya Hapadatlabhyam Bhunditva Navi Pradeshu Urdham Kuryat Paryankasanam Bhavati. Relax yourself. The next asana is Shvotanasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, hands on the respective shoulders in Shambha Mudra. Now move the hips in circular motion. Visualize you're lying on your back like a dog. Shvotanasana. Shavachairim Sanstaka Jani Sammilya Nabho Annimya Hastabhyam Kandaram Bhadda Bhamayet Shvotanam Bhavati. The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now lie supine, raise the hips and legs up. Bring hands to lower back for support if needed. If not, elbows and hands extend on the mat, helping to balance the body as leg raised up straight. Move the legs around and around. Viparita Karani. भूतले शशिरो दत्वा खे नयने चरणद्वयम्. The next asana is Vibriti Karni 2. Now remain same position. Stop the movement of the legs. Karni viparita ke sarva divyari nashini nityam abhyasa yaktasya jhataragni vivardhani. The next asana is Langalasana. Now lay on the back, lift the hips, take the feet over the head, toes on the floor. Hands stretched on the ground, palms clasped in Paramashivoham. Rest the neck and the shoulders. Visualize yourself as a flow. ग्रीवा कंति भूमं विष्टम्भ पादाग्यम उदमुयात् नरकासनं भवति. The next asana, Shayita Paschimottanasana. Now lay on the back, legs over the head, toes pointed on the ground, thighs to the chest, hold the toes. Arms and legs are straight. Tanam Shayita Kurvita, Shayita Paschimottanakam. The next asana, Supta Konasana. Now remain same position, spread the toes out wide and hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Supta Konasana. परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः भद्रकोणं सुप्तकोणं मोदकोणमतापि च. Next asana, Chakrasana. Now bring the legs over the top of the head, toes on the ground. Hold the ankles, keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel. Shavasana siddha pada kuryamasya gafaro yukka venadata shigra meta sarvasya sadhanam. The next asana, Supta Prasarita Padam Gushtasana. Now lay on the back, legs vertical, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra, open a leg to wide out. Uttarapadam Graham Chamcha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Pitarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangushta Prasarane. The next asana, Supta Padam Gushtasana. Now lay on the back with legs extended straight up, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Uttarapadam Graham Chamcha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Pitarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangushta Prasarane. The next asana is Matsyasana. Now from Supta Panangushtasana, move the legs into Padmasana. Lay on the back, hold the opposite elbows over the head, gaze at the nose. Visualize Matsyavatara of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Mukta Padmasana Kritta Uttansha Nancharayati Purpura Abram Shiro Veshya Matsyasananta Rogaha. The next asana is Parashuramasana. Now lay on the back in Padmasana. Place backside of the right hand on top of the left palm in Shambha Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Rama blessing you from within. Parashuramasana. Pratama kare Padmasana se sude sove bhu pripache goda oru jhang ye do bhuso lagtara she soyi. The next asana is Sarvanghasana. Now lay on the back and legs into Padmasana. Lift the legs and legs up. Hands for supporting the hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck the chin to the chest in Janarabandha. Gaze at the nose. Atha Vaksheda Sankshepa Sarvanghasana Muttamam Yakritva Yogi Nipno Vidyabhishpandito Yatha. The next asana is Vrishtikasana. Now lay on the back, one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee towards the head, extend both the arms straight and hook the fingers forward, gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Pratama Saina Suyo Sisa Kesiki Samdisu Dakhai. Just to repeat Vrishtikasana on the other side. Pratama Saina Sudho Sisa Keshiki Samdisu Dakhai. Next asana is Vrishabhpadakshepasana. Now, lie on the back, interlace the fingers around the neck, lift both the feet off from the ground. Extend one leg straight, another knee to the chest, alternate extending and raising the knee again and again. Vrishabhpadakshepasana. Uttan Sharankirta Anulom Bihi Kandara Madhva Kurpum Litvanitam Bheya Bhuman Sprisha Ekam Padam Prasare Ekina Padam Sarvadakshinam Brahmitva Vrishabhpadakshepa Bhavati. The next asana is Marottanasana. Now lay on the back, lift the legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Marottanasana. Shvotana samsti kritva janudvam par yena kanya sprishet marottanam bhavati. The next asana is Brikasana. Now, while lay on the back, place the soles of the feet flat on the ground, stand up, and then sit back down. Visualize yourself as a bull. Brikasana. अत्त उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा The next asana is Luthasana. Now, lay on the back. Yes. Luthasana. Now lay on the back, quickly throw the legs above the head, completely roll over in prone position. Repeat this again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uttan Shainam Pandu Shrilang Bhuma Stapita Nijam Beauty Nijam Shainam. Now relax yourself into Saratasana. Now lay on the belly with toes, extend hands on the ground by the shoulders in Shambhi Mudra. Now contract the lips, making a sound like a flute whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for dharma on your back. Nijjan Shainan Krita Nabhim Bhumanidhaya. The next asana is Dehulyanganasana. Now place the palms on the mat in plank position. Jump the legs forward and then back between the arms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dehulyanganasana. हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उदानैव बहिः नय उथा नयेत् देहोल्लङ्घनं भवति. The next asana is Jatyasana. Now from standing position, bend forward and place hands on the mat. Walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a 60-year-old elephant. Jatyasana. अतः जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान् ऋभूमो च गमनागमनं ततः. We will be entering into the first karana of the Ditya Krama, which is the Lolitika Karanam. Now, stand and keep the knees bent and feet pointing outwards. Now, bend the elbows, keep the hands at the chest level. Shiftly move the arms across the body, then bring it back to the center. Tilt the head back, open the chest up towards the sky, move the head in all directions in Lolitika Karanam. Yes. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now stand erect like a rod, arms at the sides, hands touching the thighs in Shambha Mudra. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising or curling up around your whole body as you engage in the Sahaja Kumbhaka, where you inhale deeply and exhale as slowly as possible. Sarpasana. अतः सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरदण्डवत् तिष्ठे रजोबन्धस्तु पादयोः. The next asana is Ushta Sadanasana. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the mat, then stand on the feet on the fist, and begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel in your inner space. Ushta Sadanasana. मुष्टि कनिष्का प्रदेशे भूमनिधायो प्रपादिते संस्थाप्य उष्टावत् उष्टसाधनं भवति. The next asana is Ashwasana. Now remain same position. Yes. We complete with all the participants for technical glitch which is occurred. We'll be resuming back to yoga now. So the next asana is Ashwasana. The next asana is Ashwasana. Now remain same position, begin to bow and walk like a horse. Visualize yourself as a horse. Ashwasana. मुष्टिकनिचिका प्रदेशे भूमनिधाय उपरि पारितले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. The next asana is Kapota Nikatasana. Now stand straight with feet together, interlace the hands behind the back and pull them down towards the calves. Open up your chest. Visualize yourself as a bird, soaring bird diving. पादतले भूमनिधाय पृष्ठभागे हस्तो जङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिकटं भवति. We will be entering into the next karana, which is the Tala Pushpatam karana. The stand tall with palms together namaskar mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms. Raise one heel off from the ground, slightly lowering the waist. Shoulders to the respective heel. Visualize you holding an offering of bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. In Tala Pushpatam karana. The next asana is Khadgasana. Stand straight. Now bring the palms together, forming a horn of a rhinoceros. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze at the nose. युज्य सरितमास्वनं कृत्तपारितृभ्यो भुवनस्तम्भे उत्तिष्ठे खड्गासनं भवति. Next asana is Uttanottanam. Sit down all the low as you can. Stand up, do like this again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पुनः पुनः उता द्रव्यम असि तत्वम इति उत्तनोत्थानं भवति. Next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise the arms over the head and jump repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a maze. Musalasana. सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वारमुदानं कृत्वा नयेत् मुसलासनं भवति. The next asana is Uchishaka. Now, standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards the belly, then lower with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Alternate between both sitting and standing. Hastadvayan dhritva tishteti Uchishakam bhavati. We will be entering the next karana, which is the Urdhvajanu karanam. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with toes pointed to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downward. Now keep the arms holding the knee with the hand pointing outwards and close into a fist. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing towards the center of the body. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now on one leg, lower the body to the mat, then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thigh. Tandavasana. Ekere paristattavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place the left foot on the inner thigh and stand erect like a mat. On your mat like a rod, stand hands by the sides. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within. Brahmana asanamavakshya kritva brahmano bhavet eka param rittva skandit tishte danda krite bhuvi. Next asana is Garudasana. To stand tall, wrap the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross the left arm below the right hand and bring the palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. उत्तान कुर्मपि तेस्य संह्यङ्गरुदमेव च वातायनं घोमुकं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्. Next asana is Ekapadasana. To stand straight in the right leg, left foot placed on the opposite thigh, hands relaxed by the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dakshagram Padasya Jangopari Dhaicha Dev Paninjani Pashyo Prishekul with Rangrana. Next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand on right leg, hold the big toes of the left foot and straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as a North Pole star. Dhruvasana. Ekan haste dandrupa ekasya padasam dhritva. The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand your right leg, lift the left foot behind the neck and stand tall, alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Mahavishnu blessing you from within. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति ग्रीवां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Let's now do the Parshvajana Karana on the other side. Next asana is Tandavasana. Extend one leg, lower yourself to the ground and stand up straight. Visualize yourself as fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति. The next asana is Brahmanasana. ब्राह्मणाश्रमावक्षे कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकफलं दत्त्वा तिष्ठे धन्दाकृतिर्भुवि. Next asana is Garudasana. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. उत्तान कुर्मपि तेस्य संह्यङ्गरुदमेव च वातायनं घोमुकं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्. Next asana is Ekapadasana on the other side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dakshagram Vamapadasya Jangopari Dhaya Dev Paninjani Prishekul with Rangrana. The next asana is Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as North Pole star. एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य धृत्वा. The next asana is Trivikramasana. Repeat it on the other side. Visualize Mahavishnu blessing you from within. ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Now let us all relax ourselves into the Samanaka Karana. Now stand with feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both the hands to the sides of the body. Yes, that was a very beautiful asana sequence. Always just went through. We did the Utthasana, which is almost similar to somersault. And we did the Uttanodhanam, the Vishapalakshikasana, the Marupanasana, different asanas all of us did. Because all participants suppose, how do all of you feel? It's been 200 asanas are already over. How do all of you feel during this asana sequence? Did you experience that you're so smooth during the yoga? Like from one asana to another, you felt the smooth transition? Or you felt Swamiji in your presence, you felt as a Swamiji was holding up your whole body? Because all participants suppose. What do you feel in the Nithyananda Yoga? And all the viewers also is watching us live right now. Head to I request you to head to YouTube and post your comments over there. What did you want? Either you can post how did you feel during the whole 208 asanas? How did you feel like you felt so happy about it? You felt something was leaving you from your system, or you felt like your body was just listening to you. I request all participants to post and viewers to post the chat section and the comment section. How do you feel after doing the 208 asanas of the Nithyananda? See, understand very beautifully as we have learned earlier that now these 12 components is for you to experience Paramashiva very beautifully. Swamiji has personally designed each of these asanas to meet basically the order, the sequence in which all the asanas has to flow in to the detail of what abharana, meaning what jewelry you should wear during yoga, during what pranayama, what japa, the mantra recitation, what needs to be recited through, and also uh, the pranayama, what type of pranayama should be done during that asana. All these things, Parmeshwar very beautifully has revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas and Bhagavas, which Swamiji is reviving it through the Nithyananda Yoga. So these 12 components which Parameshwar beautifully revealed, as Swamiji says, that Paramashiva, or we follow the Shashtanga Yoga, where there are 6 limbs for experiencing Parameshwar form. Whereas in Patanjali, Patanjali's yoga, there are 8 limbs for you to experience the ultimate yoga. So understand when you follow Paramashiva's So now when you do Parameshwar's yoga, when you do the Nithyananda yoga, he has already designed that it is through the consciousness, only when you experience that you are conscious only, you are be able to do all the asanas. So now let us get ready to continue the Nithyananda Krama, because all participants settle down your bags, will be resuming back the Nithyananda Krama. Yes. So now, the next asana is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now, bend forward, bring both the hands underneath the knees, make a finger lock. Sit in squatting position, let the finger lock touch the navel. Visualize Sage Goraknatha in your inner space. Pratame hube hoy bahuri niche puni hove. The next asana is Kanchasana. Now insert the hands between the thighs and the calves and wrap it around behind the butt. Squat down, hold the hands behind and keep the chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kanchasana. Urumadhyadhastu nivesha nitam ritva paridlabhambumastamit tishte kanchasanam bhavati. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now bring feet together, sit in squatting posture. Hold the hands at the back, sit upright, gaze at the navel. Visualize Bhagavan Kalabhairava in your inner space. Bhairavasana. दो उपगागी ताली की माहिली कोर मिलावे परापरिक दो माधवे से. Next asana is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to your ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart, bring your elbows up close to the head and palms joint over your back, facing downward, gaze the nose. प्रगति की माहिली कोर मिलावे पुनी परापरिक धोइबे से. The next asana is Vipritasana. Now heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the hands hang down, fingertips touching the mat in front of you. Vipritasana. Vipritasana. अत उत्तासना नानी पार्श्वेभ्यः सम्मील्य स्थित्वा निदम्बनं प्रदेशानि तिष्ठे विप्रियासनं भवति. Next asana, Bhagasana. Now place hands on the mat with fingers wide. Place your knees on back of the arms, eyes forward and down. Visualize yourself as a crow. Bhagasana. हस्तभ्यामस्तं व्यजानिद्वन्नाभं सम्मील्य जङ्घानि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति. The next asana is Shrushtanga Kapali Asana. Kneel down, head on the ground, palms spread for support. Raise the body and the head, legs into Padmasana. Asana Kaugana Kapali Ache Hoi. Next asana is Guptasana. Now keep your toes flat, touching opposite feet. Sit down with feet, heels down, outside of the hips, hands and respecting knees, sit straight, gaze at the nose. Jalavantri Pada Krita Pada Gopayet. The next asana is Vrikshasana. The hands by the ground, finger wide, lift the body up straight. Visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots on the ground. Vrikshasana. Sapta Chakraksharana, Vrikshasana Shetakane. Next asana, Shibhuasana. Remain same position, switch the gaze to the third eye. Do Jodi Mahi Gulapa, Mahi Ube Hoya. The next asana is Matsyasana. Then from Bankasana, jump the legs back onto the hands and feet, hands by the chest. Body pressed up on the mat, push the body up, down again and again. Matsyasana. Nijjan Sharan Kurpra Pashtibhyam, Mudra Kritya Hasalabhyam. Next asana, Sarpasana. Now prone on the belly, hands on the hips. Extend legs jointing, toes pointed. Lift the chest to the left and your right, like a snake. Sarpasana. Nijjan Sharan Kritva Hastanitan Sanstapya Apati Kritya. Next asana, Niralambanasana. Now lie on prone on the belly, hands in Padmasana, holding the chins, legs straight, toes pointed together. Karabhyam Pancham Kritva Tishthekur Prayashudihi. The next asana is Chatrasana. Now lay on the stomach, place hands flat on the mat in front of you. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Bring the feet onwards. Bring the feet up towards the upper back. Lift the head and the chest. Adhyasana Sita Haslabhyam Ushtabhyam Niya Chatrasana Bhavati. Next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with top of the feet flat on the mat. Bring butt onto the heels. Stretch the arms in the front, palms facing down. Place forehead in the mat. Idani Garbhinam Yogabhyasa Laghu. Next asana is Meshasana. Now from Gajasana, alternate striking the ground with the hands. Gajasansto ekekam bambhumurta diye Meshasanam bhavati. The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift the legs into the ass, slowly bring the forehead to the ground. Gajasansto Kaladhyam Mantrikam Krityam Vasikam Bhuvan Sprishet Ajasanam bhavati. Relax yourself into the Nirantarasana. Now sit on the heels, legs together. Incline the fingers around the toes. First pull the feet towards the perineum. Then place the hands in respective knees. Spine straight, gaze at the nose. Purabhajipurihadiki Kakrisya Panashara Modi. The next asana is Angamotanam. Now place the fingers in front and behind you. Then stretch arms forward to the sides and backwards, giving massage to various different joints and muscles. Angamotanam. Hasya Angli Bhadda Hasya Madhya Sarvanga Nishkasa Ita Tishyat Angamotanam. The next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit on heels in Vajrasana. Feet turn out to the sides, thighs and knees rest on the ground. Spine straight, hands on the knees. Jango Rubhyantaram Peters, Tirkayurta Janunam. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit the legs folded back, knees wide open, front of the buttocks on the ground, gaze at the third eye. Atta Vakshaviranatha Ananda Mandirasanam. The next asana is Mandukasana. Knees wide, sit on the ankles, hands under the knees, gaze at the nose. Kritam Sampiri Gulpabhyam Janvagya Savalakritihi. Next asana is Narasimhasana. Place. Keep your toes on the mat, heels up together. Place Pirim on the heels, place palms on the ground, spread it wide. Thumbs touching, base of the hand touching the toes, gaze at the nose, stick out the tongue and exhale. Do Panapa Nihoy Base, Edim Go the Nivese. The next asana, Vishnukasana, sit on the toes, place Pirim on the heels, separate the knees sideways and place on the ground. Make a hollow of palms, place it on the mouth, keep the thumbs under the teeth and close the lips and gaze at the nose. Inhale through Pingranadi, exhale through your mouth to your capacity. Vishnukasana, Do Pagakiri Joy, Godamana Puni Hoyi. Next asana is Makarasana. Now soles together, top of the feet on the ground, sit on the heels, bend the elbows, bringing fingers to the armpits. Imitate as the monkey scratching, gaze at the nose. Do Pagni Samdane, Diniki Pishti Bhuparithane. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes, soles of feet together, sit on the heels, knees wide on, lift off from the floor, hold the elbows behind the back, gaze at the nose. Pratama Panapana Hoy Vese, Do Idi Gura Nivese. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep toes down, ankles crossed behind, sit on the heels, place the palms on the mat to the sides. Kanjanasana Vakshaktritva Sustiro Bhavet. The next asana is Kurmasana. Now with toes flat, cross the feet and place perineum on back of the heels, keep knees wide open and on the floor, rest the hands on the knees. Gulpoj Virisya Samahitau. Next asana is Yogasana. With toes flat, cross the feet and place perineum on back of the heels, gaze at the nose. With Yogasana. Goda Niyamya Gulpabhyam Yakramena Samahitaha. Next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees, cross ankles behind feet near the opposite knees, hold the clasped fingers inside and thumbs outside, gaze at the third eye. Godam Panam Puni Hoye, Goda Ni Adara Ke Doyi. The next asana is Ushtasana. Visualize yourself as a camel. Now, in kneeling position, bend backward, hold ankles with the hands, keep the arms straight, push the hips forward and tilt the head back. Merudandagri, that is Mipari Shifkuman. The next asana is Jatyasana. Now, with heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back, bring the elbows down to the mat, place back of the head on the mat, gaze at the nasal. Jatyasana. Do edi samdikare, sole muladhari daridhere. The next asana is Viratasana. Now, sit on the knees with thighs and calves together. Lean back, touch your back to the ground and rise up. Use supportive hands if needed. Just do like this again and again. Viratasana. Jangapri Bhuvanidhaya Jango Dharyo Urni Samstabhi Prishti Vamsam. The next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise the hips higher. Bring forearms on the mat. Hold the back of the heels. Bring the head in between the feet. Meru Dandagari, that is Mipari Fuman. The next asana is Varasana. Now stand upright on the knees with toes tucked. Hold the arms with opposite hands, gaze at the nose. Varasana. Jani bhuva sanstapya hastabhyam bhusparam dhritva. Next asana is Varahasana. To keep knees together, toes tucked, lean forward, bring elbows to the mat, hands holding the head, rest the hands on the hands, and heels on the butt. Siri Chandram Veda Nai Asnani Katyante. Next asana is Mundasana. Kneel down, place crown of the head on the mat, between interlaced fingers, elbows on the mat, shoulders width apart. Lift the knees up, high, hips are high in the sky, raise the body upside down. Mundasana. Mundasana. Adho Mundasana Vaksya Sarvesham Paranam Sukham. Let's now relax ourselves into Andhasana. Andhasana. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows adjacent to the knees, hands holding the breath, hands holding the head, exhale through the mouth. Andhasana. Pratama Pagri Samatharave, Korma Huli Ube Milave. Next asana, Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie on the belly, arms extended. Lift the thighs and arms and chest off from the ground. Shalabhasana. Shalabhasana Vedasta Nada Berunda Namake. Next asana is Kapalasana. Now lie on the belly, arms to the side, palms down. Keep forehead on the ground. Keep the chest on the mat. Lift the legs up together. Kapalam Bhunadayo Udupada Naye Kapalasana Bhavati. Next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lay on the stomach, hands by the sides. Lift the legs up over the head. Slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep the palms flat on mat behind. Ushtrasana Sithya Charana Bhumar Tapya Vasukha Prinitva. Now relax yourself into Chatakasana. Now sit on the knees, bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep hands flat on the mat and forearms on the ground. Be sturdy. Chatakasana. Kurpara Pariyanta Hasto Jara Mastabijani Nabo Sankuchit Shketam Chatakasana Bhavati. The next asana is Vrishtikasana. Kneel down, hands and elbows on the mat. Raise the legs, bend the back to touch the feet on the head. Lift the chin and hold. Vrishtikasana. Vrishtiva Pulchi Parimangripash Niditva Shishire Chibukam Vidayakau. Now relax yourself to Vrishasana. Place frame down on the right heel. Place left foot outside of the hip, ankles to the side. Place the hands to the mat, resembling a bull. Vrishasana. Yama Gulpe Padamone Vama Bhagya Padetaram. The next asana is Lolasanam. Now, from kneeling position, place hands flat on the mat in front. Lift the knees up on the ground. Cross the toes of left feet over top of the right. Balance above the mat. Lolasana. Lolasana Kurya Vayu Lola Pagathanat. Next asana is Vrishasana. Repeat it on the other side. Lolasana. Sorry, Vrishasana on the other side. Yama Gulpe Padamole Vama Bhagya Padetaram. The next asana is Balagunasana. Now place left toes on the ground and sit on the heels of the left foot. Place right foot flat on the ground with the knees raised towards the chest. Palms to respective knees. Maintain upright position. Asana Kaugranjalvika Rajayi. Next asana is Grahasana. Squat with feet flat on the mat. Bring elbows and do the thighs. Wrap the hands around the shins. Hold onto ankles from the outside. Grahasana. Padle Bhuman Samstapya Janu Madhya Kurpra Stapya Stabhyam. The next asana is Balagunasana. Repeat it on the other side. Balagunasana. Asa Gaugran Jalabika Rajayi. Next asana is Utkatasana. The squat and toes with heels up, knees up from the mat. Place perineum on the heels, hands to respective knees. Keep the spine upright. Utkatasana. Ujasti Yata Urajari Yatrasane Padalo Pari. The next asana, Vajrasangarasana 2. Sit on the toes with perineum on the heels and soles together. Keep knees wide and off on the ground. Hold opposite elbows behind the back. Pratama Panapani Hoy Vese. Do Hiri Guda Nivese. Next asana is Anilasana. Now squat with feet width apart. Hands under the soles of the feet from the inside and palms down. Arms straight, elbows together at navel, gaze at the nose. Anilasana. दो हाथ भूमि पर इतानी कहू निजारी ना बिलागा आने. Next asana is Padukasana. Now place back of the hands on the mat with fingers facing towards the body. Step feet on top of the hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe and walk around. Padukasana. हस्तयो बादले दित्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति. Next asana is Kukurodanam. Now place hands on the mat, raise both the feet upwards into the air, then let them fall back down. Do like this again and again. Kukurodanam. हस्ते भूमौ कृत्वा पार्ले च ऊर्ध्वं मुदानं कृत्वा बहुं पतेत् इतः पुनः पुनः कुरोदानं भवति. The next asana is Viparita Nityasana. Viparita Nityasana. Now in the handstand position, raise on your hands and begin to move and dance around in your hands. Viparita Nityasana. The next asana is Kunjarasana. Now separate the feet and place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head and be stable. Kunjarasana. Adha Vakshir Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. Let's now repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Adha Vakshir Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. The next asana is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with feet flat, heels close to the body. Hold the respective ankles, lift the feet off from the ground. Pashnibhyamoshtambhya hasudvena bhulbhav dirsta tishte kadambam bhavati. The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Sit with the heels at the perineum. Hold the knees with the hands and press them towards the chest. Pavanamuktasana. Dvayo supadno pani latvasasri tambake. The next asana, Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both the hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up with knees straight. Lift the entire body up from the ground and keep the chin up. Purvatram Chadushparipitam Vajrasam Tata. The next asana, Dhanurasana. Now sit on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index, middle fingers. Pull the foot to your left ear. Extend the right leg out. Keep it straight. Hold the big toes with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. Padam Vishnuppa Nikram Dhritvashanavadi. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder. Now bring the right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extend the leg out straight to the left. Lift the head and chest up and find the balance. Vashishtamanakondinya Modukukuram Evacha. The next asana is Pranasana. Now stand right on the left thigh. Bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Pranasana. Eta Padedam Akshami Karoti Sachamaraha. Next asana is Parshamasyendrasana. Place the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the right hand and twist the body and remain sturdy. Parshamasyendrasana. Vamormula Dakshipado Janhu Bhari Veshi Dakshidoshana. Then let's now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Chakorasana. Purva Atanam Chadushparipitam Vajrasam Tata. Dhanurasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Padam Gushtupa Nibhyam Dhritvashanavadi. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Vashishtamatakondinya Modukukuram Evacha. Pranasana, repeat it on the other side. Eta Papeda Vakshami Karoti Sachamaraha. Next asana is Pashamascendrasana on the other side. Vamor Pridakshibano, Janor Bhirveshi Dakshidoshana. Next asana is Ardhapaschimatanasana. Now keep one leg straight and press perineum with other heel, chest forward and down. Hold your toes, feet and bring the head towards the knee. Ekam Param Prasar, Ekam Parasya Pashnina. The next asana is Kraunchasana. Now place the left ankle outside of the hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keep the knee straight, gaze at the nose. Vashishantikon Modakokutam Evacha. Let's now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Ekam Paramasar, Ekam Parasa Pashnina. Kraunchasana repeated on that side. Vashishantikon Modakokutam Evacha. The next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with soles between the thighs and the calf, spine straight, palms resting on the knees. Jada Varuntre Samyak Pratapad Leubhe. The next asana is Gorakshasana. Sit with feet in the same position. Cover the heels with respective hands. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chandrabandha. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Jada Varuntre Paduktanavyak Samstau. The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now sit left heel to perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close eyes with index middle finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumb. Gaze at the third eye. Va Pashnagura Samstapa Dakshagram Vama Janghane. Next asana is Yogasana. Now place feet on top of opposite knees. Place hands on the ground, palms facing up. Keep spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Uttanok Charanakrata Sanstopari Janano. Next asana is Uddha Kukudasana. Now from Padmasana, place hands flat on the mat beside the body. Press hands into the mat. Lift the knees off from the ground. Balance above the ground. Vashishantikon Modakokutam Evacha. Next asana is Siddha Haritali From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the knees and place them on the mat. While lifting the body up, stay seated on the mat, gaze at the nose. Prataman Padmasana ko kare Hastado Avagoda Samdidhere. Next asana is Hamsasana. So from Padmasana, place hands on the mat through the gap of calves and the thighs. Lift the thighs up to the shoulder, legs up from the mat, stay above the mat, gaze at the nose. Kukudasana Sitva Skadra Parita Uritta Dishtet Hamsasana Bhavati. Next asana is Karmakasana. From Padmasana, place hands between the thighs and the calves while sitting. Reach hands behind the ball, interlace the fingers in the Parishamudra. Bring the forehead to the floor, gaze at the nose. Pratma Padmasana ko kare Goda Sandhi Mahi Kari Dhere. The next asana is Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves. Bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with her hands. Bahami Janga Paradachipava, Dahini Janga Pariba Milyava. The next asana is Grandi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves. Bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Remain same position. Bend the head down, tuck the chin to the chest. Gaze at the nose. Granthi Bedasana. Adha Vakshani Lakanta Grandi Bedasana Shubham. Next asana is Kurmasana. Now remain same position. Insert both the hands. Lay on your back, bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Uttana Kurmasana. Kukudasana Bandhastan Karabhyam Dutta Kandaram. The next asana is Kukudasana. Now remain same position. Place one hand on the mat, hold its wrist, and with the other hand lift the body up and hold. Kukudas Vachita Ekena Hastena Anyasya. Let's now repeat Pangu Kutasana on the other side. Pangu Kutasana. Kukudas Vachita Ekena Hastena Anyasya. The next asana is Gridrasana. Now remain in the Padmasana posture. Place the elbows on toes in place of fingers. Rest chin on the knuckles. Press the thumb on the throat. Jana Varantri Pada Uttanavyakti Samsitau. The next asana is Padmasana 3. Now remain in the same position. Hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Padmasana 3. Uttanachana Vidhaya Vrivat Shakti Yogirat. Next asana Padmasana 4. Remain same position. Place the palms on top of the respective knees and Shabmudra. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Padmasana Kuryat Pranavayu Pasiddhayet. The next asana is Karmakasana 3. Remain in the Padmasana posture. Hook the right hand, index and middle fingers around the right toes. Lift the elbow as if pulling a bow back. Move the big toes around. Place the left hand opposite knee and keep the spine straight. Repeat this on the other side. अतः निरासनं वक्ष्य योगपूरक्षरात्. The next asana, Karmukasana 3. Now remain same position, Padmasana. Cross the arms behind the back. Hold the big toes. Inhale through tongue. Straighten in like an arrow in Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. Engage in all three bandhas. Gaze at the nose. Kurmasana Namaskritya Udare Puriyat Chukam Tada Vayurvaso. Next asana, Dridhasana. Now remain same position. Release the bandhas. Lift the chest up. Gaze at the third eye. Urubhyamupri Stapya Varigbam Priyatadaha. Next asana is Nagrasana from Padmasana. Arms behind the back, holding the opposite big toes. Lay down on the elbows, thighs in the back, gaze at the nose. Prathama Padmasana Kotane, do hada pachane ane. The next asana is Kandukasana. Now lay on the back, bend the knees, feet on the ground, embrace knees to the chest, head touches the knees. Vetrasena sthita bhasapada nishpam mudya nage Krishnamansa bhum pute Kandukasana bhavati. The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lay on the back, knees raised together, big toes evenly placed, hands interlocked under the head, gaze at the nose. Urdhva Pavanasana. Prathama Surya Sena Karave, Goda Ube Rashi Milave. The next asana is Margata Pitasana. Now lay on the back, bend the knees and arms, keep the feet flat on the mat. Place up the palms under the heels, lift the hips up. Uttan Shena Padli, Uttan Hastya Stapayet. Next asana, Uttan Shiki Pitakasana. Now supine, raise the hips up. Support your hips with hands in place at the waist. Here, bear the elbows bearing the weight of the body. Chin presses the throat in Janarbandha. Gaze at the nose. Jango Rubya Balani Nasti Uttan Shiki Pitakam. The next asana, Narakasana. Nala supine, raise the hips and legs up. Bring hands to lower back for support if needed. If not, elbows and hands extend on the mat below, helping the body balance the body. Legs raises up straight. Narakasana. Griva Kanti Bhumastambe Paragya Mutrayet Narakasana Bhavati. The next asana, Triyanavakasana. Nala supine, raise the hips and bring the hands to lower back. Keeping elbows on the mat, raise the legs vertically, then slowly lower and angle them to keeping the core engaged. Triyanavakasana. Naukava Stita Udaparadam Nage Triyanavakasana Bhavati. The next asanas. Now remain same position. Extend the hands on your mat and visualize yourself as a flag. The KAILASA flag respected across all nations in the world. Dvajasana. Triyanaka Griva Pishtukur Pe Bhunastamas Kalina Kshanak Dvayam. Now relax yourself into Mritasanam. Nala supine, completely relax yourself, avoid any movements. Visualize your body is death and the supreme part of Hinduism is liberating you. Mritasana. Adashavasanam Uttanam Shavad Bhumo Shairam Dushavasanam Shavasanam Shramaharam Chitta Vrishnadikarakam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, start to wiggle your toes and your fingers and raise yourself up to a comfortable seated position. Yes. Congratulations for all the participants. That was a quick of 108 asanas. Well, all of you did it successfully. Congratulations for all of you. So now we'll be concluding this yoga session with the Pune mantra, offering our gratitude at the feet of Swamiji. Now, request all participants to sit in a comfortable position, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the palms in front of your heart, Namaskar Mudra. Close your eyes. We'll be chanting the Pune mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program, day 3 of Level 1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. I request all of you to be on camera and participate in all the sessions with your full presence here. So, Malisa, Nana, Zia, all of you, please come on camera. Elizabeth Mary, Yuva Tang, Ma Jenny, all of you, please come in front of camera. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam, and please sit straight with your Atmanjali Mudra and chant along with me. I'll go slowly and you can practice chanting along with me. So by the time you complete this course, you will start chanting. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasiadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to the Paramashivoham Level 1 program, Day 3. And today we are going to learn about the Bhagavad Gita, one of the prime scripture of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So before we start our sessions, we will be doing the third eye power manifestation. So I request all of you to be post the powerful cognitions, and there are Abhishek is posting Nithyanandam Thamasaya, Nithyanandam, Abhishek, Nithyanandam, Faniyaya, okay. Yes. Participate as much as you can. And Abhishek, firstly, the yoga poster should be shown visually and then followed by audio instructions. But audio used to come first, making it more difficult to follow because we get too late to follow without visual clue. Okay, so I will give this feedback to the yoga team. Okay, I will give the feedback to the visual team so to take care of this. We'll attend to this, Abhishek. Thank you for your feedback. So Elizabeth Ma, that's very good. Yeah, this is Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama also there. Wonderful. So now I request all of you to post your powerful cognitions. And for those of you attending for the first time, what is a powerful cognition? A powerful cognition is when you read or listen to any one of the scriptures or Swamiji teaching, you will get a click. You'll be clicked with that. Oh, wow, this is what it is. You know, you'll something clicks in you that you would like to follow. You would like to something shift. Your space will be shifted. So you get a new understanding of life or whatever you're going through. That is a powerful cognition. Your understanding will be powerful after listening to that. So we use the Living Enlightenment book to receive the powerful cognitions. For those of you having the Living Enlightenment book, go ahead and post your powerful cognitions. For those of you who are attending new or you do not have the powerful cognitions, I'm going to post the link now. But save this link for future references. Elizabeth must beautifully put it, a good understanding like a light bulb came on. Yes, perfect way of putting it, ma. Yes, I posted the book link. So please go ahead and click on this, save this if you are not done already. And because every day we'll be using this link. Now, how do you use this book? You just go through, you just open this book and move the cursor. Wherever your eyes fall in, read that, and that is your powerful cognition. Swamiji is speaking to you. Literally, Swamiji is speaking to you. Something will shift in your inner space. This book is a living deity. It has got independent intelligence. So, when you receive the powerful cognition, your space will be shifted, as Elizabeth Ma put it, a good understanding, like a light bulb. So you will be shifted. For power manifestation, you need a powerful space. So we start the power manifestation by receiving the powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. So there are beautiful cognitions on posting. So let me read some of them. Thomas, society has destroyed the power of prayer. Prayer has the power to completely transform you into what you want to become. Wonderful. Elizabeth Ma posted, cosmic intelligence responds to us. This may be a surprising revelation, but the truth is that universal or cosmic intelligence responds to every thought of us. This is such a wonderful cognition. Universe or cosmic intelligence responds to every thought of us. Beautiful. Lisa Ma posted, the theory of karma simply says that whatever is happening to you is your doing. Nothing happens to you from outside of you. You create whatever happens to you most of the time. So that is beautiful cognitions. Let's sit straight. Let's start the power manifestation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Always understand. During the power manifestation, your Kundalini raises because you are going to bring awareness to your third eye, and also you're going to experience the oneness space with Swamiji Paramashiva. So your Kundalini raises happen. So for that, you need to sit with head, neck, back, straight line. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And any thoughts that are coming now, just let it come, let it go. And now, with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Close your eyes. Start intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Now, please go ahead, remove your eye bands and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Anyone else posting? I'm going to project what I have projected. So this is what I projected. So So clouds come say some background. Okay. So this girl, okay. Sun, then Nithyananda said yellow mango. You can say Swamiji. So Abhishek, please understand. We do not call Guru with name as the first person. Understand? You call SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or call Swamiji, but not Swamiji's name. Okay? Abhishek, get it? We will not call like that. And okay, so let's start our sessions. With whose grace we learn everything. We have to give the heartfelt highest respect. Okay, today now we'll start the Bhagavad Gita. We are going to learn all day about the Bhagavad Gita, the gist of Bhagavad Gita. How this happened, who spoke to whom, who revealed this, all that, how it is written. Understand, Bhagavad Gita is part of Nithyananda Majani. All right, so now Bhagavad Gita, 2 words. Bhagavad is God. Bhagavan, Bhagavad is basically God. Gita, the Sanskrit word Gita means song. So Bhagavad Gita means the song of God. So what Bhagavan sings, what God sings? God sings for us to become like him. We become like God. We become God. That's the song he sings. So whole Bhagavad Gita is about we all getting enlightened. That's beautiful. Yes, whole Bhagavad Gita, anything about the scriptures says the same thing. You are that. Tattvamasi. You are divine. Essence is that. What Bhagavan sings? He sings. He sings. Oh, dear one, become like me. It's a God song, Bhagavad Gita. Gita, meaning song. Bhagavad is God, the song of God. And please understand, Bhagavad Gita, I'll set the context, how it is written, how it is relevant to us. Please understand. This song Bhagavan sang from eternity, for so many years, so many thousands of years back. Minimum, we have a proof that minimum 5,000 years, but it was much more than that. Okay, so will it relevant to us? That times were different. Now, is it relevant? Why do we need to study? Understand. Whenever an enlightened, the avatar speaks or sings, it is relevant for eternity. Understand? It is relevant for eternity. It is applicable, relevant for that age people, relevant for this age people. It has been relevant so far, and it is going to be relevant for good. Because that is the song of God, relevant for all ages. How many thousands of years pass, it is relevant. Okay, I am from China, I am from Malaysia, I am from New Zealand, I am from USA. This song of God you are explaining us happened in India. Is it for India people or is it relevant to me? You may have a question, isn't it? It may be local. It may be how it is relevant to me. Why will I read this? Why will I know about this? Understand. It is relevant for everyone. Everyone, wherever you are, whatever you are, is relevant for everyone. It's we created all these countries, all these things we created, isn't it? Not God created this. So it is relevant for everyone. It's relevant for everyone. How it is happened? Who wrote this? Who sang this song, first of all? Meaning, which form of God? Who sang this song? Let's understand. It's Krishna, Sri Krishna sang this song. Who is Krishna? Krishna is the Mahavishnu's incarnation. Literally, Mahavishnu, who is the preserver of the universe, protector of the universe, who maintains us. He landed on the planet Earth in the human body as Sri Krishna. Okay, let's learn a little bit about Sri Krishna. So now let's do the invocation mantra for Bhagavan Krishna. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramarthanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru of the universe, Jagat Guru, the son of Vasudeva and Devaki. These are the names of the parents of Bhagavan Krishna when he landed on the planet Earth. Destroyer of many demons, the two of the names given here as Kamsa and Chanura. Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the expression of Parandhama, meaning the infinity. The Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the Purnavatara. Purnavatara means the complete incarnation. All the auspicious qualities of the Bhagavan are expressed in the Bhagavan, who is embodied. Narayana is Mahavishnu's another form. With all his glory, qualities, powers, he landed on the planet Earth. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the 8th avatara of Lord Vishnu. Mahavishnu has taken from time to time a different avatars. The Rama avatar. Before Krishna avatar, Bhagavan Vishnu has taken Lord Rama. All right. 7th avatar. 8th avatar is Mahavishnu. So who is responsible for the sustenance of the cosmos? And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the being who first set a trend that macrocosm can express in human body, microcosm in full-fledged and in full-bloomed way. Meaning, whole cosmos. What is microcosm? the whole cosmos, isn't it? The macrocosm is what? Whole cosmos. What is microcosm with human body? This is what you need to understand. So, whole cosmos coming into the human body and expressed the full glory of the cosmos with all the powers radiated. The embodiment of the cosmos is Krishna. The greatest happening that happened, is happening, and will happen in the cosmos is Krishna, is eternal. He expressed through Swamiji how he retold everything through Swamiji's form, Bhagavan Krishna's expression. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the extraordinary expression of cosmos and glory personified. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is also Jagat Guru, meaning his life is the teaching for everyone in all levels of seeking. No matter what level they are in, his teachings are applicable for everyone. Are you a beginner? You are a sincere seeker? You are in different country? Everyone can get benefited from Bhagavan Krishna's teachings. As a child, understand, Bhagavan Krishna was born in a jail. His parents were put in a jail when he was born. His life itself full of challenges. From birth, before even birth, to until he left the body, full of challenges. Unbelievable challenges. As a child, Bhagavan Sri Krishna expressed extraordinary innocence and extraordinary powers. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the ultimate teacher, reviving all the enlightenment systems existed at that time, and compelling it in the form of Bhagavad Gita and sharing with the world. As an adult, Bhagavan Sri Krishna went beyond body, and he did not have even idea of ordinary body and reflected the pure consciousness in the human body. Bhagavan Sri Krishna's powers and personality. Celebration is the essence of life of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. One of the greatest dimensions of the happening of Bhagavan Sri Krishna is Tyaga and love. The ability to receive and give love. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is a personality who never gives up on people. He continued till the end. He did not give up. Bhagavan Sri Krishna was the embodiment of causing everyone's reality. He was able to speak into the listening of the listener, causing everyone's reality. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna, out of his love and tyaga means sacrifice, for the humanity, delivered the Bhagavad Gita, the song of God. Bhagavan Sri Krishna demonstrated absolute life positivity, absolute love, absolute will persistence in dealing with the demonic forces in all types of situation. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is extremely courageous and bold, but absolutely strategic, not to waste resources unnecessarily, even during the wars with the demonic forces. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is extremely courageous and bold, but absolutely strategic, not to waste resources unnecessarily, even during the wars with demonic forces. And one of the prime verse is Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, 15th verse. Sarvasya chaham shrudi sannivisto matta smriti jnanam apohanam cha vedai sasaveir ahameva vedyo vedanta krudveda videha chaham. Meaning, I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge. I am unforgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. And there is a beautiful how Bhagavan Krishna gave importance even to the common person. Sudama was the Lord Krishna's friend and devotee. He belonged to a poor Brahmin family. As they grew up, Krishna manifested the Dwaraka, the land of material pleasures. It's in unbelievable glory. Understand, Dwaraka is still there under the ocean. They found it. All the infinite glory of Dwaraka, still it is there. He belonged to a poor Brahmin family, Sudama. As they grew up, Krishna manifested the Dwaraka, the land of material pleasures, and got married to Rukmini. And on the other hand, Sudama married a simple Brahmin girl and led a simple life, leaving the worldly pleasures and by worshipping Lord. He has children, but due to his astute living, he remained a poor man. Tired and anguished by the poor living condition, one day Sudama's wife asked him to seek help from Lord Krishna. Sudama, being an honest and self-made man, felt ashamed and go ahead and ask his friend for help. After being insisted by his wife, Sudama decided to go ahead and meet Krishna. However, he said, meeting my old friend after years empty-handed wouldn't feel nice. Sudama decided to carry along a handful of puffed rice for Lord Krishna. As soon as Sudama reached the palace, Krishna received him with warmth and respect. Krishna made Sudama sit on his throne and washed his tired feet with sandalwood and warm water to relax him. They recalled the time spent at the Sandipani school in childhood. Seeing the splendor, Sudama felt awed. Krishna's hospitality and love made him feel happy. However, seeing the grandeur, he felt embarrassed to take out the gift. Krishna immediately understood how Sudama was feeling and took the gift from him. Seeing a small bag in Sudama's hand, Krishna asked him that what he was carrying. Sudama, feeling resentful, moved forward the bag, which contained a handful of puffed rice. Krishna went forward and consumed a part of the puffed rice, saying that was the best thing he had ever had. Krishna thanked him for the gift and requested Sudama to have a meal with him. As both of them sat to have their meal, which was served in exquisite gold plates, Sudama felt sad as he remembered his hungry children at home. He stayed at the palace for 2 days, but could not ask Krishna for any personal favors. On the third day, he was ready to leave back for home. While leaving, Krishna embraced Sudama and asked him to visit again. Touched by his love and hospitality, Sudama thanked him. While going back to his family, Sudama wondered, what shall I say when my wife asks me what I have brought back? As Sudama reached back home, he was troubled seeing that there was no hut. Instead of his old hut, he saw a magnificent palace being built at the same place. As he walked towards the palace, he saw his wife coming out, elegantly dressed in beautiful clothes. So, without even Sudama asking, Krishna blessed him all the wealth that he deserved. So, he takes care of everyone. Not only Sudama, everyone Krishna is available to take care. And this is a wonderful pramana, Swamiji's own life, how he had the darshan of Krishna. During my Parivrajaka, I came across an old lady who used to talk frequently with her idol of Krishna. Understand, this is a very beautiful practice in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. They have their own one deity, they worship that deity, they live with, literally live with that, right? So it's a it's a it's a very, very common practice with Swamiji is reviving this practice back, the sacred and beautiful practice, living with the God, your favorite God, literally. So um, they keep one deity and their whole life they worship the deity. They talk all their problems, they bathe him, whatever they eat before they eat, they feed the deity, meaning seeing the God's presence right in front of you all the time, practicing the presence of God. By taking care, a small deity. How many of you following me? So this lady was doing this practice for, it's a very common practice actually. So this old lady used to talk frequently with her idol. They talk, literally relate with the deity for years. Okay. So I could not understand what she was doing. So I went and asked, Ma, so what are you doing? Do you think is he listening to you? Is he talking to you? I told her, Ma, what you experience is an illusion. Okay. You should come out of it. You should eat healthy food and stay healthy to come out of this, all this thing, illusion. Okay. So she was so innocent. She said, no, 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 Baba, I'm not lying. Don't you see? He's sitting there talking to me. Don't you see? She just put her hand out and held my hand. And I promise, I saw Krishna there. I can tell you that he was sitting there just as a simple child. And Swamiji described how he was looking and all that. So the shock was from my very root center. Swamiji was so shocked. With just one touch of that old lady, he was able to see Krishna, the baby Krishna. So understand that, and then Swamiji apologized to her, touched her feet, and that's how he got the darshan of Krishna. A simple lady who practiced the presence of God was able to initiate, was able to transmit that energy to the other person. The same experience, how she was able to see Krishna, she made other person also see Krishna. Here, Swamiji, but anybody can make do it. Please understand that this was an initiation. This was not just that she was able to transmit that experience into my system as her experience. It is not that when she held her hand, I was convinced that Krishna was there. No, it is not. She did not convince Swamiji Singh. He saw him literally. So he was there. So he took Swamiji, considered her as her mother. So there's so much to talk about Krishna. This is the brief introduction about Krishna. Okay, so now let's move on to our next segment. You have any questions? Please do let me know. Now we'll understand the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita happened in the midst of Mahabharata. Elizabeth Ma is asking a beautiful question. Is Atma Pramana practicing the presence of God? Yeah, that old lady, what Swamiji was saying, she's practiced the presence of God. She literally saw the God, right? Yes, that is the practicing the presence of God. That's what I was sharing, Ma. This is not 1%, 2%, and rarely that happened. It was the common practice in ancient India. One of the common practice, Ishta Devata, favorite deity, your chosen form, you can literally live with that deity. That's why Swamiji is reviving that with Atma Murti. Practicing the presence, living with the Guru. You talk to him. When you talk to Swamiji, it will go to him. You're going through something, talk to him. So for all of you who are attending for the first time this season, please have Swamiji's Atma Murti. Now, how Elizabeth Ma, you can wave Ma, is having like that. You all need to have one Swamiji's Atma Murti. That form, that photograph, where you can make it as a setting with the you can get it done locally. We can share the link, and that photo is blessed. And when during the darshan, you be on camera with that photo. When Swamiji sees, that photo will be energized, and that is a living Murti. And you can talk to him, you can share all that is going on with you, and I'm telling you, you will not have any low moods anymore, because he is there listening. Literally, how Swamiji takes care, the Atma Murti also, Swamiji presence will be there to take care. So all of you have this Atma Murti in your rooms. I request all of you, if you are following, fine. If you do not have following anywhere that you are having some trouble understanding, please do let me know. I'll try my best to re-explain again, but don't be sitting silent, because your valuable time you are investing here, and I request all of you to actively interactive so that you will be fully benefited from this program. So Bhagavad Gita happened in the midst
Nithyanandam.
of Mahabharata war. What is Mahabharata war?
Vasudevasutam devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Vasudevasutam devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Vasudevasutam devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
So, Srimad Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. It is the manual for enlightenment. Understand? It's a manual for enlightenment. Bhagavad Gita in Bhagavan Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths. Bhagavan Krishna calls that as yoga. Different paths to Arjuna, the superhero of the Mahabharata. Mahabharata is the, let me explain even that also, who represents humanity, Arjuna, who represents humanity and its sufferings. Let me brief you about Mahabharata. Please understand, Mahabharata, the tale of two cousins. One represents the negative forces, one represents the positive forces. Dharma, adharma. Righteousness, unrighteousness. Okay? They are cousins. They are born to two brothers. And the story is so long, as written in a poetic form, it is still the longest poem ever written on the planet Earth. Understand? It's the longest poem written on the planet Earth so far. The whole story is written in a poetic form, Sanskrit verses. And let me brief you about the Mahabharata. So basically, the king, the story is so big. I don't know how much you are able to grasp, but I just want to say this. One, there are 5. They are born with the divine blessings, and they are always follow dharma, meaning righteousness. Never compromise on the dharma. Okay, there are very few, 5 only, but they always followed the dharma. And their other side, the other cousin party is Kaurava. These are Pandavas. Pandavas always followed the dharma, righteousness. And the other side, the Kauravas, 100 of them, they are always cruel, cunning, always try to grab, selfish, all kinds of negative stuff they have. And there are many. And always those cousins try to kill these people so that they can only enjoy this. And the situations, and since childhood, they try to kill this 5, so that they can enjoy. And there was a point where they literally abused their wife. So much story happened, the war became inevitable. The abusal was so much that war became inevitable. So war, the both, see, in those days, understand, Akhanda Bharat, Akhanda means the infinite Bharat. In those days, India was called as Bharat. And there are many kingdoms, 56 kingdoms, literally whole major part of the world is India. 56 independent nations followed Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And these cousins, the Pandava princes, are literally won over everyone. So they all participated in the war. Some supported the negative forces, some supported the positive forces. Some supported the Kaurava princes, some supported the Pandava princes. Literally, whole world split into 2 parts. A big war, world war. If we know the details, intricate details of it, the millions of people present in that war. So both parties stood facing opposite to each other. Now, Pandavas, the middle of the Pandava is Arjuna, who represents each one of us. who is the superhero of the story. And when the war is about to begin, this Arjuna asks Krishna, Bhagavan Krishna become the charioteer for, he decided not to participate in the war directly, but he tried to help Arjuna. Because their dharmic path, always divine, Krishna supported the dharmic people who follow the dharma. So he became a charioteer for Arjuna. And Arjuna asked Krishna to take in between the war, in between the two parties. Just war was about to begin. Everyone is ready. And now Arjuna says, go and stand in front. And he saw others both sides. He saw all his cousins, both sides. He saw his grandfather opposite side facing the war. He saw his guru is the opposite side. It's a big story, by the way. So he saw all his cousins, everyone. And he decided not to fight the war. I don't need this kingdom. I don't need this. I don't want to fight the war. How that is possible now? And what is the conversation happened between Arjuna and Krishna in the midst of Mahabharata? The whole story is Mahabharata. The war happened in the place called Kurukshetra in India. In the midst of Kurukshetra war, Arjuna decides he doesn't want to participate in the war. So what is that conversation? Arjuna felt so low. Why? Arjuna and considered as representing all of us, all the humanity for good. So all the stories we will learn now. The significance of that we will learn now. Are you all with me? Are you able to follow with me so far? Eva time, are you able to follow with me? About Cheni Sangha, are you all able to follow with me, ma? All right. So the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna, how Arjuna expressed all his confusions to Krishna. For Arjuna, Krishna is his friend, beloved, meaning his closest friend, relative, and God. So he shared all his confusions to Krishna. And what Krishna taught in the cosmic form is the song of God, Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita conveys the essence of knowledge contained in all written and oral Vedic truths to enrich to the simplest to complex humans at all planes. It contains the royal supreme knowledge and the royal secret of secrets, Rajavidya, Rajaguhyam. So there's so much of knowledge in the Bhagavad Gita, which is the royal knowledge and royal secret. Bhagavad Gita is part of the great Bharata, India's history, narrated by Sri Vedavyasa. one of the great enlightened sages. Gita is script by Lord Ganesha. How many of you know Lord Ganesha? Who is Ganesha? Shiva's son, who embodied the pure wisdom and joyful spontaneity. The Vedavasa, the scripture is so big that those sages, they do intense penance, right? They can see the history in front of their eyes. They have knowledge about past, present, and future. So when they're writing, they see the whole thing happening, every details. That's how they write. So the story says that Bhagavan Vedavasa, all the sages went and asked to write the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata that happened. Vedavasa said, I can sing, I can, narrate, but I cannot do both, narrate and write. I can just narrate. Somebody needs to write, catch up with my speed and write. And once I start, I will not stop. Do not give me reason. Do not give me reason that, I cannot, my pen is broke, this thing is, don't give me any reason. Once I start, I'll be, until the end, I'll be narrating. So to catch up that my requirement to my speed, if somebody is available, I start narrating. Then that much powerfulness, no one was there except the Bhagavan Lord Ganesha. Yes, Elizabeth is asking, can you back up for me, please? What did you say is longest poem written in the whole world? Yes, till date. Longest epic poem on the planet Earth. Not Mahavatar, Mahabharata. I'll type it for you. And are you talking about two cousins? Yeah, clones, two cousin clones. Yes, one followed righteousness and one was, yeah, that's right. Dharma and adharma. One followed the righteousness, one followed the unrighteousness. Positive people, negative people. To keep us understanding. One always tried to kill others, harm others, and one always helped others, always stand by people. Were these Lord Krishna's cousins? Yes, the righteous people are Lord Krishna's cousins because the Pandavas' mother Kunti is the aunt of Krishna. That's what the story is so long, so big. All right. So is it clear, Ma? Okay, let's move on. So what I was sharing is the story, coming back to the story, how it is written. So Vedavasa is the greatest enlightened being who all the other sages ask him to write, and he says, I can narrate, but I cannot script it. I need somebody to script it. And he put that, I cannot stop in between. I'll be in if you stop, that means you're missing that part. Then Lord Ganesha came forward. I will write it for you. Then Vedavasa started singing the Mahabharata. It's an epic poem, right? So he started singing, and Lord Ganesha writing, days going on and on. So many days going on, no stop, continuously writing. Suddenly, Ganesha's pen broke. Whatever he is writing, that broke. The condition is you cannot give a reason that, hey, stop your narration, or to go get another pen. No. Ganesha immediately broke his tusk. He has an elephant face, right? He has this tusk. He broke his tusk and started pinning down with that. That's why he is the spontaneity. See the sacrifice. He did not think. He agreed with the commitment that he will write without disturbing him. See the commitment of Ganesha. What we are learning from this commitment? We are learning whatever he committed, he is doing. And the sacrifice that he did for the benefit of the humanity, they are writing the scripture. And he cannot stop in between. So he doesn't bother whether what happened to my tooth? Nothing. He just broke and he started writing with that. That's why you see Ganesha has got only 1 and 1/2 broken. Any photo of Ganesha you see, you will not have 2 teeth, that only 1 he has. He's a Lord. That's why they are gods. They can sacrifice. That is a divine quality. Sacrifice for the benefit of humanity. So that's how the Mahabharata is written. The Mahabharata, during the war, Arjuna's dilemma, how Bhagavan responded, is Bhagavad Gita. So Bhagavad Gita is part of the Mahabharata, the great history of India. Gita is Gita Sastra, meaning the essence and the most important part of the ancient knowledge base of Vedic tradition. Gita is also called Brahma Vidya, meaning Brahman means consciousness. Sanskrit, Brahman means what? Consciousness. Vidya means knowledge. Brahma Vidya means knowledge of Brahman, knowledge of consciousness. Bhagavad Gita is Brahma Vidya, meaning it gives you the knowledge of the absolute truth about the consciousness. It is Jivan Mukti Vijnana, meaning it is the science of living enlightenment. Bhagavad Gita is what? The science of living enlightenment. It is a beautiful way how the Bhagavad Gita is described, the pramana from Gita Mahatyam. This Gita Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, the essence of all the Upanishads, it's just like a cow. And Lord Krishna, who is famous as a cowherd boy, is milking this cow. Arjuna is just like a cow. And learned scholars and pure devotees are to drink the nectarine milk of Bhagavad Gita. Gita is Shastra, means scripture. Shastra means what? Scripture. Life will always be a mix of good and bad, the divine and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. It gives a clear intellectual understanding about Bhagavad Gita, gives a clear intellectual understanding about everything, our life, death, soul, and about great why of life as well as what of life. Why this life is like this, what for I'm here. All that, what to do, what not to do, what are this rule, regulations, everything, Bhagavad Gita, a solution, information is there. The essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is master awakening responsibility in the disciple. Being responsible for your life. Awakening that is the Bhagavad Gita. That is why everywhere Gita talks only about responsibility. Now, what we chanted invocation mantra for Krishna. Now, we are going to chant the invocation mantra for Bhagavad Gita book itself. How I said, Swamiji said that living enlightenment is what? Living deity, isn't it? The book is worshipable. We worship that book, living enlightenment book. It's a living deity and it has got independent intelligence, is what we have been learning, isn't it? Similarly, Bhagavad Gita is also living deity. So now let's chant the invocation mantra for the book Bhagavad Gita. Om Pathaya Pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitaamrutavarshini Bhagavatim Ashtadashaധ്യായിനീം Ambatvam anusantatami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini. The meaning of this verse, the invocation mantra of Bhagavad Gita is Om, I meditate upon you, O Bhagavad Gita, the affectionate divine mother. See, the Vyasa describing the Bhagavad Gita as the divine mother because it gives everything, showering the nectar of Advaita, oneness, non-duality, and destroying rebirth, incorporated into the midst of Mahabharata of 18 chapters by sage Vyasa, the author of the Puranas, and imparted to Arjuna by Bhagavan Narayana himself. We'll be watching this video a little later and let me complete this. Now, what are the 18 chapters? Bhagavad Gita has got 18 chapters and Bhagavan Krishna calls each chapter, what do you mean is Bhagavan Krishna imparted 18 ways, 18 yoga, meaning path to live life and to get enlightened, to get liberated, different paths. So what are the different paths? We'll just go over it briefly here and we'll go about each chapter. The first chapter, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, meaning how Arjuna become powerless, confused. Arjuna, who represents all of us, who is confused. So in this first chapter, the war begins and Arjuna's dilemma, Arjuna's confusion, and Arjuna starts speaking to Krishna. Arjuna represents all of humanity, the current status of our mind. Wrong thinking is the only problem in our life. The second chapter, Sankhya Yoga, and Krishna starts speaking, saying that what? You are God, you are Paramashiva. And the goal of humanity is to reach the ultimate. You are immortal, you are God. Right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. Then the next chapter 3 is Karma Yoga. Work selflessly without attachment to the work. Then the fourth chapter is Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. Jnana. So what is the real jnana? To know the divine. To know me is to be liberated. So like this, every chapter, what are all is there? And fifth chapter is fifth chapter is live all your dimension. I'll go with the English translation only. Sixth chapter is look in. And the seventh chapter is listen, cognize, and radiate. 6th chapter is art of living, and 7th chapter is secret of all secrets, and 10th chapter is you are the ultimate. So all this, like 11th chapter is Krishna, the cosmic window, where in here Bhagavan Krishna shows Arjuna his cosmic form, his infinite cosmic form, from human to he shows the Vishwarupa Darshana. We call that means he showed Arjuna the cosmic form. Then chapter 12 is love is your very life. So like that, all the 18 chapters will go over today's sessions. So because anyway, we go over these, and all these paths, basically, Krishna calls them as yogaha, meaning what? A path where you live while you are in the body and get ultimately liberation. It's an enlightenment science of different paths. Now, any questions? Please do let me know. Now we're entering into the first chapter. So in the first chapter, basically, Arjuna starts speaking to Krishna. So why Arjuna? Why Bhagavan Krishna chose to speak to Arjuna of all these enlightenment signs? Why Arjuna? Arjuna is the most courageous fighter amongst the Pandava princes, the 5 of them. Arjuna is the middle, and he is the courageous fighter, great archer among the Pandava princes, and the darling of all his teachers, and the close friend of Krishna. And now he is in deep dilemma, deep incompletion. Arjuna, but Arjuna is actually a yogi and a kshatriya, a warrior. How can this both be possible? As a yogi, he is deeply spiritual, centered, and complete within himself, and deeply aware and integrated to his moral and ethical obligations. As a kshatriya, meaning as a warrior, Arjuna is the warrior leader, empowered with responsibility, ready to impose order and control for protecting and upholding dharma. He is the typical kshatriya prince. Only with enlightenment it is possible to continuously, consistently proceed with both these personalities. A kshatriya means, a warrior means you always fight with people, right? And at the same time, he's a yogi, a meditator, or, a peace in the heart. Only with enlightenment, it is possible continuously, consistently proceed with these two personalities. of inner completion as a yogi, and outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. Arjuna falters as he faces his enemies, his family, mentors, friends, Swajanam, as his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war. His dilemma unfolds. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now able to be neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. He got confused. He got in dilemma. He loses his space of completion and falls into such a deep grief that bewilders his mind. Arjuna Vishada. Vishada means sadness. So these are the basic questions everyone we go through at one point of the time. Why are we here? Why do we do what we do in our lives? Why don't we find fulfillment even after years of working for success in the world? Why do more and more challenges await us even after we solve and overcome numerous challenges? How can we become spiritually mature and integrated individuals? Why is this path even required? In one of the Bhagavad Gita verse, when Arjuna, the son of Kunti, saw all these friends and relatives present there, he was overwhelmed with a deep pity and said, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war, I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth is drying, and my hair is standing on end. My bow, Gandiva, slips from my hands. Arjuna's Gandiva, the bow and arrow, is the famous. It's actually invincible, but even that is dropping, he's saying, slips from my hands and my skin burns, and I'm unable to stand here any longer. I'm forgetting myself and my mind reels, and I foresee only evil omens, O killer of the Keshi demon. He's referring to Krishna. Arjuna dilemma was not one of the non-violence, ahimsa. Is not. As a Kshatriya, this word had no place in the dictionary. Understand? His dilemma was one of the violence. Violence born out of his ego, his identity. He could kill people that he did not identify with, but he could not bear to kill those whom he could relate with. With himself in one way or the other. The bonds of family were far stronger than Arjuna had imagined. These bonds were rooted in his ego, and to cut these bonds was to destroy himself. This was Arjuna's dilemma. Arjuna was overwhelmed with pity, and it's not true compassion. When responsibility expresses through your heart, it is compassion. That to the truly compassionate person, the whole world of both living and non-living beings is an extension of his own self. Arjuna's dilemma represents the collective root patterns of humanity. It is an internal conflict between what we feel as us, what we feel we can actually do. Our inner identity, mamakara, what we project as our others, what we feel we want to actually do. Our outer identity, ahankara. And what others think and perceive as us, anyakara. This all we will learn about the genesis of identity in the upcoming sessions. So understand that our identity is not unified. Our identity into split, what we feel inside, what we project outside. Utter confusion, dilemma is the first thing any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. If we have not yet faced the dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet opened. Arjuna has become the seeker of truth. Thomas is saying this is a part of our dilemma as we make life changes. Our friends and family range in part to challenges. Yes, that's why Arjuna represents all of us. You got it correctly, Thomas. So, what is Arjuna's dilemma? It is just the why is kept alive. Why am I feeling powerless? Why am I feeling tired? Why am I feeling sick? Why am I depressed? Just if this why is strong enough to take you to the logical conclusion, our problems will be solved. If we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what am I doing? And are able to take this one question to the logical conclusion of our life, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Only a courageous person will have the confidence to open himself up so transparently and expose his innermost fear patterns, his lack of integrity and inauthenticities. Seek help. Arjuna was not depressed. He was confused. He could certainly differentiate between right and wrong. His sudden confusion grew out of his awareness of his parental and societal patterns, that what he had been taught throughout his life might be wrong. Thomas is saying, godly, this describes my life. Yes, you're able to relate. Beautiful. It takes a lot of courage of authenticity to bring integrated listening to our thinking, to stop and question our lives, our actions, and society plan for us. Understand the attitude of asking why needs awareness. If we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what am I doing? And are able to take this one question to the logical conclusion of our life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Arjuna was ready to give up on himself. He had collapsed both psychologically and physiologically. His cognition was totally imbalanced and he was now completely powerless. He was all set to run away from the battlefield and escape from the reality of his responsibility. He was experiencing deep conflict between the unconscious patterns that were driving him and the reality of what he ought to do, the clarity that would come about with the grace of greatest master would be his enlightenment. The darkness that surrounded Arjuna at this stage was Maya, the illusion that prevent us from perceiving the truth of reality that pervades all our experiences. Yama iti Maya. That means that which is not real but appears as absolute is Maya. Maya truly exists as reality. It covers reality, the ultimate truth, the truth of our inner divinity. It's covered by Maya. You are covered by illusion. The true identity is our divine self, which is covered by illusion. It covers reality, the ultimate truth, and the truth of our inner divinity, our infinite powerlessness, and therefore it is unreal and illusion. The truths expounded in the Gita are about personal transformation. Every verse of the Gita is a sutra, meaning that one verse is enough to get enlightened. A teaching that can work on your being and transform you through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with proper people in your life in the present moment without any limiting, restraining influence of the past happening in your life. Now, let's listen from Swamiji how he explained. Let me complete this before we start listening to Swamiji. The theme of Gita is the story of Arjuna dilemma, his incompletion and its completion by Krishna. It's literally all our confusion, all our problems Arjuna represents, and the guidance that we get from Guru is Bhagavad Gita.
Shastras gives you intellectual understanding. Stotras give you emotional feeling. Sutras give you being level experience. Shastras are like signboards. You need them. Shastras are like signboards, intellectual scriptures, which explains about the basic things of life. Stotras are things which helps you to surrender to the divine. The glory of the divine is expounded in stotra. The third sutra is a literature which gives you the technique to achieve the devotion or the enlightenment. Shastras by themselves cannot lead you to enlightenment. They can be a good support. They can take you to an enlightened master. Till that point, they are great. They are real help. Stotras. Again, stotras are spoken from the level of emotion, feeling. Stotras should be an expression of your feeling. When you have the deep feeling, you just express it. It flows through your being. Your whole being is flowing. That is stotra. The third thing, sutra. Sutra means the technique which helps you to achieve the goal of the Shastra or goal of the Stotra. Goal of the Shastra is Atman. Goal of the Stotra is God. Of course, both are one and the same. Two different paths. There are people who are intellectual oriented, who are centered on logic, analysis, calculation. For them, for that kind of mind, you need Shastras. You need intellectual scripture. There are people who will not do anything unless they are intellectually convinced, unless they are clear about the whole thing. Of course, we cannot say they should not come for spirituality. There are many scriptures, the stotra level scriptures, which says don't come inside unless you have faith. But I tell you, you should see, you should look at the man with little more compassion. You can't put the faith as a main criteria, first criteria to enter into the spiritual life. If you put faith as the first criteria to enter into the spiritual life, you are almost refusing to give spirituality for 90% of the human beings. It is not very easy to believe anything immediately. You cannot believe, and especially in the modern days, the word believe, faith, all these words are outdated. These words can't have any more meaning. These words are totally out of our life. You can't say only a person who believes, who has got faith, he can come to spirituality. Spirituality should be given for every being. We should create a system through which we can reach every individual. Our Vedic seers, rishis have created shastras, scriptures, which will give intellectual understanding. Logically, you will be clear of what is the path, what is the goal, why you are asked to do all these things, what for we need spirituality. All these major questions are answered intellectually in Shastras. Shastras gives you a basic understanding what is exactly life, what for we are here. All your questions are analyzed intellectually, logically. The conclusions are given to you. We need to understand few things about the Shastras. Shastra is a scripture which completely takes away all your doubts. Samsaya Rakshasa Nasa Mahastram. Samsaya is a Rakshasa. Please understand. Samsaya is a Rakshasa. Doubt is a devil. Once the doubt enters into your mind, till you are cleared, you can't sleep, you can't rest. Shastras helps you to get rid of these doubts intellectually. One thing you should understand about the intellectual clarity. Unless you have a complete intellectual clarity, even if you believe, your belief will be pseudo. please be very clear, your belief will be pseudo. Anybody can shake your belief. Anybody can shake your faith. Your faith will not have a strong base. Your faith is almost a building without foundation. If you build without foundation, what will happen to the building? The same thing will happen to you if you don't have the base of Shastras. Somebody asked Vivekananda, Swamiji, what is the importance of Vedas? Why should we study the Shastras? Vivekananda says, if you study the Shastras, all your faith, all your sincerity, everything will become so strong, nobody can shake your faith and sincerity. Otherwise, any fool can come and tell you what you are doing is superstitious things. And you will start thinking about it. You will start contemplating about it. Am I really doing superstitious things? Am I really following the right thing? What am I doing? You will start having doubts about yourself. You don't believe your faith. Please be very clear. You don't believe your belief. That's very important thing. Every human being should understand. You don't believe your belief. You may think you are believing something. You may think you have faith about something, but your faith or belief is not deep enough. It will not take you anywhere unless you have the foundation of intellectual conviction. Unless you have the deep foundation of Shastras, you will not be able to believe anything. I have seen the people who think they believe. Please be very clear. Even your emotions are not so deep. You think you have love. You think you believe. I see all kind of people. One man came and told me, Swamiji, I love the whole world. It is very easy. Again and again I tell people, to love the whole world is very easy. To love your wife is very difficult. That is where you are stuck. To love the whole world is very easy. You can always say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I feel the whole world is like my family, Swamiji. The problem is you don't feel in tune with your own family. You think you love. You don't really love. Our emotions are not deep. Our faith is not deep because we don't have the intellectual conviction. A man who don't have intellectual conviction, just faith, it can be shaken at any moment by anybody. Just one question is enough. He will be totally shocked. He can be shaken from the root. Shastras, the intellectual understanding, gives a base so that all your convictions, all your faith, all your belief can enter into your being and start working. Bhakti, devotion, is just a alchemy process. If a touchstone touches you, have you heard of this touchstone? Ramakrishna says beautifully. If a touchstone touches any metal, it will become gold. Just by a sparsha, just a touch is enough. Any metal will be converted into gold. Bhakti is a touchstone. The moment the bhakti touches you, simply you will become God. You will become divine. The problem is we never allow the bhakti to touch us. We never allow the devotion to work on us. We never allow the devotion to penetrate our being. We may think we want God, but we are continuously afraid of divine. You may think you want divine, But as long as it is very superficial, as long as things are under your control, things go well. The moment the devotion enters into your being and starts the process, you say, no, not that much, this is enough. I think that is too much for me. You stop at certain point. Your faith is just pseudo. A small story. One guy who lived throughout his life as atheist, he fell from a cliff and he was hanging, holding a small root, and slowly the root is also giving way. He started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed you, but now I believe you, please save me. Please save me, now I believe you." Heard a booming voice from heaven, said, "Oh my son, don't worry, I'll save you, just let go the root. Let go the root, I'll save you." Immediately he said, "Is there anybody else who can save me?" Our faith is just pseudo. Is there anybody else who can save me? God is only one choice for us. If you don't have any good movie on the TV, that day you go to the temple. If you don't have any other commitment, any other party, that day you think of going to the temple. God is only one more choice for us in our life. Till you have the intellectual conviction about the life, God will be just one more choice in your life. The spirituality will be just one more choice. You will just choose. It will be just one more shop. Walmart, McDonald's, spirituality. You will decide which shop should I enter. It will be just one more shop, nothing more than that. The basic need for the life is intellectual conviction. One guy was praying to Venkateshwara, "Oh Prabhu, give me $1 million. If you give $1 million, I'll put $200,000 in your hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 200,000 by yourself. Just give only 800,000. Our faith is only this much. Our spirituality is just game. As long as things go well, as long as things go according to your route, God is great. I have seen people, if they pass in their exams, they will break coconut. If they fail, they will break Ganesha. If they pass in their exams, they will break coconut for Ganapati, Ganesha. If they fail in the exam, they will break the Ganapati itself. Our faith is very pseudo. It is not life transforming. We don't allow the devotion to work on ourselves. There is a beautiful sloka in the scriptures of Vedanta. First thing which you need to do is Vijnanamaya Kosha Vedana. The translation of the translation goes, clearing your intellect. You need to break, you need to open your intellect. You need to have a clear intellectual understanding about life, about spirituality, about everything. Shastras, scriptures gives you that intellectual clarity, intellectual understanding. If you see all the great devotees, great bhaktas, Chaitanya, Ramanuja, Madhva, all these great bhaktas, they had very strong intellectual base. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a great Nayayika philosopher. Nayayika means logic. He's a great philosopher of logic. Once you reach the height peak of the logic, only then you fall in the valley of love. Only then you are qualified to fall in love. Unless you reach the heights of the logic, you are not qualified to fall in the valley of love. You can't fall in love unless you reach the peak of intellect. All the great masters, all the great devotees, they have reached the peak of intellect. They had a strong intellectual understanding. They had a strong Shastra base. Whether Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Madhva or Ramanuja, all these great masters of devotion, they had a strong intellectual base. The first category is scriptures, Shastras. Next comes Stotras. Stotra means expressing your experience. Expressing your experience or expressing your devotion, love to the master or the God, to the guru or the God. Expressing your deep love is stotra. You stand in front of the divine. You stand in front of the Lord and you recite your feeling, you express your feeling. Many people ask me, what is this, Swamiji? In your Hinduism you have idol worship. I tell them, no, Hinduism don't have idol worship. We don't worship the idol, we worship through the idol. Please understand, there is a very big difference between worshipping the idol and worshipping through the idol. When you stand in front of the God, when you stand in front of the idol, do you say, oh stone, please give me boon? Oh stone, please heal me? Oh stone, please save me? No. You say, oh God, please save me. Oh Lord, please save me. Oh Prabhu, please save me. Please understand, we don't worship the idol, we worship through the idol. So what we are not doing is not idol worship. Hinduism don't have idol worship. We worship through the idol. In Vaishnavism, there is a beautiful word, Archavatara. Means the idol which is worshipped in the temple is called incarnation of God. Archavatara, incarnation of God. It is not just a stone. Incarnation means the divine descending on the planet Earth. Just like how we have all the incarnations, here there are all these 10 incarnations, Dasavataras. Matsyavatara, Kurmavatara, Narasimhavatara, Vamana. All these avatars are there. Just like in incarnations, just like all these avatars. The stone or the idol which we worship in the temple is called Archavatara. We relate to the divine through the Vigraha, through the Murti. When you stand and pour yourself, it is called Stotra. All the songs of Alvars, Nayanmars, Meera, Chaitanya, all these songs written by the great devotees, these are called Stotras. And people always come and ask me, Swamiji, sometime I don't feel like chanting these stotras. Should I do it mechanically if I feel, even if I don't feel like doing it, should I do it? I tell them, do it. 1 or 2 days you may feel little mechanical, but I tell you, the moment you start enjoying the meaning, the moment you start understanding, it will become your being, it will become your feeling. When you express your heart, it becomes stotra. The next thing is sutra. Sutra is a kind of literature which gives you a technique to reach the enlightenment which is shown by the Shastras, to reach the devotion, the ultimate bhakti which is expressed by stotras. Shastras are from intellectual level, stotras are from emotional level, sutras are from being level. There are three kinds of human beings who are head oriented, who are heart oriented, who are being oriented. To fulfill every kind of human being, our rishis have created three kind of literatures. Enlightened people have created three kind of literatures: Shastra, Stotra and Sutra. Here is a book which is all three put together and something more. Bhagavad Gita is the only book, I can say one and only book, which is Stotra, Shastra and Sutra. It is Shastra. It gives you a clear intellectual understanding about the life, about the Atman, what is to be done, what should not be done. Vidhi and Nisheda, do's and don'ts are clearly explained. I have not seen any other book explaining so deeply. Please be very clear. Just explaining do's and don'ts will not do. Giving the intellectual reason why it should be done and why it should not be done is necessary. There are many books which says how many times you can marry or whether you should marry at all. There are so many literatures to explain, but there are very few books which gives the reason why you should do or why you should not do. Gita is the only book which gives you a strong intellectual base, intellectual clarity. In Vedic literature, there are three books which is considered as an authority. No other religion has got so much of books like Hinduism, like Vedanta. We can be sure of that one thing. No other religion has got so much of literatures. Among that literatures, our masters have chosen three books. It is called Prasthanatraya. The authority in the spirituality, these three books. One is Brahma Sutra, another one is Upanishads, the third one is Bhagavad Gita. Brahma Sutra is written by Vedavyasa, an enlightened master. Upanishads, again written by rishis, enlightened masters. But Gita is directly from the God, incarnation, Purnavatara. Even among the incarnations, Krishna is considered as a Purnavatara, complete, full incarnation. Why? Why Krishna is considered as the Purnavatara? Why not other incarnations? Why only Krishna is considered as Purnavatara? We should first understand why incarnations come to the planet Earth. Why incarnations happen on the planet Earth? Ramakrishna says beautifully. There was a big, beautiful garden with so many trees, with so many variety of flowers, with so many variety of fruits. Three friends were walking near the garden. There was a big wall. One friend climbed that wall, saw the garden. Oh God, such a beautiful garden. He just jumped inside the garden and started enjoying. The second guy climbed the wall and saw the garden. He felt so beautiful, but he had a little bit of courtesy. He turned and said, "My dear friend," the friend who is below, he said, "My dear friend, there is a beautiful garden, come, I am going." He jumped and started enjoying the garden. The third guy, he climbed the wall. He saw the beautiful garden and he saw his two friends enjoying, and he understood the joy and the bliss which they are enjoying. Then he decided, "No, I will go down and tell all my people there is such a beautiful garden, and I will bring them all, make them enjoy this garden." The man who comes down is incarnation. The man who descends from the divine is incarnation. The person who comes back to the planet Earth to tell you about the divinity, to make you realize what he experienced, he is called incarnation. Scientist is a person who creates a formula to understand the things of the outer world. For example, Newton saw something happening in his garden. He saw the apple falling from a tree. Suddenly some understanding came to him. He understood something. Why this is falling? What is happening? Why it should not go up? Why it is coming down? He started thinking. Some understanding happened to him. The glimpse of truth happened to him at that moment. Immediately, he analyzed, created a formula so that everybody can understand what is happening when things fall. Theory of gravity. He created a formula. Scientist is a person who creates formula for the outward things, for the things of the outer world. Same way, mystic, spiritual mystic, enlightened person is a person, master is a person who creates the formula to reproduce the inner world experiences. Scientist creates a formula to reproduce the outward experience, the outer world experience. Master is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. Meditation techniques are the formulas. Incarnation is a person who can directly give the experience without even using the formula. All these great incarnations are coming down to the planet Earth to give the spiritual experience, to make people realize that they are divine, to make people experience they are God, to tell the people the other side is beautiful, there is a very big garden, come let's go and enjoy. Incarnation is a person who has come down, descended to teach divinity to the world. Why Krishna is Purnavatara? Because he has got all the qualities which is needed to push the human beings to the divinity. To push the human beings to the divinity. He is called Jagat Guru. He is called the Guru of the whole universe. There is a beautiful sloka. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. The sloka says Krishna is the Jagat Guru. Jagat Guru means a man who can help the whole world. all types of human beings from all level. Universe is the place where all types of human beings are there. In all levels, Krishna is a person who can help all kinds of people from all levels to experience the divinity, to reach that ultimate, to realize the truth in them. There are intellectual people, there are emotional people, there are people who are in the being level. Some incarnations apply more for intellectual people. Shankara suits more for intellectual level people. Buddha suits more for the intellectual level people. Intellectuals can relate with Buddha more easily. Intellectuals can relate with Shankara more easily. But for emotional level people, it is very difficult. You can't imagine Buddha with a flute. You can't imagine Buddha singing and dancing. You can't imagine Shankara dancing. You can't imagine Shankara doing Rasalila. No. Only for intellectual crowd, Shankara will appeal. Buddha will appeal. And there are few incarnations. Only for emotional people, they will appeal. Meera, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Always they are singing and dancing. For an intellectual man, he can never understand Chaitanya. He can never understand Meera. He can never understand Andal. They can never understand these incarnations. They cannot relate with Meera. They cannot relate with Chaitanya. For the people who are being level, who are centered on their being, for them again it is very difficult to relate with intellectual masters or emotional masters. They straight away want the experience. They are neither ready to analyze nor ready to believe. The person who is ready to analyze, he goes to the Shastra, intellectual group. The person who is ready to believe, he goes to the Stotra, emotional group. But the person who wants straight experience, instant coffee, an instant experience, he can neither wait for Shastra, nor he can wait for Stotra. He straight away wants the technology. He wants the applied science. Shastras are like main theory, the basic technology, the basic science. Stotras are like marketing department. Publicity, marketing department. Sutras are applied science. They want straight. You should know about this marketing department. A small story. One guy reaches the Yamadharma's court for judgment. Yama says, Yama is Lord of Death. He says, you have done some sins, some merit. You can be allowed to be in heaven and in hell. You have choice. You can see both the places and choose which one you want first. He said, all right, I will first go to both the places, then decide. He went to the hell. He saw people are so beautiful, singing and dancing. It has become completely high-tech, completely. Computers are available, internet is available, you can get the news every day. Everything is so new, air-conditioned. And people are serving you everything. He said, what is this? What happened to hell? People in the hell said, All the technology people are coming here. All the techies are here. So we changed the whole setup. Now we have updated the whole thing. No more old time. Now everything is new. And he said, all right, let me go and see the heaven also. There is a chance some techies would have gone there also. There is some possibility. He went to the heaven. Heaven he saw same old saints with long beard, sitting on that cloud and singing Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia. Nothing else, nothing new. Same heaven. Nothing much happening. He went to the Yama and said, I think I will go to hell. Yama said, please be very clear. Are you sure? He said, yes, I am sure. I will go to hell. He decided. He was sent to the hell. Suddenly one door opened and he saw the traditional hell. People are being tortured. So many devils. The regular traditional hell. He was shocked. He started saying, what is happening? What is this? When I came half an hour ago, the hell was different. And now suddenly the whole thing has changed. They said, no, that is our marketing department. What we saw is our marketing department. Be very clear, sometime you are caught in the marketing department. Don't be caught in the marketing department. And when you go through the marketing department, please be very clear what is truth and what is exaggerated. You need to analyze. Of course, when I say I mean, when you go through the stotras, you need to understand. Please be very clear. When you go through the Puranas, you need to understand what is the spirit of the Puranas. You need to understand the spirit. There is a big difference between fact and truth. Puranas are truth. They are showing you, they are leading you to the truth. So, when you understand the stotras, you should understand the spirit of the stotras. The next level people who neither wants Shastra nor they want Stotra. They straight away want the applied science, technology. For them, Shiva, who created Vijnana Vairava Tantra, all these great meditation techniques, for that type of people who are being oriented, for them, the meditation techniques will suit. For them, the Zen masters, they will be able to relate with the Zen masters. For intellectual crowd, one kind of incarnations. For emotional crowd, different kind of masters. For being level people, different kind of masters. But here is a Krishna. All three level people can relate with Krishna. If you are intellectual, he gives you the Gita. Gita Krishna. If you are emotional, here is Radha Krishna. He can sing and dance. He can play. He can be naughty. He can fulfill your emotional being. He can give you the ultimate emotional fulfillment. Next, being level. If you want the straight technology of enlightenment, again he offers the truth, Dhyana Yoga in the Gita. His complete fulfillment, his very life is a sutra. Please understand, the very life of the Krishna is sutra. Sutra means the technique which leads you to enlightenment. The body language of the enlightened person is sutra. Krishna is the person whose body language straight away leads you to enlightenment. Understand? Rama will lead you to dharma. If you follow whatever Rama did, you will have dharma. But with Krishna, you will have straight away moksha. With Krishna's being, when you experience the being of the Krishna, when you understand the Krishna, his very being is technique. His very life is technique. That is why there is a word in Bhagavata, Leela Dhyana. Just remembering the Leelas of the Krishna is Dhyana. Please understand, no other incarnation is given this word Leela Dhyana. No other incarnation is praised. Just remembering their acts is Leela. But masters describe remembering the acts of the Krishna itself is Leela. All these great rishis, once they go to Vrindavan to see what is happening, why these fellows are so happy and just always singing and dancing. And we rishis are sitting with a closed eyes, with a long face and trying to meditate so much. Nothing is happening. Except the beard growing, nothing else is growing. We are sitting for a long time. But these gopikas, singing and dancing, always happy. What is happening? They just wanted to see. They must have been disturbed by the singing and dancing sound of gopikas. Small story. Guy was sitting on the bank of the river and trying to meditate. He heard the anklet sound, opened the eyes and saw a young lady walking, young women walking to fetch water from the river. Said, what is this? What is this? What kind of disturbance? He closed his eyes, again started meditating. Next day, same time, again he heard the sound. Unconsciously opened the eyes and saw, what kind of disturbance? He closed the eyes and started meditating. Third day, same time, he is waiting for the anklet sound. These rishis must have been disturbed by the singing and dancing sound of gopikas around the Krishna. They wanted to know what is going on in Vrindavan. They came down. They went to the Vrindavan just to see the gopikas. Not only gopikas have not received them properly, they did not even care to go and sit and listen what they are speaking. They are happy, completely in fulfillment, completely fulfilled, total contentment, remembering Krishna, and in the reminiscences, memoirs of the Krishna, reminiscences in Krishna. These rishis have asked, what is this? We are rishis, we have come all the way to see you, you guys are not even receiving us. One gopi came out and asked, Rishi means what? We meditate on God. We meditate on His feet in our heart. Meditating on His feet. Come, we will show you, we are playing with Him. Meditating on Him. Why unnecessarily? Come, we will show you, we are playing with Him. They say, you are trying to remember Him, we are trying to forget Him. He is so much inside our being. We are not able to forget Him. We are not able to do any of our work. He is completely filling our inner space. We are not able to do anything else. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, should we remember you? Should we take you as our master? I tell them, never do that mistake. If I am going to help you, if I am your master, you will not be able to forget me. If you have to remember me with effort, be very clear, I am not your master. Forget, carry on your work. Carry your life. If you have to remember something consciously, with effort, it is ugly. It is ugly. When you can't forget, only then the devotion happens to you. Gopikas, they say, we are not able to forget. We are not able to forget. Emotional people also can relate with Krishna. They can sing, dance, play with him. And the being level people who are continuously aspiring, seeking straight technique, straight experience. Again, for them also Krishna appeals, because just by will he can show, he can give enlightenment experience to Arjuna by showing the cosmic form, Viswarupa Darshana, showing he is in everybody, everybody is in him. He is able to express just by will. He is able to give the experience of the divine to Arjuna. He is able to give the eternal bliss to the Arjuna. Whether you are intellectual oriented or emotional oriented or being level oriented, you can see your fulfillment in Krishna. Krishna can give you the fulfillment. When intellect ripes, it becomes intelligence. When emotion ripes, it becomes devotion. When your being ripes, you become enlightened. All these three, enlightenment, devotion and intelligence, all these three expresses at its peak level in Krishna. Krishna is the person who can fulfill every being. That is why he is called Jagat Guru. He is called Jagat Guru, Guru of the whole universe. One person came to me, one Swami in India. He told me, I am the Jagat Guru. I said, Jagat Guru? Hey, what is this? It's like having a small hotel in the roadside and naming it as Hotel Sheraton. I asked him, Jagat Guru, what do you mean by that word? Do you know the qualifications of Jagat Guru? He said, no, I have one disciple, his name is Jagat. I am Guru of him, so I call myself Jagat Guru. I have one disciple, his name is Jagat. So understand, the word Jagat Guru means not just the Guru of one person who is Jagat. You are supposed to be the person who leads the whole universe into the divine consciousness. Krishna is the only person who is Jagat Guru. Person who is intellectual oriented, for him the Upanishads will appeal, Shastras will appeal, Brahma Sutra will appeal. The person who is emotional oriented, for him the Stotras will appeal. The songs of Chaitanya, Meera, Tulsi, songs of Tulsidasa, all these things will appeal. For a person who is being level oriented, for him Vijnana Vairava Tantra or Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which gives you the applied science, technology, that will appeal. But Krishna will appeal for every being. He is for intellectual people, emotional people, being level people, and something more. He has created keys to open all the locks. He has created methods which can give that spiritual experience for the whole humanity. People who have come, who are here and who are yet to come. Gita is the ultimate scripture, which is Shastra and Stotra and Sutra. When it says Nainam Chindandi Sastrani Nainam Dagati Pavakaha, when it says the basic ideas, when it explains the basic concepts about the Atman, about the life, it is Shastra. When it says Namo Purastat Prishtadaste Namostude Sarvadayeva Sarva, Arjuna is doing the stotra. Arjuna is praising the Lord. He is expressing his devotion. O Lord, I bow down to you from all the sides. You are the ultimate. This book is stotra. When you read all these lines, you experience this book as a stotra. There is another one beautiful sloka. Ananda Viryam Idamikravat Ananda Viryam Ida Vikramastvam Sarvam Samapnoshi Tadosi Sarva. These slokas prove Gita is stotra. Then there is another one sloka from Dhyana Yoga. Samam Gaya Sire Grivam Darayanna Chalam Stiraha Samprekshanasi Gakram Swam Disaschana Valogayan. This gives you the straight technique how to meditate. Through these slokas, Gita is proved as Sutra. Gita is Shastra, which gives you intellectual understanding, and it's a Stotra, which creates emotional love for the divine, and it's a Sutra, which gives you the technology of reaching the experience. And something more. What do I mean by the word and something more? Not only he explains all these things, he repeats it again and again and again so that it will be drilled in you. Somebody asked Buddha, for 40 years you are speaking, but you are speaking the same thing. All your teaching can be reduced to one book, Dhammapada. It is reduced to one book, Dhammapada. They asked him, why are you speaking the same thing? Buddha says, yes, I speak the same thing because you never hear. You never listen because you don't listen. Again and again we miss. There are three kinds of doctors who just gives you prescription, one level doctor. Third level. Second level. He gives prescription and medicine both in your hand. He gives you the medicine also, not only prescription. There's another kind of doctor. First level. He opens your mouth and puts the medicine. He sees that you take the medicine. Krishna is first kind of doctor. He sees that you experience. He is result oriented. There are three kinds of professors who just gives you the syllabus. One kind of professor, he tells this is the syllabus, read and come and give the exam. Another one kind, he tries to explain every subject. He tries to make you understand. The third, or I can say is the first grade. He sees that you produce the result. He sees that you pass. Krishna is a master. He sees that you understand. Again and again and again, he repeats the truth. He is never tired. He is not tired. He is not feeling bored. I tell you honestly, nobody else except Krishna can have such a deep patience, compassion, sympathy. 700 slokas he is repeating continuously, again and again and again. He has to repeat the same thing. I can be sure of one thing, at least I don't have that patience. I can't imagine repeating the same thing so many times unless you have a deep compassion, unless you have a deep concern, unless you have so much of sympathy. You cannot do this. Again and again and again he repeats. And this Arjuna, I have my own doubt. Arjuna cannot be so dumb as it is described in the Gita. He cannot be, because he is after all a Kshatriya, king. He is from a king family and he lived with Krishna throughout his life. And he is a friend of Krishna. And he lived with Krishna. He cannot be so dumb. I think all these questions Arjuna raises may be for sake of us, for our sake, for us. Maybe he knows there are so many thousands of Arjunas are going to happen in the planet Earth. So he is representing humanity. He is not just asking for himself. He is representing all the questions from all the human beings. He is like an agent in marketing department. They collect all the questions from consumers, and is represented to the managers, superiors. So he has collected all the doubts from all our heads. One thing I am surprised. How did he collect the doubts which can be created only now? He is creating the doubts which can happen only in the modern day society. That is what surprises me. At least 5,000 years old. This book is at least 5,000 years old. It is, we can't even call this as a book. This is the book of books. It's a book of books. At least 5,000 years old. But he is creating all the doubts, all possible doubts, and doubts which can happen only to a developed or so-called developed modern day humanity. Sometimes people ask me, why do you say, Swamiji, only the doubts which happens in the modern time? See, in those days, people are more simple, innocent. Intellectually, they are not so much developed. Even the scientists who are working on the brain, physiology of the brain has totally changed. Understand, physical structure and physiology, both has gone a tremendous, both has grown, or very big transformation. We have achieved even in the brain size. We have achieved growth even in the size of the brain. Apart from brain, the mind, complications of the mind, even in that, we have reached a peak. At present, humanity is in the peak of intellect. That is why so much of depression. That is why so much of depression. But here Arjuna is asking the questions which can be created only by the refined intellect. Only by the refined intellect. Two things. One small story. One guy goes to Socrates, young guy, asks Socrates, "Sir, should I marry?" Socrates says, "Surely you must marry." Of course, maybe you know that Socrates' married life itself is not happy. She used to beat him. She used to beat him. Now all his philosophy is till the gate, till the door of his house. The moment he enters inside the house, only her philosophy, not his philosophy will work. This guy asks, "Sir, your married life itself is not happy. Why are you asking me to marry? Why are you advising me to marry?" Socrates says beautifully, "Marry. If you have a good wife, nice, you will have a beautiful life. Or you can become a philosopher like me. You can at least become a philosopher like me. If you have a right wife, it's good for you. If you have like mine, it's good for the country. Both the way, it is good. Only when you are tortured, inside or outside, you become philosopher."
Sorry. Nithyanandam, everyone. So let's move on to power manifestation. One round of power manifestation. We are going to do the consciousness over matter, power manifestation. So please go ahead and bring your object of coconut or a round fruit. Coconut or round fruit, can you bring it? We are going to do the consciousness over matter, one round of power manifestation. Malinkol, Alan, Nana, Yali, Peng, all of you, please come online. Let's do the power manifestation. Please go ahead and bring your object. And now post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Now, so when you are posting powerful cognitions, there is no need to post your page numbers, ma'am. Come on, Lisa. A beautiful story from the devotional Vedic scripture of Bhagavatam. Okay, beautiful. Your time, enlightenment does not require qualifications, but the deep feeling of I want, the desire should be there. Wonderful. Yes. Now please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line and keep your object on your palm. Keep your object on your palm with your head, neck, back straight line. And bring your awareness, your third eye, and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming in the way, just let it come, let it go. You start chanting the Mahavakya. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to move, to rotate, to roll. So let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. And with that space of oneness, declare the object to move, to roll.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashi Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now all of you, please go ahead and share your experience of consciousness over matter. All others also, please post your experience quickly. We'll move on to the second chapter. Yet to manifest. Yes. Now we are entering into the second chapter. So what was the first chapter? First chapter was Arjuna Vishada Yoga. How Arjuna went into confusion, delusion, powerlessness, and he wanted to quit of his dharma. He wanted to quit and move on. So that was the first chapter. Vishada means sadness. Arjuna was sad. So understanding that you are going through this itself, bring your awareness to that itself will lead you to move to higher consciousness. You know about yourself, listening to yourself that this is what is happening. Many of us go through these experiences unconsciously. So now what Krishna started speaking in the next chapter. Sorry. So the wrong knowledge, the inadequate cognition is the reason for your confusion dilemma. That's what we understood in the first chapter. So Krishna says, O sons of immortality, please listen to me. Shrunvantu putre amrutasya putraha. Meaning what? O sons of immortality, please listen to me. You are God. You are immortal. This is what is the gist of the second chapter. So let's listen what Krishna is saying. Right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. There is no death in reality. So Arjuna's hesitation in participating, he went into powerless, imagining that everybody is going to die. So there is no death in reality. Now for that Krishna started speaking. There is no death in reality. Do not fear death. You are imperishable. Death is but a passage. Krishna continues with Sankhya, the knowledge of completion. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught to you about you cannot be cut by weapons, you cannot be burnt by fire, you can't be made wet by water, and you cannot be blown away by air. Nothing can do nothing to you. And nothing can be done to you but by anything. Understand, the moment Bhagavan is opening his mouth, you are given an amazing introduction about you. Krishna says, Nainam chintani sastrani nainam dahati pavaka na chainam klandayanti apona sosayati marutaha. Weapons do not cleave, nor fire burns the Atman. Water does not wet it, and wind does not dry it. When he talks about the basic truth of life and spirituality, it is Shastra. He is giving intellectual knowledge of completion. I am not mind, intelligent, nor ego, nor the reflection of the inner self. I am not the five senses. I am beyond that. I am not the seven elements of five sheets. I am indeed that eternal consciousness and bliss. The auspicious love, Shivam, love and pure consciousness. This is Adi Shankara on consciousness. The past, present, and future. All the three put together is the past, present, and future. All the three put together are eternal, Nitya or Atman. Only when you come to the present moment do you experience that Atman, you are self. But as of now, you are constantly shuttling between the past and the future. That is the essence of the second chapter, saying you are You are God. Next chapter, Karma Yoga, the beauty of purposelessness, Karma Yoga. Arjuna says, "O Janardhana, why do you urge me to engage in this terrible war? If you think that knowledge is superior to action, my intelligence is confused by your conflicting words. Therefore, please tell me certainly what is most beneficial for me." Bhagavan says, "O sinless Arjuna, as I said before, in this world there are two paths for faith: Jnana Yoga, the path of self-knowledge for the intellectual, and Karma Yoga, the path of action of the knowing. A person does not attain freedom from action by abstaining from work, nor does he attain fulfillment by giving up action." Arjuna says, "O Janardhana, why do you..." Okay, this is finished. Now, to act is human nature. Surely, not even for a moment can anyone stand without doing something. He is always action, despite himself, as this is his very nature. Do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work. Do work with devotion, with deep drop expectation, Karma Yoga. Karma Yogi works with courage of authenticity. So do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work. Do work with devotion, drop expectation, that is Karma Yoga. And Karma Yogi works with courage of authenticity. So Sri Krishna says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nitya Ananda and does his work from the space of completion. Karma Yoga. Work has to be performed selflessly. Otherwise, work binds one to this world. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me and you will do it authentically, liberated and without attachment. Act without attachment. One should work always without attachment. Performing work without attachment, certainly man achieves the supreme. King Janaka and others attained perfection by selfless enriching. To guide others, you too must act selflessly. Selfless enriching liberates you. Here, Krishna says a beautiful thing. King Janaka was a beautiful example of a true karma yogi, a man of selfless authenticity in action with a continuous commitment to enriching life in and around him. He was a king. He ruled a kingdom and yet was unattached, liberated. Just like Krishna, who ruled a kingdom and yet was a sannyasi in the truest sense of the word. Janaka was a model king who was complete unto himself, untouched by the external world. Once an ascetic went to the court of King Janaka and saw how Janaka was neck deep in the activities of his kingdom, living like a king. He then thought to himself, Janaka seemed to be a materialistic person. He is entrapped in so many worldly things. Janaka understood what the ascetic was thinking. Janaka called him and asked him, what kind of an ascetic are you? Instead of being happy and content within yourself, you are trying to find fault with others. There is a grave sin, especially for an ascetic or person who is supposed to know about these things. For this, I have to give you the most severe punishment. You will be hanged to death next week. Now, ascetic was terrified. He could not sit in peace. He spent sleepless nights thinking of the gallows. He dreamt daily that his neck was being tied to a rope, and he became very thin and pale. Janaka sent to servants to call him on the day of execution. The ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some fruits and a cup of milk. He ate the food, but the mind was on the gallows. Janaka asked him, how do you like this taste of the milk now? Is it good? Did you relish your food these past 7 days? Ascetic replied, O king, I could not taste the food or milk that you offered me right now. My mind is only on the gallows all the time. Janaka said, just like your mind is always on the gallows, my mind is always fixed on the divine. Even though I am involved in worldly activities, though I am in this world, but I am out of this world, work for the world, unattached like myself. Janaka, through neck deep in the administration of his kingdom, was completely unattached, liberated. Ascetic was unable to stand before the king. Okay, this is done. So that was the gist of chapter 3rd. Perform your action selflessly. You will be taken care. Then Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. Krishna says, the science is given to kingly saints. Only a person who has seen the outer world thoroughly realizes its emptiness. Only he can enter into this world. If somebody who has not experienced depression of success enters spirituality, he will stand in front of God and beg, God, give me this, give me that. Devotion, the first step. If you want the divine relationship to happen, you need love. You have to leave logic behind. Krishna says, Saevyam mayato da yogaha prakutaha puratanaha bhaktyosi me sukacheti rahasyam he etat atmaman. I am telling you about this very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being my devotee and my friend, you will understand the supreme mystery of this science. The qualification to receive the truth is devotion. Great truths can never be expressed by logic because logic is not sharp enough. Krishna says, Bhaktosi me sukacheti rahasyam ye etat uttamam. You are my devotee and you are my friend. You are my own. The person who does not have a connection with Krishna cannot receive the message. One who knows or experiences the reality of my divine appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth again in this material world, but attains me, O Arjuna. In the Bhagavatam, life story of Lord Krishna, Krishna himself sings, I am the Lord. He says there a possibility, when I can achieve, why can't you achieve? If we authentically decide, and we will enter into the same consciousness with bliss as Krishna. Your inner space, this is the truth. The inner space is connected to the universe. The inner space you carry is Hiranyagarbha, the space where the planets get created. So anything you decide in your inner space will become reality in the cosmos, reality in life. Once you know this truth, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. So there is no purpose in life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. Only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in any action with whatever profit comes from that action. That's what Krishna is saying. The next chapter is Sannyasa Yoga. Live all your possibilities. He says, I am not the enjoyer. I am not the enjoyed. I am not the enjoying. I am beyond all that. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. This is one of the most beautiful messages from Shankara. I am not the doer. I am not the deed. I am not the doing. He says, I am just the witness beyond all this. Sannyasa is you living in the space of completion and constantly enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Let all our feelings, let all our mental thoughts, let all our physical deeds be directed towards gratitude to the divine. One who knows that the state reached through Sankhya Yoga, that is second chapter, the Karma Yoga, that is the third chapter, are one and the same. And that the state reached by Sankhya Yoga can also be achieved by Karma Yoga. Sees both of them in the same level and sees things as they are. Just this small shift in your inner space can do wonders for you. Every moment will then be a celebration. Krishna says here, Sangam Tvakta Karoti Ya. Without attachment is renunciation. It is only this renunciation that leads to liberation. If you see the lotus flower, it grows in a dirty pond. Its stalk is completely inside the dirty water. The flower is so beautifully above the water, and the dirt around it is hardly noticed. Similarly, when you are neck deep in the activities of the world and yet unaffected by what goes on, when your core is undisturbed, you have reached the goal of renunciation. Renunciation of the past and the future by bringing our mind to focus on the present space of completion is true renunciation. Renunciation of the fantasies that we feel we need for self-satisfaction is yoga. Yoga is the state where our desires expressed through sensual pleasures dissolve. We unite with our true self to the state, and in that state, there is no gap between the divine and us. Every atom is divine. Existence continuously showers bliss upon each of us. Only we are not open to receive it. Existence sees everyone as equal. It does not discriminate. Everyone is part of the same existence. Similarly, Master sees the whole world as one with their own selves. That is why only then can show compassion to anyone and everyone. Those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the supreme Brahma Nirvana. So this about this we'll be watching after the 6th chapter. The path of self-realization. Those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the supreme, the Brahma Nirvana. You will be watching this shortly. The raise yourself by yourself. This is one of the most powerful scriptural verse that Swamiji made us write 1,008 times. It gives us a clear picture of understanding of what we consider Gita, owner's manual of body and mind for Jivan Mukta. The person who is able to live without the body and mind is called Jivan Mukta, a person living enlightenment. Krishna refers to the state in which we are the peak of activity, yet in the ultimate relaxation. Such a state is indeed possible and is the only state in which we can really be involved in what we are doing and completely satisfied, complete completion in what we are doing. Now, I would like you to, one of the verse, Uttaredana Atmanam Atmanam Vasadayai Atmaivaneva Bandhuru Atmaina Ripuratmanaha. So let me explain that. Dhyana Yoga. Look in. Are you your friend or your enemy? Uttaredana Atmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Atmano Bandhir Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. You are your own friend. You are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self and do not degrade yourself. This single verse provides the essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita. One must raise himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. And if you let yourself down, you will become an enemy of yourself. Now, let's listen from Swamiji for some time about this verse. It's such an important verse. Swamiji made us write. I'm again and again telling you 1008 times of this verse and its meaning. And it gives the essence of whole Bhagavad Gita, that is Uttaredhana Atmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know how to lift by yourself, you become friend for yourself. Otherwise, you become enemy to yourself. Yes. Now we are going to move on to one more round of what is your understanding actually. Post it in the chat and we are going to do the one more round of power manifestation. Please bring your coconuts and round fruits. We're going to do the a little bit advanced power manifestation. So for those of you who are off camera, please come in front of camera. Let's do the power manifestation of one more round and post what you are understanding about what you heard in the chat. Elizabeth Ma posted, my understanding is you are your own friend, you are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self and don't let yourself down. Don't disappoint yourself. Wonderful, Ma. So now, please sit straight with your object in your hand and visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space and bring your awareness to your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching and again bring your attention back to your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object on your hand to move, to vibrate, to rotate, to roll. And let's start the power manifestation. Chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now all of you, please go ahead and post your understanding. Sorry, your experience. Light rotation, very subtle. Lisa, okay. Okay, so now what we are going to do is how Swamiji explained about this verse. Atpalinga, stand up on my hand a long time. Wow, Jenny, wonderful. I got disturbed by thoughts. Abhishek. Okay, so Abhishek and Elizabeth, Ma, many of you who are really listening intensely, this is one of the essence of Bhagavad Gita. Just now, you raise by yourself and let's listen from Swamiji in detail. Are you all excited? Ma Jenny, Ma Eva, Lisa, are you all excited? Listen to Swamiji, every word of this words, the meaning as he explained. Abhishek, all of you, listen to this word.
Let's enter into today's satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 5th verse.
Uddharetatmanatmanam na atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha.
Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. Before even giving the translation, I wanted to say a few words about this verse, this sloka. This is one of my most favorite verse. If I have to pick up just 10 verses from the 700 verses of Bhagavad Gita as the essence of Bhagavad Gita, I'll pick up this one verse in that 10. If I am asked to pick up, reduce the 10 to 5, just in 5, give the essence of Bhagavad Gita, even then I'll keep this verse. If I am asked to pick up only 2, even then I'll keep this verse. If I am asked to pick up only one verse as the essence of whole Bhagavad Gita, I'll say this is the verse. Whoever writes this verse 1008 times and sends it to me, I'll give one Bhagavad Gita copy with my autograph. Whoever, but of course, you need to collect it from Bidadi or Tiruvannamalai, wherever. Bring your handwritten copy of this verse 1008 times and collect one Bhagavad Gita of my autographed copy. And all the disciples understand, even if it takes 1 week or 10 days, don't miss. Sit and write this verse 1008 times in your book of art. I tell you, this one verse can lead you to enlightenment. It can save you from all the sufferings, from all the troubles. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. I tell you, this is the one verse I have repeated maximum number of times in Bhagavad Gita. Next to this only I would have repeated Yogaha Karmasu Kauchalam. But this is one of the best line. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. God. Just for this one verse, Krishna is worthy of being worshipped as Bhagavan. Just for this one verse. Everything else Krishna gave is a bonus. In this one verse, he has proved he is God. No, never in this precise way such a powerful tool to enlightenment can be given. Listen. Listen to the translation. Raise yourself by yourself. Do not let down yourself by yourself. It is the self that gives respect to the self, and it is the self that deceives the self. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. Understand? In all religions, when a master leaves the body, all disciples stand around and ask, please tell us the last secret you are having. In the same way, in all religions, when normal human beings die, all the family and friends stands around and ask, if you have last secrets, reveal. Now in Catholic tradition, there is a tradition. The biggest lie with which you lived, you have to confess to the priest and ask for the forgiveness. Only then you can peacefully die. In many religions, it is there. The last moment of death, is the moment you face truth. That is why in Sanskrit we have same word for truth and death, both, yamaha. Yama. Yama means death and truth. That's the moment you face the truth of life. Before his death, the biggest lies with which they lived, they reveal. Normal human beings, they reveal the biggest lies with which they lived. Enlightened beings, they reveal biggest truth with which they lived. Understand? Enlightened beings sometimes do not reveal the truth when they are alive, because you may not be able to digest. The greatest truth sometimes may not be palatable for you. I tell you, even in Akashic reading, Kalabhairava is filtering. Because the instrument which he is using, this body, needs to be protected. Otherwise he will tell everything you have done, what will you do? And you get into the anger mode, and very difficult to handle the anger of these human beings. And when they get into especially suicidal mood, they can easily destroy. Understand? When one being gets into the mode of life, he can bring millions to life, an incarnation. When one fellow gets into the suicidal mode, he can kill thousands along with his death. I am very happy about one thing. The Western countries have realized the suicide bombing groups are the most dangerous for the planet Earth, and they are coming out. That kind of groups from the planet Earth. When a person is not ready to listen to the highest truths, even if he is given, he may only get into the mode of anger. Normal human beings, when they die, they reveal the biggest lie with which they lived. Enlightened beings, when they leave the body, they reveal the biggest truth with which they lived, which they could not reveal, because the world is not ready to receive. Normal human beings, if they open up what they are hiding in the heart, they will lose their identity. If enlightened beings open up what they are hiding in their heart, world will receive its identity. World will lose its identity. Understand? A normal human being, whatever he is hiding in the heart, if he reveals, he will lose his identity. Enlightened being, what he is hiding in his heart, if he reveals, world will lose its identity. World is not ready to lose its identity. It will jump on him with anger. That is why all great masters, only when they leave the body, they tell the truth and leave the body. Leave the world. Now you do what you want. This is the truth. One of the greatest enlightened master happened on planet Earth, Buddha. When he was about to leave the body, the last, most powerful secret with which he was living, world was not ready to receive. He revealed. That secret is this verse. In Pali, he says, Appadipo Bhava, Atmadipo Bhava, light unto yourself. Be a light unto yourself. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. Every letter should be engraved in gold. Every letter should be engraved in the heart. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. When I leave the body, if you ask me, the most powerful, important secret with which I lived, I tell you, I will not be able to use a better word than be a light unto yourself. I will not be able to use a better word. This is the secret with which even I am living. This is the secret with which all masters are living. Raise yourself by yourself. Do not defeat yourself by yourself. I can see so many thousands of my so-called ex-disciples. Just they are not able to raise themselves by themselves. Not able to does not mean they don't have ability or capability, just they do not want. They think this is enough. They even come to the conclusion, normal, what is wrong with normal life? That is okay. I was into the worst depression. Even tried suicide. But did not torture anybody else or kill anybody else. Just felt hopeless. Felt all doors are shut. When my even suicide attempt failed. And even in that, I was a failure. Then it became almost like a heart is being squeezed. Literally I could feel that squeezing. Lost respect on everything. Spirituality, enlightenment, masters, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi. They were like my part of my life, blood. My very self. Lost everything. And it is like a complete darkness. Somehow, this one verse was strongly inside me. It just raised itself. Like after being beaten, if a man tries to stand up and walk, how it will feel, exactly like that. This one verse, even after being beaten by my distrust, doubt, everything, it just stood as one ray of hope in my life. Last ray of hope. It is you who need to raise yourself. If anybody else raises you, they can always put you down. It is you who need to take that last jump into the enlightenment. This was the last meal handed over to me by my master before I decided to start cooking on myself. This was the last strength with which the cosmos pushed me into my higher self. I can tell you, the moment I realize, yes, I have to raise myself, immediately that one ray of hope becomes decision to become enlightened. When the decision opened up, there was no pattern stopping that decision in my inner space. When the decision expanded, and no pattern is there stopping the decision, doubt or shame or guilt or attachment or fear or greed, suddenly I could see my whole inner space is now filled with that one decision. When the decision exploded, I saw I am sitting as a Buddha. Suddenly, that explosion landed in some other plane. I thought, oh God, that's it. That's all. I tell you, whenever you have a low mood, whenever you deviate, it is you who need to raise yourself by yourself. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. All of you can do when you wake up early morning, when you rise from the bed, tell yourself, Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. I have to raise myself by myself. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur. Atma, yourself, is the greatest friend of yourself, and yourself is the greatest enemy of yourself. If you raise yourself, yourself is the greatest friend of yourself. If you deceive yourself, yourself is the worst enemy of yourself. You can raise yourself by yourself, so you will be your greatest friend. I have to remember Swami Ranganathananda at this moment, and I wanted this to be on record. Even though I read Bhagavad Gita thousands of times in the young age itself, I read Chidbhavananda Swami's translation and commentary. That was one of my favorite book. In Tamil and English he wrote commentary. In Tamil, I studied his commentary at a very young age. And even when I go for examinations, I will not carry the syllabus book. I will carry only this book. If tomorrow morning examination, tonight I will be sitting on the bed and reading this book. And all my classmates will ask, hey, what happened? You are not preparing for examination? I said, no, I don't. I am preparing for the examination of life. I tell you, I don't know how to prove, but I am the one student I'll provide, ma. We'll provide. I can very safely claim this one thing. The only child, student who never had any fear of examination in modern India is me. Because the whole modern India suffers with that one syndrome, exam syndrome. Let God land on India and take away this examination. So much of suffering and fear will be reduced. I tell you, my own ashramites, if he never went to school uneducated, my one word immediately lives. But if he has gone to schools, educated, had examination, suffered the examination fear, unless I raise the level of fear by my words more than the examination fear, it does not move. He has become buffalo. So any instruction I give, I have to put it in such a way that it creates more fear in him than the examination fear. Only then he is even ready to listen. Otherwise he does not even hear. Because for certain level of fear, they become immune. They become buffaloes. Bringing them out of that fear and making them again innocent beings where you talk, they listen, and things happen in their inner space is the most difficult task for me. So it is like a cotton. When it becomes cloth, to make the cloth again into cotton, how much you need to beat. That is the exact work I am doing with these so-called grown-up fellows. But kids are cotton. Directly they can remain as cotton and very light and live the life on the planet Earth like a breeze. When you live consistently, years after years with the examination fear, you become insensitive to fear and greed, and you become insensitive to life itself. Understand? Being insensitive to fear or greed is not going beyond fear or greed. Not having fear and greed is not being insensitive to fear and greed. I know some of my most favorite disciples, even they hide something from me. Whether their personal ambitions or personal lifestyle or personal thinking. When I look at them, what makes them hide something from me? I tell you, the moment you deeply love somebody, you feel like you should open up completely to the other person. Even if you are hiding something, or you have not got the chance to open up to him or her, you have a guilt. The definition of love is ability to trust and open yourself completely to the other person. I have seen when the disciples flower in Guru Bhakti, they completely open their whole life. Not just past or present. They are open to the future as Master guides them. But sometimes, even those few people start hiding. Of course, what can be hidden from me? It is like a child trying to hide the candy behind the head. No, I will not show you. I am standing, I can see the hole behind which you are hiding. But when I usually not try to find what they are hiding. I only try to find why they are hiding. Because what they are hiding is immaterial for me. I am not interested in peeping Tom. I am not interested in what they are hiding. But I wanted to know sometime why they are hiding. When I see, I am able to see very clearly the pattern of fear makes hiding things as part of your life. And unfortunately, all the kids, especially Indian kids, India is suffering with this education and examination syndrome. This whole country, instead of putting their energy and efforts in creating jobs, they are putting it creating educated fools. All right, we have millions of crores of graduates. Where is jobs? How are they being utilized for the country's progress, growth? No plan. But so much of importance is given on education. Parents sell their retirement properties, what they saved for retirement, and give education to the kids. Education in India has become most expensive because the whole country is running towards education. So much of undue importance is given to education. Please understand, I am very straight. I don't know, Bharat, when will you wake up and come back to your own original, pure, inspiring education system instead of examination education system. From the age of 5, first grade, when the kids were made to live season after season after season, year after year after year, with the examination fear, and the demonized teachers, terrorized question papers, and anxiety-filled days you wait for your examinations. I tell you, even after 20 years of completing your college and school, you get the dream as if you missed your examination or you failed in your examination. How many of you had this kind of dreams? God saved me. Forget about dream. Even in the daytime, even in the waking state, I never had a fear. This is the worst damage done to your consciousness. Now you are habituated to live day in and day out in that fear and hiding, hypocrisy, lying. All that becomes part of your lifestyle. A child can never be comfortable with a lie. If he tells a lie, he will never be comfortable with himself. But he is made to feel comfortable through the examination fears. Now, either he has to hide and tell lies or he can't survive. I tell you, never ever the vast free thinking human resource of India is going to be useful till you remove the examination. And I also give you one strong, clear guarantee. China is never going to be a superpower because the whole system is based on fear. There are only two possibilities for the future. If India is not going to get out of this examination system, America will remain a superpower because it is built on greed. If India removes this fear of examination, the fear system, there is every possibility this country can be based on inspiration and it can can become superpower. There are only three ways of living: based on fear, based on greed, based on inspiration. America is successful in living based on greed. And they've suffered all the side effects of greed also. China is really successful in living based on fear. And they are successful in this living based on fear, but they are suffering the side effects also. India has a possibility to live on inspiration, but still it is only a possibility. If thinkers and decision makers of India can listen to this and get the next generation out of examination fear and examination pressure, bring new life into the thinking trend, thought trend, and liberate the children from the fear. See, when you don't liberate them, they become buffaloes. They are now habituated. See, the hypocrisy enters into a child the moment his examination, first his known examination result comes out. If he is not even aware, he is saved. The moment he becomes aware of his examinations and the result comes out, by the first grade or second grade, this starts happening. Sometimes in the third grade. By third grade, he is hypocrite. He is useless. He is useless for himself, for country, for humanity. Hypocritical human beings are only load. The suicide bombers waiting to explode. When hypocrisy enters into your system, you stop raising yourself by yourself. China can never be a superpower. China can never be a superpower because it is based on fear. America will remain a superpower till India gets their citizens from this examination fear syndrome. People ask me, Swamiji, you are so much against fear and greed. Why even in your Sangha you have kept some systems to frighten people, to bring fear into their mind? I tell you, just because human beings have become insensitive to instructions. See, nobody can live in my Sangha unless they are in completely, they have that Guru Bhakti and love. I don't doubt. But unfortunately, even in your love, you stop listening to the words and you are not able to live because of your insensitivity due to examination fear. The pattern built on you due to the examination fear, which has become the biggest insensitivity in your system. Due to the examination fear, the insensitivity of fear enters into your life. When you become insensitive to fear, you become insensitive to life. So if anything happens in the life, you are insensitive. You are insensitive even to the loving words I utter or the spiritual instruction I give. Fear of examination. And living with that fear, slowly, human beings become so insensitive. Their insensitivity reaches to the level of sometimes even being a criminal, even to do crimes. They don't have any problem even to commit crimes. I have to keep certain level of fear-based driving method in my Sangha just because all these guys who come and join the Sangha are already corrupted by the examination fear syndrome. Otherwise they become insensitive to their responsibilities. They stop remembering the responsibilities they have taken up, the lifestyle they have taken up. They constantly see somebody else's weak point and justify their weak points. The other person's weak point does not justify your weak point. Even what you think as weak point in me also does not justify your weak point. You don't have any weak point that is different. Even if you think there are some weak point, that does not justify that you can also have weak points. Getting inspired from what you think as the strong points of my life is Guru Bhakti. Getting liberated from what you think as weak points of me is Atma Bhakti. If you are inspired by the strong, what you think as strong points in my life, that is Guru Bhakti. If you are liberated from what you think as weak points in my life, means not being pulled down or justify your weak points in the name of your idea of my weak points, then, only then, you have Atma Bhakti. As Bhagavan says, raise yourself by yourself. Because at one point, even your ideas about me having some weak point can come as a justification for you to remain weak. Those are the moments Guru says, be liberated from me. Be a light unto yourself. Don't justify your weaknesses based on your perceived weaknesses about me. That is the moment Guru says, be a light unto yourself. You are your friend and you are your enemy. Bhagavan uses a beautiful word. Bandhuhu, Ripuhu. Bandhu means friend who raises yourself, who stands by you to fulfill your life. Ripuhu means who destroys you, your enemy. Understand, when you are inspired by your perceived greatness about me, Guru Bhakti happens. When you justify your weakness with your perceived weaknesses about me, it is Guru Droha. But both the time, it is only your perception with which you are playing, I am untouched. I am untouched neither by your Pada Puja nor by your abusal. Pada Puja helps you to stand and raise yourself. Abusal makes you to destroy yourself by yourself. But in both, you are playing with your perception, not with me. I am untouched. Do not justify any of your weak points with your perceived weak points about me. Listen deeply into this truth and live. Elevate yourself by yourself. Get out of this being insensitive to life. Get out of that pattern. Be sensitive to every action you are doing, every action you are performing, every attitude you are building, every thought you are having is moving you either towards your mission or away from your mission. Don't think everything is, if you don't progress, you are on the neutral gear. No. Either you clutch, go forward, or you clutch, go in the reverse, or you are unclutched. There is no neutral gear in the life. Either forward gear or reverse gear. Every thought you have, every word you utter, every action you do is adding up. Only you have to raise yourself by yourself. Don't depend on your friends, the so-called seniors, whom you think have more understanding than yourself. They may be having understanding in some subject and some dimension, not in all. In some other dimension, they may not be having complete understanding. So when you look up to them in everything, you are doomed. I have seen so many people who came to the ashram, juniors, misguided by these so-called seniors, and missed. The only reason I started this morning satsang is just for the sake of let all the people directly listen to my teachings directly from my mouth. Let it not be a different versions. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. Every time I repeat this verse, it's like I am tank refilled now. I can go on and on. Layers and layers and layers of meaning is filled in this one verse. Don't expect anybody else, somebody else to come and raise you and put you back into the enlightened lifestyle. It is you, only you can raise yourself by yourself. Only you have to raise yourself by yourself. Don't let yourself down by yourself. You have to put yourself in the enlightened lifestyle, and you have to live. Don't let yourself down by yourself. Atma, yourself is your friend. Yourself is your enemy. it is you who need to decide whether to raise yourself or let yourself down. Too much of greed about the future. The hi-fi consumeristic lifestyle has made the next generation of India insensitive to greed. In those days, I know a family, if they get a two-wheeler, they will be contented and have one car. They will be in the heavens, in the sky, seventh heaven, cloud 9. Now, each person, if they have one car, based on the brand, they even try to come to contentment. The consumeristic hi-fi lifestyle made human beings insensitive to greed, insensitive to being content, and the cutthroat, fear-based, competitive lifestyle made human beings insensitive to fear, means insensitive to peace. Trupti and Shanti both have left your life. You have become completely insensitive to Trupti and Shanti because of consumeristic and competitive lifestyle. Competitive lifestyle made you insensitive to Shanti. Consumeristic lifestyle made you insensitive to Trupti. When the Trupti and Shanti stopped happening in your life, you have become insensitive to life itself. You have become insensitive to the Guru. I can see how sensitive my Gurukul kids are to my words. Now I know, even if the Gurukul teachers forget, the kids won't forget to repeat this verse from today every day. I challenge, tomorrow morning all my Gurukul kids would have by-hearted this verse. 100% of them would have by-hearted this verse. Maybe they would have even finished writing 1008 times. Being sensitive to the higher truths or the life or the master has disappeared into the next generation because of consumeristic and competitive lifestyle. Even in the consumeristic competitive lifestyle, if you retain your sensitivity to life by raising yourself by yourself, you are new gen. Understand? If you are letting yourself down by yourself, you are next gen. If you are raising yourself by yourself, you are new gen. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment. 1,110 places through Nithyananda TV and 51 places two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha in 286 cities in 31 countries around the world. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power.
Now, all of you, please post your understanding of this verse. Please post your understanding, a gist of this verse. Self-motivation is the only way. Okay. You are doing every morning when you get up, tell yourself that you are uplifting yourself. You are both your own enemy and your own friend. Elizabeth, elevate yourself by yourself and don't be insensitive to life. Being sensitive to the truths and lifestyle of Master has nearly disappeared. Chun Yi Lu, fear limits manifestation. Wonderful. Now, we will be doing the one more round of power manifestation. Quickly sit straight with this space of powerfulness. Please sit straight and bring your attention to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. And bring your attention back to your third eye. And with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience this space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to move, to roll.
Ya Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now please post your power manifestation experience in the chat. You can practice with eyes closed also, you can do eyes open also, you can do. This power manifestation doesn't need to close eyes, unlike third eye and other power manifestations. And I request all of you to post your power manifestation experience. So, you cannot, Sima, Nana, things don't move, I still can't do. Do not say yet to manifest, you can put. All right? Yeah. And Abhishek, a little vibration, but I think it was because of not completely stable hands rather than the power manifestation. So stop doubting, Abhishek. Even if that is the case, no need to verbalize that and cognizing that. You are the thing in my hand is vibrating slightly. My hand is warm and the thing is also warm. Wonderful. All right, so let's move on to the next chapter. Now, chapter 7, Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge. Jnana Vijnana Yoga. All living beings are caught in the duality of attachment and aversion. The great master Krishna explains how to move out of this bondage. He reveals the knowledge of associating with the divine to radiate the divine. The power of listening. People can say that Krishna is repeating himself. Understand, if you have already listened even once, Krishna will not repeat it again. For a person who wants to begin the life, the first thing he needs to learn is listening. Ability to speak into the listening of yourself is completion. Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaching and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and to others and speak into the listening of himself and others. He said, 1 in a billion reaches me. Among millions of men, one man may endeavor for perfection, and out of these who achieve perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. There are millions of people out there, but only a few hundred are present today to listen to this Gita discourse. And out of these few hundred, only a few will listen authentically as it is expressed. all states of being, be they are goodness, passion, or ignorance, sattva, rajas, and tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are dependent on me. No living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of the gunas. When one transcends the gunas, as Krishna says about himself, one becomes a triguna rahita, one who has transcended the three gunas. Krishna says, starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. Tesam jnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir vishisyate. The person who approaches me out of love and gratitude is the best person. For I am the doer. I am dear to him and he is dear to me. By this one verse, Krishna ends the whole conversation, the whole concept. Krishna says, starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. Krishna says beautifully that he is in you and you are in him. The moment you understand this truth, this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with the right attitude, you become the divine. The master or the divine is in you only when you engage yourself in enriching service to him. Sitting in front of the master or the divine, just enjoying the form is not the enriching service Krishna talking about. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. This is when you become dear to him. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me, they attain me. Mad bhakta yanti mam api. There is another verse where Krishna beautifully says, if you ask for something, I will give you that. But if you don't ask for anything, I will give you me. Then next, Akshara Brahma Yoga, the art of living. When we understand how we assume the body, we will know how to live it. We create our whole body out of our fear, greed, guilt, and our engraved memories, called the root thought patterns, the samskaras, to work them out, experience them, and enjoy them. The problem is that after coming down, we forgot that what we came down for, and the samskaras and desires that we brought to live out and complete. Instead, we accumulate desires from others in society and work out their desires in our life. When we live out of others' desires in our life, we feel deeply discontented, deeply incomplete, because the energy that we brought with us will become inefficient. Death is the end of life. As long as we don't understand it, the moment we understand it, it becomes a liberation and celebration. A man who is unable to understand death is like a living dead. A person who understands death will live even after his death. When we understand that this life and the departure from this life is a journey in a continuous cycle of birth and death, there is no urgency in living this life and there is no fear in leaving this life also. When we understand that what we do in this life and how we do in it determines how we are reborn. We will have a far greater understanding of how to lead this life. Our understanding about death influences our social structure, thinking system, and the whole mentality can be transformed with the right understanding about death. He says, whoever at the end of his life whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remember me alone, at once attains my nature. Antakale cha mameva smaranat muktva kalevaram. Whenever you do not fulfill any action completely, you create a hangover. You create a recorded memory of that action, a samskara. A samskara is a living energy because it has the power to make you repeat the same action again and again as a pattern. If you have completed with that pattern by living a single samskara totally, completely, that samskara drops from your being. You are liberated from it. If you are unconscious at the time of leaving the body, we naturally take lower level bodies in our next birth. We come back as beings which we do not have a high level of consciousness. That is the reason Krishna says, Yam yam vapi smaranan bhavam. In whatever state you are at the time of leaving the body, you will achieve that state without fail. Whatever thought current we have at the time of leaving, you will attain that kind of state without fail. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you are doing your regular duty, even when your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmarana yudhaya cha. Please be very clear. Whatever we think during our whole life, the same thought will come to us in the end also. In the next verse, Krishna says, at the time of death, fix your mind between the eyebrows. He adds, without being distracted and with devotion. See, all this is not in our control at the time when the life force is about to leave and body. But if we have led a life of such higher consciousness, this automatically happens at that time. Krishna gives different ways to attain Brahman or God or ultimate consciousness. He says that people learn in the way Vedas attain Brahman. Immerse yourself into the scriptures. Keep reading some scripture or the other and imbibe its truth. It will have a tremendous impact on you. We will get into that mood of enlightenment. This is what Krishna wants. When our thoughts are always directed towards self-realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment at the time of death also. Raja Vidya, next chapter is Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya. Secret of the secret of the secret. Here, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya. Please understand, Krishna is giving the ultimate secret, Guhyatamam. Once we know the secret, then there is no difference between divine and us. The whole universe is intelligence. It responds to our thoughts. Krishna transmits the kind of all knowledge and all secret which is eternal, easy, and joyfully done to the one who is non-envious and trusts him, Krishna promises yoga, success, and kshema, protection. Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitramidamuttamam Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmam Susukshmam Kartum Avyayam. This knowledge is king of all knowledge and the greatest secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because it gives the direct perception of the self by self-realization. It is the perfection of religion, dharma, and it is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. This is the truth, Raja Vidya. The whole universe is pure intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, oceans, rivers, earth, fire, other space, sun, moon, this whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. Such a beautiful, powerful cognition from this verse. And now we'll listen to from Swamiji elaborately on this verse. The secret of the secret of the secret. The universe responds to our thoughts.
Welcome you all with my love and respects. The 9th chapter starts with a beautiful sloka from Krishna. Bhagavan says, Idam dude guhyatamam pravakshamyana suyave jnanam vinyana sahitam yanyatva mokshase subha. Bhagavan gives the assurance to Arjuna. He says, my dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of the material existence. Beautiful line. He says, because you are never envious of me. Now we should understand, how can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? Please be very clear. You don't know the way in which human minds work. You don't know the way in which human minds work. Especially for us now, Arjuna is a man, Krishna is God. We accepted Krishna as God. But when he was alive, when he was in the body, people have not accepted. And not only that, Arjuna and Krishna were friends. They were friends. Arjuna, Krishna says, Idam dude guhyatamam pravakshamyana suyave jnanam vinyana sahitam yanyatva mokshase subhat. My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. We should understand first the atmosphere, background. Only then we will be able to understand the whole chapter intensely as it is expressed. You will be surprised. even the thought may make us surprised. How can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? To tell you honestly, whenever the masters were in the body, people never respected them. Always this problem existed. Only when they have left the body, actually it is very easy to worship the photograph, but never a living person. With a living person, always we question, we envy. There's a beautiful one-liner. The grandfather who was living outside the house, came into the house as a photograph after death. As long as he is alive, he lives only in the outside the house. He lives only in the outhouse. Especially in India, every house will have the front veranda. As long as he is alive, he lives only in veranda. When he is dead, his photograph will be kept inside the puja room. He has no place in the puja room. When he is alive, he has no place inside the house. But once he dies, his photograph will have the place inside the house. Same way, when a master is alive, he is never understood, he is never respected, he is never received, his teachings are never received. When he is dead, when he is no more, it is easy to worship him. There is a beautiful incident. A group of devotees from Chaitanya's birthplace is called Mayapur. From that place, a group of devotees come to Ramakrishna. They all tell him, "Oh Ramakrishna, oh Master, we missed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We could not see him. If we had that fortune, we would have become enlightened. We would have experienced the Krishna Bhakti." Ramakrishna laughs. He says, when Chaitanya was alive, many people used to go to him and they will complain, "We missed Sri Krishna. We could not see Sri Krishna. If you have seen Sri Krishna, we would have enjoyed the bhakti, energy." Ramakrishna says, "Open your eyes and see. Chaitanya is here." Just like how people go to Chaitanya and talk about Krishna, you have come here to talk about Ramakrishna. You have come here to talk about Chaitanya. You have come and you are saying you have missed Chaitanya. Whenever Master is alive, it is very difficult for people to accept. But once he is dead, people always talk, "We missed Ramakrishna, we missed Ramana Maharshi, we missed Chaitanya, or we missed Mirabai." We always complain about what we missed. We never realize what we have. Here, Krishna says, "Idam tude guhyadamam." Because you are never envious of me, I will give you the ultimate secret. Please understand. Here Krishna is giving the ultimate secret. Once you know this secret, there is no difference between you and the divine. Here he gives you the straight ultimate secret. Usually in business, whatever you may do, however you may be close, the leader will never give all the secrets to you. Always the corporate people, they will maintain the business secrets. Here Krishna says, "I am not going to maintain any secret. I am opening the whole thing." He says, "Knowledge is free. It is up to you to use it." After 5,000 years, today modern day IT companies are declaring knowledge is free. But 5,000 years ago Krishna declares knowledge is free. He says, "I am opening all the secrets. Idam tude guhyadamam pralakshyamyana suyave." He says, "I am giving you this secret because you are never envious of me." An important thing, all the people who go near the master, they should learn, especially people who live around the master. By and by, these disciples, instead of trying to achieve the state of the master, they start trying to work for the status of the master. State is different, status is different. State of the master should be achieved, not the status. When we work for the status, we are caught in the trouble. I went to a college for public lecture, for a meditation program in Tamil Nadu. One young boy, you know how the college kids behave. Actually, in America, college kids behave much more decently and politely. And in India, a little bit of education. And you know how they behave. One guy, he questioned me, why should you be respected so much? After all, you are my age. Of course, it is true. I am just hardly few years elder than him. Same age. Why should they shower so much of rose flowers at your feet when you come? In India, usually when Swamis go, they put all the flowers and receive. I tried my best to advise the organizer, don't do all these things, don't put flowers and all these things, especially it is a college. Naturally, I will face this question. But the organizer is our devotee. Somehow he wants to show his devotion. He did all the big arrangements. In the question and answer session, the boy directly asked me, why should so much of flowers be showered at your feet? Why should you be respected so much? Of course, naturally jealous, nothing else. First thing I told him, see, I tried my best to avoid these arrangements, but out of their devotion, they have done it. Next thing, from other angle if you see, you are seeing only the flowers which is showered now. You don't know how many times these legs are crossed. How much of tapas has happened in this body, you don't know. How many times this leg has to cross to come to this flower, you don't know. So don't be envious of the status. Be envious of the state. Try to achieve the same state in which I am living. Then not only flowers, you will be showered with everything. Achieve the state, not the status. When we see the status, we will always be caught in jealousy. If you see the state, I will become an inspiration source. If you look from the status, I will create jealousy in you. If you look from the state, I will become inspiration for you. If you see the state in which I am living, I will be an inspiration source for you to achieve the same state. I will be a role model. When he can achieve, why not me? I can become an inspiration source. I always tell people, the only difference, the one and only difference between ordinary man and enlightened man is sleeping, the enlightened man is awakened, that's all. But same consciousness, again and again I repeat, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, you are God, you are divine. You have only one choice. You can sleep as long as you want without experiencing it. But the truth is, you are that. Here, Krishna says, because you never tried to achieve my status, I am trying to give you my state. Person who never tries to achieve the status of the master achieves the state of the master. First the state should come, then the status will follow. If you try to create only the status, the state will never be achieved. Please be very clear. Ramakrishna says, first the God, then the world. The world is like a shadow. If you run behind it, status is like a shadow. How much you try to chase, you will never be able to grab it. But if you just walk in your life, it will simply follow. The outward is like a shadow. If you try to run behind it, try to catch it, you will never be able to grab. Try your best, run behind the shadow. Can you catch it? Can you grab it? No. But if you walk in your path, it will simply follow you. Go towards the status will follow you. If you run behind the status, you will never be able to grab it. Here Krishna says, because you will never add jealousy, you are never envious of me and my status, I am giving you the ultimate secret of this state. And I tell you, this is the ultimate secret. Really, this is the ultimate secret. And he says, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. What is the miseries of material existence? Whether you have it or not, it is misery. If you don't have the misery that I don't have, if you have the misery, you have to protect it. Yoga means achieving. Kshema means protecting. Yoga means achieving. Kshema means preserving. Both are miseries. Whether you have or not, it is misery. Here Krishna says, by knowing this one secret, the both miseries of not having wealth or having wealth, both the miseries caused to you by material existence will disappear. And I tell you, honestly, this is the ultimate secret which needs to be understood. Raja Vidya Rajaguhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavaghamam Dharmam Susugam Kartum Avyayam. Raja Vidya Rajaguhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susugam Kartum Avyayam. He says, this knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is by the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. See, a religion or a spiritual path should have three characters. First, it should describe the goal of the life clearly. Next, it should give you the path to achieve that goal clearly. Third, it should make you feel happy to travel in that path. The path itself should be joyful. There are some herbal doctors who put big board that they will cure everything. Like that one doctor. Here all diseases which you know the names and which you don't know the names will be cured. Big board. One person came with a disease. Doctor asked, what is the disease? This guy said, I don't know the name. Please you diagnose by yourself. The doctor diagnosed, tried his best. He was not able to find. But he has put a big board. He has to cure. There is no other way. So he gave the medicine. The medicine is swallow the crowbar without touching your teeth on it and drink 3 liters of water. You will be cured. What kind of medicine it is? The very medicine shows very clearly that person will not be cured. Same way, your solution or your path, your prescription should not be impractical. The path which you are showing should not be impractical. If it is impractical, naturally you cannot practice it. There was a yogi in Himalayas. Same day, when disciples come to him, he will give a technique. Hold your nose for 2 hours and sit. Can anybody sit? And he will say, if you do that, you will become enlightened. Who can travel in that path? Nobody can travel. Path which you are explaining should not be complicated. Should be simple. So here Krishna says it is everlasting, means the result which you achieve is everlasting. All the advertising terms he is using. And it is joyfully performed. You don't need to struggle for it. You don't need to suffer. It is a deepest secret. All you need to understand is just realize the secret. Understand the secret. Why it is secret? Why it is secret? First thing we should analyze. If it is going to be so much of help, if it is going to be such an important thing, why should it be kept as a secret? Why not let the whole world use it? Please be very clear. The ultimate knowledge is not for mass. Mass always gets stuck with the small things. The same thing. If you run a cinema theater here, how much a crowd will be here? Or a public show, the crowd will be 10 times more. Because we built a temple, only few hundred people are here. Temple is only for the chosen few, not for all. You need intelligence to come to temple. You need intelligence to enter into spirituality. It is not for all. Yesterday I received a question. One lady gave me a question. Swamiji, my husband is not accepting, understanding the path in which I am traveling. The yoga path. My spouse does not understand the path of yoga that I am on. Coming to this program is important to me and I want to attend, but it is difficult for my husband. Do you have a suggestion to help this situation, to help bridge this gap? How to make husband or wife spiritual? How to convert them to spirituality? To tell you honestly, if I know the secret, why do you think I will become a Swami? Honest answer is, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. It has to only happen. It has to only happen. I can say one thing. All you can do is give him little intelligence about life. You cannot give directly spirituality. Please don't teach, don't tell him to meditate. Don't tell him to come to the temple directly. Tell him again and again about the life. What kind of life we are living? What are we doing? Why don't you start thinking about the life? Again and again we are caught in the same rut. All we can do is give little intelligence about life, that's all. Nothing else can be done. Only by intelligence any man can come to spirituality. That is why this is preserved as a secret. If this intelligence, spiritual intelligence is given to all, without bothering about the qualification of a receiver, that person who receives, he will harm himself and harm others. First thing, he will harm himself if he has not understood completely. For example, the same word, you are God. If it is told for a criminal, what he will do? I am God, then let me do whatever I want. I don't have to bother. He will misuse the knowledge. He will not use it, he will abuse it. A person who really experiences he is God, he will radiate compassion. He will radiate simplicity. He will radiate innocence. The divine qualities will start expressing through him. He can never hurt anybody. You can see a beautiful innocent child in him, a simplicity in him. He can never hurt anybody. He can never harm anybody. One thing, if you are relaxed, blissful, in a good mood, even if your worker does some mistake, will you shout at him? You say, all right, leave it, what can be done? Leave it. If you are in a bad mood, in an irritative mood, Nobody needs to do any mistake. You directly shout at them. You are waiting to fire. You are waiting to shout. Only your mood decides your action. If you are blissful, you will never do anything wrong. If you are in hell, you will always do mistake. Please don't think people go to hell after doing mistake. No, no. You do mistake because you are in hell. You do right things because you are blissful. A person who experiences he is God will never do any mistake. Will never go and harm anybody. This knowledge, if it is given to all, naturally they will harm themselves and they will harm others. They will hurt others. They will tell, I am God. Come here. I will do whatever I want. That is why this knowledge is kept as secret. It's like if terrorists know the secret of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous for them and for the world. If terrorists know about the secrets of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous. Same way, this is the secrets of spiritual world, inner world. The person who is not qualified, if he knows this secret, it is dangerous for him. That is why he says, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam. Because Krishna revealed the secrets only to qualified people, he was blissful, he was happy. Look at the story of Christ. He is declaring, I am the only begotten Son of God. It is true. What Jesus declares is from his experience. He has experienced enlightenment. He has experienced the kingdom of God. He has experienced the heaven. That is why he expresses clearly, I am the Son of God. I am the Son of the Divine. But only one mistake. He expressed to the wrong persons. He is speaking about the inner kingdom. But people of the Rome, they started thinking he is trying to snatch the kingdom from the rulers. He is speaking totally different thing. They understood totally in a different way. Just communication gap. Poor guy has to die at the age of 32. He has to be killed, crucified. He has to be crucified. The whole thing is nothing but a simple communication problem. Simple communication problem. Communication misunderstanding. Jesus says, I am the Son of God. I am the owner of the divine kingdom. When he says, he means the inner space, the inner secrets. He is expressing his experience, but he expressed to the wrong persons. He has not kept that as a secret. Krishna also says, Krishna says in a much more clear way. He is not even telling, I am the Son of God. He says, I am God. I am everything. He says, in me, whole world is functioning. He goes to repeat the sloka. Yadagasa stido nityam vayu sarvatra komahan tada sarvani bhutani matsyani yuvadarayah. He says, understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. He says, I am not even God, I am something more than God. Whatever you think as God rests in me. All created beings rest in me. He is not declaring I am Son of God. He is declaring I am God. But he was not crucified because he is declaring the truth to a person who can realize it, to a person who can understand it, not to the person who is not able to realize. You need to see whether the person is matured enough or not to receive the truth. Here, Krishna says it is secret because it can be delivered only to a person who is qualified. You see, the first 2-3 chapters, he speaks about the Shastra, intellectual knowledge which can be given to anybody. But these chapters are intimate secrets delivered only from a master to disciple. Only to a disciple who is qualified, who is really interested to receive this knowledge, who really wants this knowledge. One person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me about God. Give me enlightenment. I told him, please, it is time for prasad. Please go and eat in the ashram. They will serve you prasad. In Indian ashram, whomsoever comes, we give them food. In India, that is a habit. Not only in our ashram, any temple, if you go, you should be given prasadam, the temple prasad. That's a tradition. Rishis believe that Aditi Devo Bhava, guest is God. Guest is God. So we give them little food. Whatever we eat, we share with them. I told him, please go and eat and come back. I will talk to you in the evening session. He says, no, Swamiji, I have to go for bus. I have only half an hour time. In half an hour, tell me about God. In half an hour, what can you tell? What can the person understand in half an hour? Naturally, God cannot be given like an instant coffee. Coffee can be given instant. Coca-Cola can be given, but not God. You cannot have God instantly. You need to realize, you need to have little patience. The more you hurry, more you will delay. In the inner world, please understand, this is a sutra of the inner world. The more you hurry, more you delay. The very hurrying, very tension, very stress will postpone the process, will postpone the experience, will not let you relax. Here, that is why Krishna says, these secrets can be told only to a person who is really interested, who is really intimate, who really wants. Beautiful word. All our scriptures are called Upanishad. Even Gita is called as Upanishad. Gitasu, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre, Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade, then the chapter name will come. That sloka, after every chapter ends, there is a mantra to say this chapter ends. Bhagavad Gitasu, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre. Gita is also a Upanishad. We should understand the word Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting, that's all. Just sitting. The word Upanishad means just sitting, nothing else. Why our books are called Upanishad? Because it can be taught only to a person who is waiting for master, who is just sitting and waiting for master. It cannot be given to a person who is doing business, means who wants to do business with master, who comes with an idea of give and take. No, it can be given only to a person who waits, who is waiting to receive this knowledge. If a person comes with a business agreement, business contract, he will say, why should I wait? You give this, you give that, I will give this, over. It is just exchange. So I don't have to wait. That's why business people never wait. In business you don't need to wait. But when it comes to spiritual knowledge, it cannot be transmitted as business. I always tell people, spiritual knowledge is win-win situation. It is never business. If at all you can think it as a business, you also gain and master also gains. Both of them experience tremendous bliss. by sharing. One thing, when you share suffering, your miseries, it always reduces. That is why you always catch people and vomit your sufferings. You start talking, you don't know, so much is happening in my life. Ask anybody about their life, how are you? The first line will be, nobody suffers like me, Swamiji. If anybody else is in my place, long before they would have committed suicide. It is because of me I survive. Somehow I am managing. You always share your suffering, because when you share, it reduces. When you share, it reduces. You pay to the psychiatric doctors just because they listen to you. Psychoanalysis is nothing but analyzing, and analyzing, and analyzing. Nothing can be done. You go on, lie down in the couch and talk, and they will be sitting behind the screen. Sometimes they will put the screen and go away. You will not even know. A small story. Same way, one patient used to come every week for psychoanalysis. He will lie down on the couch, they will put the curtain, and he will start talking. The doctor, after 2-3 weeks, he felt bored. Continuously, how long you can sit and repeating the same word, go ahead, go ahead, yes. He decided, let me record these words in a tape recorder. Go ahead, yes. He recorded the tape recorder and started playing. The moment the patient comes, he will put the tape recorder and go away. After 2-3 weeks, the patient discovered. Patient found the truth. Now after that, he also started bringing a tape recorder. He recorded all his stories. Whole thing is spoken in his house itself. This is what is happening, doctor, to me. This is the way I started. This is the way this problem started. This is the way I came to the problem. This is where I am stuck. This is where I am standing. He brought the tape recorder. The moment he understood that the doctor has left, he put the tape recorder and he left. Both tape recorders are now talking. All our psychoanalysis, this much only. Nothing else. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your bliss, it increases. Please understand, when you share your bliss, it increases. That is the quality of bliss. That is why you need company for any enjoyment. For any joy, you need company. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your joy, it increases. In the Indian education system, we always respect, we always give our devotion and respect to the knowledge. It is free, economically it is free, but psychologically you need commitment. In the West, education is psychologically free, but economically you need to pay. In the East, education, economically it is free, but psychologically you need to be committed. Education should be given only to a person who wants it. Actually, if you see, in Vedic system, education is not only free, the guru is supposed to give food and stay for the disciple. Still now, Vedic universities, still now, the Vedic schools, there are so many Vedic schools in India. The students are given food and stay. And they are taught the Veda, given the knowledge, given the scripture. At least I can say 100,000 ashrams are there in India where food and stay, everything is given free and spiritual education is given. Spiritual education is given. In India, you need only psychological commitment. You don't need economical commitment. That is why education goes to a right person. Education goes to right person. Knowledge should not be given for money. If it is given for money, it goes to the person who is not interested. If he has got money, that's enough. Immediately he can start having big degrees. Please understand, when you have money but not the commitment, psychological commitment, all your degrees will be pseudo. You will sell your brain to buy certificate, that's all. You will not have deep knowledge. You will not have complete wisdom. There are many electrical engineers who don't know how to change fuse. There are many civil engineers who can't build even 2 feet wall. You don't know what is happening. There are many mechanical engineers who will have big certificate, but they can't even put one screw. They can't put one bolt. They can't do even a simple job. It needs psychological commitment. Why do you think Indian doctors are respected so much? Because they are interested in their knowledge. People are afraid to give their body to a person who is not interested in the knowledge. Small story. A doctor. Patient goes to a doctor and says, "Doctor, I have wheezing trouble. Please help me." Doctor says, "Go and sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour and come back." Patient was shocked. He says, "If I sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour, I'll have asthma." Doctor says, "That is what I wanted, because I know only how to treat asthma. I don't know how to treat wheezing. I left that in choice. I left that in choice in my exams. I left that in choice." You can't say you left something in choice. Doctors can't afford to say. The ultimate education, higher level education, can be given only to a person who is interested. Who is interested. In the East, the education needs psychological commitment, not economical commitment. The Western education needs economical commitment. Psychological commitment is up to you. That is why the scriptures emphasize on experience. They emphasize on experience. Only when you have psychological commitment, you will have experience. The next sloka. Asraddadana purusha dharmasyasya parandava aprapyamam nivartande mrityu samsaravatmani. Now, Bhagavan enters into the secret, the Raja Vidya, Rajaguhyam, king of secrets. He says, Raja Vidya, Rajaguhyam, pavitram idamuttamam, pratyaksha vahamam dharmam, susugam gattam avyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge because it gives you direct perception of self. It gives you the direct experience of self. By realization of this, perfection of spiritual knowledge is achieved. See, the goal of religion or spiritual knowledge is achieving enlightenment. When you know this secret, that perfection is achieved. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. The result is everlasting. The result doesn't go away. Please understand, all the chapters which Krishna was teaching all these days, all these 8 chapters, when you listen, you feel like it is ultimate truth. But after 2 days, we forget. We come down from that state. There is one more question. One person has asked, Swamiji, when I listen to you, it feels as if whatever you are saying is ultimate truth. And I feel almost I got it. And I feel so much of relaxation, so much of happiness. But by the time next day I come back, I am same old person. What to do? There is a question, what to do? Krishna answers that question. He is here dealing that question. All these days, he was giving only the techniques to reach the level of your heart. He is penetrating the head and reaching the heart. But now he is giving you the technique, ultimate secret, to open your whole being, your complete being. Here, you don't need to believe it just. You don't need to have faith. No. Just understand, it's a secret. Just understand the secret. The whole quality of your consciousness will be changed. And here he says, it is everlasting. He says, the result is everlasting. And one more thing he says, this path is joyfully performed. Joyfully performed. He starts the secret. Those who are not faithful in this devotion, in this dharma, means in this eternal consciousness, in this path, cannot achieve me. O conqueror of enemy, he is addressing the Arjuna as conqueror of enemies. O Parantapa, Parantapa means conqueror of enemies. O Parantapa, therefore they return to the path of birth and death in material world. He says, before entering into the secret, he gives one more warning. If you understand these secrets, if you understand this ultimate secret, it will lead you to the divine. If you don't, if you are not ready, please be very clear, you will again and again take birth and death. So before entering into the secret, once more he wants, and now he opens up. Jnana yanyena chapyanye yajanto mamupasate ekatvena pradakvena bhaguta vishvato mukam. Jnana yanyena chapyanye yajanto mamupasate ekatvena pradakvena bhaguta vishvato mukam. People who engage in jnana yajna means understanding the truth. Jnana yajna means understanding the truth. Worship the Supreme Lord, the Divine, in the form of Advaita, Egatva, means as a one being. Even though there are so many forms, he is the same energy. He is the only one energy. He says, Pratakvena Bhaguta Vishwado Mukham. Even though there are so many forms, the energy is only one. He speaks about the quantum spirituality or the quantum physics. Quantum physics is quantum spirituality actually. 5,000 years ago he speaks about the truth. Whatever exists is energy. Egatvena pradakvena bhaguta vishvato mukham. Whatever exists is energy. There is nothing except energy. Today E equal to mc square. What Albert Einstein declares by the single statement E equal to mc square, same thing Krishna declares by saying Egatvena pradakvena bhaguta vishvato mukham. He says by putting understandings into your being, few people try to experience my formless energy. You should understand what he means by the word Jnana Yajna. Jnana Yajna means adding understandings to your being. What is Nitya and what is Anitya? What is Satya and what is Asatya? Adding this understanding is called Jnana Yajna. See, in your house you keep everything prepared for your life, outwardly life. Whatever you need, a bed for sleeping, kitchen for cooking, dining table for sitting and eating. You collect all the material one by one, and then luxurious things, jewelries. One day, one jewelry. According to your saree color, your jewelry also changes. Sometimes the shoe also they change. You have everything to match. You collect things, whatever you need for the outwardly life, outward comforts, you collect and store. But you forget an important fact. Same way how you collect things for the outer world existence, for outer space, you need to collect knowledge also for your inner space. Life solutions for your inner space. If you feel depressed, low, if you face some situation, how to react, how to handle, you need to have knowledge also for your inner space. Just like collecting things for the outwardly life, you need to collect life solutions for the happy, blissful life. Collecting life solutions is what he calls Jnana Yajna. Collecting life solutions. I tell you one thing. If you have life solutions in your mind, I always request people, at least half an hour every day, read some book which gives you life solutions. Some books of Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, there are so many books. I have explained, I have given some books like 6 Days to Total Transformation. There are so many books. Some book, spiritual book, which gives you life solution. At least half an hour spend. If you can't spend half an hour for reading, have some audio CDs and listen in the car. In this country, at least 1 hour every day, average you all spend in driving. Average 1 hour. Whatever profession you are, or even if you don't have any other profession, just for joy, some reason, at least even if you want to go for basic things like grocery and all those things, at least 1 hour you have to drive. Average, at least 1 hour you drive. You spend in driving in this country. That 1 hour don't waste. Always have some audio CDs which will give you life solutions. It is not that it should be only my lectures or anything. Anything, something which you like, which gives you life solution. That 1 hour, let it become Jnana Yajna. Add more and more life solutions into your inner space. I tell you one thing, suddenly at the time of need, that life solution may come up. And the depth of the depression will be reduced. The moment some life solutions erupts from your inner consciousness, from your inner space, immediately the depth of the depression will be reduced. The low curve will be straightened. That's the reason. Make your driving into Jnana Yajna. Let the time be used for collecting life solutions. Whether you understand or not, start listening. Let that become habit. Automatically, those life solutions, those words will start staying in your inner space. If you don't do that, you will be driving and thinking of some of your worries. If you don't spend your time in finding life solutions, you will spend your time in finding problems. You will be creating problems. Be very clear. That same time, you will be thinking of something else. You will be bothering about something else. Even if you don't have any problem, you will create some problem. If you have some problem, you will bother about it. If you don't have any problem, if everything goes smooth, usually if everything goes smooth, what do you think? The first thought is, today everything is going well, I don't know what will happen. Tomorrow, Swamiji, always when things go well for one day, next day, always I face some problem. You strongly believe if things go well today, tomorrow you are going to have problems. It becomes a strong faith in you. Whether you have problem or not, you are going to worry. Better not to allow your mind worrying. Start listening to something which gives you life solution. Let that 1 hour become jnana yajna. Let that 1 hour become jnana yajna in your life. He says, doing jnana yajna is one step. Understanding the whole thing is energy is a one step, one thing. When you understand whatever exists is energy, automatically the fear will be taken away from your being. The fear will be taken away from the being. The next question, how can we say whatever exists is energy, Swamiji? How can we say whatever exists is God? That is all impossible. These all things good to listen but not to practice. Our mind will never accept. This all can be experienced, practiced. So Krishna continues. He goes on. He comes out with the basic secrets to understand this concept. Yada kashastito nityam vayu sarvatra ko mahan tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayaha. Like the mighty wind moving everywhere, rests always in the sky. Yada kashastito nityam vayu sarvatra ko mahan. Similarly, you know this, that all beings rest in me. Tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayaha. Just how the wind rests in the sky energy. Please understand how a earth is an energy. You know earth is an energy. Stone. If a stone is thrown at you, you know. Or if you throw a stone, you know the energy of the earth. Earth. Next, water. You know the energy of water. Whomsoever knows about New Orleans, they know the energy of the water. Next, Agni, fire. California people know the power of the fire. Next, air, storm, hurricanes, tornadoes. You know the power of air. Same way, Akasha is also Shakti. We don't know the power of Akasha because it doesn't create directly any impacts and effects on our life. Akasha is disturbed by your collective negative thoughts. The collective negativity is Akasha. Akasha is related to collective negativity. A corrupted poison, only one person will suffer. For example, if your food is poisoned, you will suffer. That's all. If water is poisoned, that whole community, that county will suffer. Whomsoever gets the water supply, they will suffer. If the Agni means your inner being, the fire, whatever creates fire in you, if that is corrupted, big group will suffer. And air, if the air is polluted by chemicals, the whole country will suffer. Agni, we can say example for Agni is medicines. Because medicines are the things which keeps the Agni alive. You yourself, you healthy, physically fit. If the medicines are corrupted, the whole society will suffer. And if the air is corrupted, if medicines are corrupted, only the people who take medicine will suffer. The air is polluted, whole group will suffer. And if the space, Akasha is polluted, whole world will suffer. Each level, corruption will make the suffering for more and more people. More and more people will start suffering with the higher levels. The higher the corruption, number of people suffering will be more. Our thoughts corrupt space. Space is an energy. How the wind rests in the space, same way the whole universe rests in me. Don't think just the space is emptiness. Space is not just emptiness, it is energy. Because we are not able to see, we can't say it is an emptiness, it is energy. How the air rests in the space, our being, the whole universe, including our beings, we all rest in divine. Krishna says, all beings rest in me. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachaham deshvavasthidaha. Here he starts the intimate secrets of life and goes on. It is time to reveal the secret. Krishna starts. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachagam deshvavastitaha. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Before entering into this sloka, the meaning of the sloka, I want to tell you an incident. My meeting with a Nobel laureate, Charles Towns, in San Jose. In San Francisco we met him. He's a Nobel laureate, great scientist. He discovered something related to laser and maser, some secrets or some truths he discovered. Nice person. I was sitting and talking to him. We had lunch. I was talking. I asked him, how did you discover? How did this truth happen in your being? He said, Swamiji, to tell you honestly, I have not discovered. When I was relaxing in Washington, I was relaxing in a park because I was supposed to give a lecture on that subject to the group. I tried my best to collect everything. Because I could not do much, I could not achieve much, I was completely frustrated. Finally, in the Washington, in a park, I was sitting and relaxing. Before going to the lecture, today 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture, means morning 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture. Early morning 6 o'clock, I went for a walk and I was sitting. I was sitting, relaxing. Suddenly, like a revelation, as an intuition, the whole thing was revealed to me. The whole truth came in my consciousness. I discovered it. And he says, but the big problem is, now I know the truth, but I don't know the logical steps to come to that conclusion. So after that, I have to sit, think, develop all that logical conclusion. Only then I was able to present it. Like an intuition, suddenly it happened. It was revealed to me, Swamiji. Even Albert Einstein says, the theory of relativity is revealed to me when I was deeply meditating, as if I am sitting in the edge of a light particle and traveling in the space. At that moment only the theory was revealed. It came to me as an intuition, Einstein says. Even this is not a big thing. The truth, the important thing is, I asked him, how did you feel when that happened to you? When that revelation happened to you? Because what he experienced is intuition. What our rishis call, rishi is a person who has experienced mantra, who has seen the mantra. Mantra drayate iti rishihi. Person who sees the mantra, experience the mantra is rishi. The ultimate truth is suddenly revealed in the rishi's consciousness. Then they express that as a mantra. Same way, he is a rishi. Charles Towns is a rishi. He had a revelation about the secrets of the outer world. His intuition revealed the truth to him. I asked him, how did you feel when that intuition happened to you? What was your feeling? He said, Swamiji, exactly I don't know how to express all those things. But one thing is sure, from that moment, I know for sure the whole universe is intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. It is not an accident. The universe is not an accident. It is a pure intelligence. It can respond to your thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, the planet Earth, air, ocean, the rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, this whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to your thoughts. This is an important basic understanding for any human being. The moment you understand, you are with energy which is intelligence. You are inside energy which is intelligence. Immediately, that moment, you will feel such a deep relaxation. The moment you experience, you understand, you are under an intelligent energy. You are taken care by an intelligent energy. You are part of cosmic intelligence. You don't need to struggle. You don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to create so much of tension. You don't need to torture yourself with all the insecurity problems. With all the insecurity problems. Some way or other, you are going to be in this universe because the universe is intelligence. It responds to your thoughts. This one understanding, if it penetrates your life, is enough. If you know universe is intelligence, you will never question, I am moral. These people who don't live morally, they are all living luxuriously, happily. I live morally, but I always suffer. You will never have all these questions because you know the intelligence will take care. Who is immoral or who is going around and disturbing others will naturally suffer because the intelligence is taking care. In the same way, if you are honest, integrated, living a spiritual life, you will live the beautiful life, you will have the reward. Because the whole universe is run by intelligence. Don't think cosmos is just a matter. If you think cosmos is matter, you are materialistic. If you understand cosmos is intelligence, you are spiritual. That's all. Only difference between materialistic and spiritual person. Materialistic person thinks the whole thing is material. Let me acquire more and more land. Let me acquire more and more material things. Because he believes the whole thing is material. Spiritual person is a person who understands the whole thing is spirit, energy. If you understand the whole thing is spirit, energy, intelligence, a tremendous relaxation, bliss consciousness happens to you. Please understand, bliss is not just a mood, it is your very consciousness. If it comes and goes as a mood, you are having one of your experiences. As one of our devotees wrote a question, it comes and goes, means you are having the initial glimpse of bliss. Through your mind, you are trying to touch the bliss. But once you understand this one secret, such a deep relaxation will happen to you. Such a deep relaxation, straight away you will start experiencing the bliss consciousness. Once you experience the bliss consciousness, it is everlasting. Bliss mood will come and go. Bliss consciousness is everlasting. He says, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me. Cosmic intelligence, be very clear. Such a big universe is moving, happening. All the planets are moving around the sun. Each planet has got their own moons. Now the latest discovery says there is a new planet in the same family they have found, which has got 3 suns. Not one sun, 3 suns around one planet. Just few weeks ago, they discovered. So now we cannot say Navagraha, we have to say Dasagraha. Now we have to say Dasagraha, the 10th planet. They already discovered. I don't know whether they published the photograph. But they say 3 suns are there. So many suns, so many moons, so many planets. But everybody is going in their route properly. Everybody is going in their route properly. No traffic police. Accidents are very rare. Unless the intelligence runs the whole thing. You think so beautifully things can happen. And even in this planet Earth, see, whole thing is so beautiful. Whole thing is in such a clear way. Everything is in order. Wherever human beings live, only there is chaos. Except human beings, nobody creates chaos. Nobody creates chaos. Even in chaos, divine creates order. And confidence to live happens to you. As long as you think world is matter, material, what is the use of living? Nothing. Even if you become president of one country, the other countries will not be under your control. You can never become a president of the whole world. So naturally you can never achieve the whole matter. As long as you believe world is material, you will be creating more and more violence because you need material. Material means you have to snatch from others. Some way or other, violence will exist. Only a person who understands the whole thing is energy, intelligence, only he can relax. Krishna says, next sutra, next sloka, is the main core which reveals the secret. He tells Arjuna and to all of us, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. He says, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. Those who always worship me, those who always reside in me, those who are having the ananyas chinta, means non-dual bhavana, means people who became me, people who experience the eternal consciousness. Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana varyupasade. People who have become me, people who reside in eternal consciousness, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Please be very clear. No other incarnation has revealed this truth so clearly. He says, if you reside in the eternal consciousness, the divine energy, the bliss consciousness, I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Yoga and Shema. I give them whatever they want and I take care it stays with them. I take care that nobody steals from them. Beautiful statement and assurance. Please understand, it is not just assurance, it is promise. Assurance is different, promise is different. It is promise. Krishna gives a promise. If you reside in my consciousness, if you reside in eternal consciousness, whatever you lack, I bring. Whatever you lack will be given to you, and whatever you have will be preserved. It's a strange thing. He means just be spiritual, you will have everything, nothing will be lost. Very difficult to believe. At least people who are trained in the so-called Western education. Very difficult for them to believe. How can I have what I want just by meditating, Swamiji? Immediate question. How can I have what I want just by meditating? Please be very clear. Now, in the modern day, especially the quantum physics, after the breakthrough of quantum, science clearly proves it is just your thoughts which creates the whole universe. It is your thoughts which creates the whole universe. If you reside in eternal consciousness, you create your own universe. And not only that, the universe responds to your thoughts. A small research, but important research. I read in a magazine. One professor, he took 3 rose plants, rose bush, same size, same kind, kept in 3 different rooms. He will enter into the first room and start using the beautiful words. You are so beautiful, you are nice, you are great, don't worry, I will protect you, why do you need thorns? He will give all assuring, caring words, loving mood he will create. Next he will go to the second plant, will not do much, just he will see and come away. Neither negative nor positive. Third he will go and just curse the plant. What nonsense are you doing? You are ugly. All the negative energy he will create by words. He continued to do this 21 days. Just as a research, how plants respond to thoughts. Please understand, it is shocking to see the report, end result. He says, the first plant to which he used to give positive words, the plant has grown twice and no thorns. I myself have seen that photograph. I saw the photograph of that plant. No thorn in that rose. Whole plant, no thorns. Just because he gave the assurance, I will protect you. Why should you protect yourself? Don't bother, there is no need for thorns. Rose plant without thorns. Next, it was a normal rose, it was there, that's all. It's just normal growth. Third, the plant died. The plant died. Not once. 11 times he repeated the same experiment in a different places in a different way. All the 11 times, the third plant which received negative thoughts died. He says all 11 times the plant died. The Sir C.V. Raman, he proved even the plants are living. This experiment proves the existence, outer world responds to your thoughts. Not only that, one more research. Just like our ECG, electrocardiogram, now they have discovered a machine to read the vibrations of tree. Read the vibrations of trees. They fixed, in 20 trees they fixed that machine and started observing the vibration or the pulse created by the tree. For experiment purpose, they made woodcutter to come inside the garden with the thought of cutting a particular tree. You will be surprised. Only that tree, he did not even go near that tree. With that thought he entered the garden. Immediately that tree's graph started oscillating. Started jumping. The tree is panicking. The tree started suffering. tree started feeling the fear. Next day, they told him to come, thinking to cut the other tree, some other tree. Exactly, according to his thought, if he wants to cut the tree X, the X tree graph is just jumping. If he comes inside the garden with the thought of cutting Y tree, the Y tree graph jumps. Please be very clear. Existence responds to your thoughts. You are not an island. You are not an island. Don't think, you can think whatever you want in your inner space and your outer life will be different. Your outer life and the inner life is very deeply connected. If you live the spiritual life, automatically you will attract only spiritual friends around you. Your world also will become spiritual. All other relationships will drop by itself. You will not even feel like relating. Many of our devotees come and tell me, Swamiji, nowadays I am not able to go to parties. Even if I go, I have nothing else to talk. I am not able to talk anything. What usually these fellows will talk in parties? Same that stock market. Who ran away with whom? Who is going with whom? And who is staying with whom? Same thing. Nothing useful. The same information. And everybody feels that they know some 4-5 secrets. They'll call somebody separately. Don't tell anybody. It's only for you. Do you know? Just 3 days ago, this is what happened. If you want to spread some news, if you want to spread for a few hundred people, telephone. Few thousand people, television. If you want to spread for millions of people, tell a woman. Telephone, television, tell a woman. And not only that, just telling will not do. You should take a promise. This is a secret. It should not be told to anybody. Only for you. Then after 10 minutes, even your dog will bark with that news only. Especially in India. In America, of course, people don't meet each other, almost isolated. In India, they cannot relax. If they get some news, unless it is delivered to at least a few hundred people, they cannot relax. And best way to spread news. And they have their own network. They know if you tell one person, that person will take care of that. Other few hundreds. Other few hundreds. Anyhow. Understand, the existence responds to your thoughts. People who enter into the spiritual life, they can't go to the normal parties. They can't have the same old usual talks about your stock or who is with whom, what happened, where things happened, who ran away, all those things. You will not have time. You will not have energy. You will not have mood. Only based on your thought, you create relationships, friends, society, your circle, and naturally your whole world. Again and again, Vedanta says, Drishti Srishti. You create the universe from the angle of your vision. If your drishti changes, srishti changes. If your vision changes, world changes. They say, not only they say, it is truth. You project your world and see. See, in front of a projector, whatever you keep, whatever slide you keep, that appears in that screen. If you keep a slide of God, that God photo picture will appear in the screen. Screen is this physical planet Earth. Whatever you keep in front of your consciousness, according to that you project your life, your world and experience. The slide decides the scene on the screen. Your mentality decides the way in which you perceive the world, the way in which you experience the world. A small change in the slide will change the scene. Small change in your mind will change your whole world. The screen is same. The backdrop screen is same. But the scene changes. Same way, if your inner space, if your thought changes, the whole universe changes. Whole universe responds. Whole existence responds to your inner space. Don't think you are an island. You are part of this whole existence. You are not alone here. If you think you are alone, you will continuously fight with existence, fight with the whole universe. You will see the rest of the universe as an enemy. Part can never see the whole as enemy. You are part. This is whole. If you see this as an enemy, you can never rest. Only a person who understands the whole is his own being. He is part of the whole. He can realize tremendous relaxation and bliss. He says, Ananyas chintayanto Mamye jana variyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyakam. When you reside in my consciousness, whatever you lack, I get, and whatever you have, I preserve. We may think, yes, Swamiji, we know, we understand, universe responds to our thoughts, but how can I get what I want? Please understand, the moment you change your thoughts, the moment your inner space changes, automatically you start attracting things towards yourself. Please be very clear. If you tune your TV to BBC, you will see the BBC channel. You will tune your TV to ABC, you will see the ABC channel. If you tune to CNN, you will see CNN. Same way, if you tune your consciousness to bliss, continuously even material wealth will shower on you. We may think, how can it be possible? How can this happen? What kind of words Swamiji is giving? But I tell you, now it will look very difficult. You may feel very difficult to understand. But start experimenting. I courageously tell you, I declare from my own authority, this sloka is a solid truth. Because 9 years I lived. I tell you, this is a promise by the divine. 9 years I lived in utter insecurity. I know Krishna still proves his words. Still he proves his words. Yogakshemam vahamyaham, he does. I can quote thousands of incidents from devotees' lives. Thousands of incidents in so many devotees' lives. Dukkaram, Tulsidas, so many masters' lives. I can quote so many incidences from my own life, from my life. Let me tell you a small incident. Again I tell you, it's an honest truth. I promise this incident is truth. I was staying in Hardwar, place called Kankal. I was staying and doing tapasya. Every day morning I'll go for a bhiksha, where they give the bhiksha for sadhus. In so many ashrams they give bhiksha for sadhus. I go there, get my bhiksha, I'll come and eat 2-3 rotis and start meditating. Suddenly I fell sick. High temperature and diarrhea. I could not even walk. I was not able to walk. I thought, what can be done? All right. Suddenly, one young sannyasi, he came and he gave me food. Not only one day, continuously for 3-4 days, every day he will come, he will bring food for me. Not only food, he brought the medicine also. I asked him one day, who are you, from where you are? He said, oh, my name is Shankar. I just stay in nearby ashram called Sadhana. There is an ashram. Nearby ashram. He said, Sadhana. Every day he started coming and giving me food and medicine till I became alright. At least some 4-5 days. Every day he came. And because he came every day, after 2-3 days I started talking to him. He became a little acquainted. And I saw he was having a beautiful pen with a diamond on it. Diamond jewelry. There are many diamonds are put nicely. Pen with diamonds. Beautiful pen. And I was surprised how a sannyasi got such a costly gift. I asked him, what is this, Baba? What is this, Swamiji? He said, this is a diamond pen. Some devotee gave me. It looks so nice, I am having it. So, anyhow, I did not bother about it. After a few days, when I became alright, he stopped coming. And I thought I should go and see him. Now I am able to walk and move. I should go and see him. I felt little connected because he served me. He helped me. I should go and see him. After a week, when I became completely alright, I started walking. I came to the same ashram and inquired, Swamiji, I wanted to see Shankar Swamiji. Shankar? Whom you are talking? I said, I wanted to see Shankar, young Swami. I met him 2-3 days ago. He used to come every day. He will bring me food. In our ashram, there is only one Shankar. Go to the temple, see, he is the only Shankar we have. They showed the Shiva statue. And I tell you, it's a truth, promise. When I entered the temple, I saw the same pen. Shiva's cloth, same pen, same diamond pen. Of course, simply tears rolled in my eyes. And I felt, so much of gratitude overflowed. I asked that Swami, how did this pen come to the Shiva? Who will put pen on Shiva statue? He said, 1 week ago, some devotee brought and offered Because it was looking so nice, they said it is a diamond. So we just wanted to decorate Shiva with the diamond jewelry. So we put that on him. Same pen. Diamond pen. I asked, who will put pen on Shiva? If you put other jewelries, you can believe. And he said, I don't know. Just some devotee brought and offered this pen. They gave it to me. I said, because it is diamond, why a sannyasi should have diamond? I wanted to give it to God. I wanted to put it on Shiva. So just I inserted on the Shiva's cloth. Of course, just because of this one incident, I am not asking you to believe the whole thing. You can experiment in your life. You may say, this is your experience. How can this be a truth for us, Swamiji? Again, ordinary mind can doubt. This is your experience. How can this be truth for us? But I tell you, your very consciousness, inner space, has got the quality to create miracles in your life. Miracles can happen in your life. Continuously they are happening. One simple thing. I think the other day I was talking about this. When a telephone rings, suddenly you will remember some friend's name. When you go and pick up the phone, he will be there on the line. When somebody knocks the doorbell, you go and open the door. You remember somebody and you go and open the door and he is there. This is what I call power of coincidence. Power of coincidence. In each one of us, the power of coincidence, the power to create, the power of coincidence exists. In each one of us, the power to create miracles exists. But all we need to do is open that. Understand you have the power to create the power of coincidence. Trust your consciousness is connected to universe. Continuously universe is caring for you. The divine is waiting for you. It responds to your thoughts. It is you who create what you want. Just how you create a whole world in your dream. In the dream, you project the whole thing and create. You have the same power to create your world even when you are conscious, when you are in the waking state. When you can create a world in the dream state, can't you create that in the waking state? You are doing it. Now, even now, you are creating your world. Next question will come. If we are creating, why are we creating so many miseries, Swamiji? Because you have vested interest in your sufferings. Please be very clear. You have vested interest in your sufferings. Maybe there are some more reason, some other utility you must be having because of your suffering. It is you who create your whole thing. When your inner consciousness changes, when you start residing in the eternal consciousness, automatically you attract the power of coincidence. You attract the power of coincidence. The moment you understand Sarvam Vishnumayam Jagat, you attract Lakshmi. Because Lakshmi stays with Vishnu. If you understand the whole universe is divine, it is pervaded by divine. When you experience, when you understand Vishnu, you attract Lakshmi. There's a beautiful mantra in Tantra Shastra. Ananda Kamranaha means the fortune, Adrishta, is attracted by Ananda. When you create a blissful inner space, automatically you attract even the external wealth. Tell me, what are the things which creates wealth? Clear thinking, creative mind, the ability to take spontaneous decisions, ability to respond spontaneously is what? Responsibility. Ability to respond spontaneously to any situation is the responsibility. If you are able to respond spontaneously to any situation, you can take that responsibility. You need clarity of thinking, creativity, and power to take responsibility. All these three only creates wealth and preserves wealth. If you enter into the bliss space, if you keep your inner space blissfully, if you enter into the bliss consciousness, all these three automatically happens to you. Automatically all these three happens to you. Wealth will be created around you and it will stay with you. Automatically all these three will happen to you. It is not that it should be showered only by lottery. It is not that it should be showered only by lottery. It can come in any form, but it will stay with you. Please be very clear. Whomsoever wins through lottery never preserves it. All over the world, so much of lottery is going on. Have you seen a single man who has become rich by lottery? I tell you honestly, I am going all over the world. Per year, around 200,000 miles I fly. Every year, average 200,000 miles I am flying. I am seeing lakhs of people. At least our movement has touched more than 1 million people. I tell you from my experience, I have not seen a single person who has become rich by lottery. By lottery nobody can become rich. Even if they become, they do not know the value of money. In few days they will blow it away. In Telugu they will say that Nelu Dopadi. Put everything in the undi of Venkateshwara. In India people do Nelu Dopadi in Tirupati. Here they do in Las Vegas. That's all. This country they go to Las Vegas and drop everything. Las Vegas, that's why Las Vegas. Las Vegas, that's why Las Vegas. They go on, drop everything and come back. Be very clear. It is not that wealth should come only by lottery. It will come by intelligence. When it comes by intelligence, it will stay with you. When your inner space is taken care, automatically the outer space showers on you. You are a blessing for the planet Earth. Naturally, the existence responds, gives its gratitude to you. Never think existence is dumb. Never think universe is matter. It is intelligence. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I am searching for a guru. I feel so much inspired to do spiritual practice, but I want guru. I tell them, please be very clear. If your search is intense, God will send guru. He never misses his responsibilities. If you have not got the right guru, If you have not got the master means, please be very clear, something seriously wrong in your seeking. If your seeking is proper, straight away master will happen in your life. He never delays. He never delays. He has got much faster system than any UPS, any overnight delivery. He can deliver in second. He never delays. Divine never delays. Jesus never fails. Please be very clear. All we need to do is change your inner space. First thing, understand this one secret. Whether you believe it or not, it is truth. A basic secret. Once you enter into the spiritual life, once you decide you wanted to live the spiritual life, from that moment, all your worldly things are also taken care by the divine. It responds to whatever you need and it takes care of whatever you have. We may ask all funny questions. Swamiji, then today onwards if I stop working, will I have everything? Be very clear. If you enter into the spiritual mood, if you enter into the spiritual life, meditative life, you will never think of dropping your work. Why will you think of dropping your work? You will never think of dropping your work. You will only drop your worries about work. Then you will work in a much better way. Automatically you will work in a much better way. You will have the tremendous confidence. The whole existence is protecting me. Whole existence is my friend. I am not enemy of this whole. I am friend of this whole. Be very clear. When you understand you are the friend of this whole existence, cosmic energy, even after death you will not disappear. Because you know you will be there in the universe in some form. There is nothing to worry. Socrates says beautifully, before he was poisoned, Plato, his disciple, all of you should read the conversations between Socrates and Plato at the time of Socrates' death. I think Plato recorded the conversations of Socrates. They asked Socrates, are you not afraid of death? Socrates says, only two things. Either I will be alive after I leave the body, in some form, in some way, somewhere. Then why should I be afraid? I am going to be alive. Or I may not exist. Completely I may disappear. Then why should I be afraid? After all, I am not going to suffer. Either I will not exist or I will exist. If I am going to exist, why should I be afraid? I am going to after all exist. In some other form, in some other name, somewhere. If I am not going to exist, then what is there to suffer? There is no suffering. I am not going to suffer. Because there is nothing. Nothing is going to be. Then why should I suffer? In both ways, there is no need for suffering. Of course, his answer is logical. But I tell you, it is from experience. It is practical. From experience I tell you, you will never perish. You will continue to exist in some form, somewhere. Even if you become enlightened, you will become such a pure conscious energy, you will be there everywhere. You will never die when you understand that existence is intelligence. Krishna says, Name Bhakta Pranashyati. My devotee never perishes. Name Bhakta Pranashyati. He says in the next chapters, Shipram Vavari Dharmatma Sasvat Chantim Nigachati Kaunteya Pradijanihi Name Bhakta Pranashyati. He who quickly became dharmic, means that understands this truth, enters into the eternal bliss, eternal consciousness. O son of Kundi, Kaunteya, declare it boldly. Prajadini, Pradijanihi means let it be declared boldly that my devotee never perishes. If you understand, when you understand the existence is intelligence, please be very clear, you will never perish, you will never die, because you are going to be in this existence somewhere in some form. This body may move, but you will be there forever. When you understand this whole cosmos is intelligence, whole cosmic energy is intelligence, your whole life is blessed with what you want, whatever you lack will be supplied to you, and whatever you have will be preserved. And I tell you, very practical thing, just start from today, decide, I will start living in a blissful mood, in a blissful way, in an utter relaxed consciousness. I promise you will attract Lakshmi. You will attract wealth. Your disciple is a jeweler, goldsmith. Because he is a goldsmith, after he made that, he remembered me and he wanted to present it to me. He brought and gave it to me. And he is a very elderly Swami, elderly sadhu. He said he made only one piece and he presented that to me, that to me. And I put that on a Shiva. And still it's a mystery. Still it's a mystery. When you intensely, really understand the truth, the whole universe is energy, the whole existence is energy. Please be very clear. Simply the yoga and Kshema happens in your life. Happens in your life. Let me tell you from my personal experience. Instead, I can quote so many great devotees' lives where divine came down and served them, where divine took care of them. Mirabai, when she was given poison, Sri Krishna came and protected her. So many millions of stories I can tell. But let me tell you from my own life, at least 9 years I lived without touching money, with one water pot, the Kamandalu, with this 2-piece dress, walking length and breadth of India, living under trees, begging and eating. I tell you, whether you want it or not, accept it or not, believe it or not, divine always protects. Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham is the solid truth. Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Variyuvasade Desham Nityabhiyuktanam Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham. When you understand this truth, not only in this world, wherever you go, you are protected. You will relax into the consciousness which will continuously protect you, take care of you. When you think the whole is your enemy, you will be continuously antagonizing it. When you understand the whole is your friend, you relax and enjoy the whole existence. to make your life as a hell or heaven is dependent on this one single sloka. Understanding the existence, trusting it, whether it's a matter or spiritual, matter or a spirit, that's all the secret of the whole thing. The whole chapter reveals this single secret, that is the cosmic energy, the universe is intelligence which responds to your thoughts, which again and again answers to your being, to your thoughts, to your very consciousness. Next sloka. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakyuha yubhagrutam asnami prayadatmanaha. Bhatram pushpam palam toyam yo ma bhakti prayachati tadaham bhakyubhagrutam asnami prayadatmanaha. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I'll accept it. He says, the existence, the divine is so alive, even simple thing, I respond to it. Please be very clear. It doesn't say, I accept only big things. He says, even simple things I accept. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti vadhridam masnami prayadatmanaha. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I will accept it. This is the greatness of divine. The greatness of the Lord is simple. Simplicity is the greatness of Lord. Please be very clear. Simplicity is the real greatness. To be big, you don't need intelligence. Any fool can show himself as big. To be big, only fools can. Being big, only fools will do. One small beautiful saying in Zen. One Zen disciple was behaving very humbly, respecting everybody. Master says, don't be too humble. You are not that great. Don't be so humble. You are not that great. To be humble, you need to be great. Simplicity is the great quality of divine. He says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Just a leaf, a flower, a fruit, a little water, simple things are enough. I accept it. I am pleased. I respond to it. It shows, see, in the first sloka, he expresses the greatness. I am all pervaded. He says here in the fourth sloka, Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina. I am all pervading, great, ultimate divine. One big problem, even if you know that somebody is big or great, you can't relate unless he is able to relate with you, unless he comes down to your level. Your real greatness is not just being great. He must be able to relate with everybody. He must be able to relate with everybody. Otherwise, what we will do? What can we do? If he is great, what can be done? There are many people in India, they know some great masters are there. But they again and again tell me, yes, I know they are great masters, Swamiji, but how can I relate with them? I have no use by them. I can't do anything. I can't even relate with them. They are somewhere, they are great, no doubt. But I have no way to relate with them. I have no way to relate with them. Here Krishna creates way even for ordinary people to relate with him. One side he shows his greatness. He declares his authority. Other side he shows you the way to relate with him. He says, Patram, Pushpam, Phalam, Toyam. Even if you offer a leaf, flower or a fruit or little water, with love I accept it, I relate with it. That is why from time immemorial, all enlightened masters are requested to live by begging. In India, sannyasis are supposed to live by begging. Even Buddha lived by begging. You see, Buddha doesn't come for begging because he wants food. He can sit in his place and kings will bring food for him. He comes down to beg so that you can start relating with him. You will feel he is a human being. When you give food, you will start talking to him. You will start relating with him. You will feel he is also like you. You can relate with him. Just to make you feel comfortable. In modern day psychology, there is a beautiful word, zeroing down the distance. Zeroing down the distance. To zero down the distance, Buddha comes down begging. Here Krishna zeroes down the distance completely. The distance between you and the divine is zeroed down by this sloka. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti bhagradam asnami prayadatmanaha. If you give with love, even a simple flower or a fruit, I accept it. The distance between you and the divine is zeroed down. That is the next important secret Krishna reveals. First thing, Krishna proves the whole cosmic energy, the whole universe is intelligence. Next, the moment you understand it is intelligence, you relax from all the tension, worry, fear, insecurity. You see, as long as you think world is material, matter, you will feel like protecting yourself from that. You are a part and that is the whole. You will be fighting with the whole. That is why you feel deeply uprooted. You don't feel connected. You don't feel like relaxing. You don't feel homely because you are fighting with the whole. The moment you understand you are part of the whole and the whole is an intelligence which responds to your thoughts, which responds to your deeds, which responds to your consciousness, you relax into enlightenment. Into enlightenment. I always tell people, this sloka is lazy man's guide to enlightenment. If you are lazy, if you want enlightenment, this sloka is the first right way. The only way. Understand, the universe is intelligence which responds to your thoughts, deeds and consciousness. Immediately you will relax and rest. Enter into the divine consciousness, eternal consciousness. Next he says, when you drop yourself into the eternal consciousness, I take care of your yoga and kshema. I take care of whatever you lack. I supply what you lack and I preserve what you have. Next he says, even a simple leaf, water or a fruit or a flower, when you offer it with love and devotion, I accept it. Please be very clear, he is not asking because you don't have. When you bring a biscuit packet to child, when you give it to that kid, When it opens, you tell, give one for mummy. It's not that you don't have. If a child opens that packet and picks up one biscuit and gives it to you, how happy you feel. It is not that you don't have, it is you who brought. But when child gives it back, you feel so beautiful. You feel connected. And you know he wants to connect to you. He wants to relate with you. Same way, when you offer something to divine, don't think he is not having. It is he who gave everything. When you offer, you show to the divine, I want to connect with you. You show to the master, oh Prabhu, I want to connect with you. And he feels, yes, when you want to connect with me, let me connect with you. You show a green signal for divine to enter into your space. He is standing always. Please be very clear. Bible says, knock and the door shall be opened. I tell you, God is knocking, just open. You don't have to knock, He is knocking. Just open. Naturally, you will be in. So when you offer something to the divine, I always tell people, don't go to temple empty hand. At least 2-3 fruits. Whatever you have, at least few dollars. Whatever you have, always offer something to God. Always offer something to the divine. See, never think the divine doesn't have. He is not asking because he doesn't have. By you giving that to divine, you show a positive sign. You express a willing attitude to relate with him. When you offer it to the divine, he accepts it and he relates with the divine. Avajanandi mam muda manushim danumasritam param bhavam ajananto mama bhuta maheshwaram. Fools deride me when I descend on the human form. They do not know my ultimate nature, eternal nature as the Supreme Lord, all that be. Here Krishna uses a very strong word, fools. Mudaha. Enlightened masters don't edit. They don't edit. They just speak the truth as it is. Usually, normal people edit because they are afraid of others' opinions. See, normally, in all your minds, 3 processes happens. One is words created, then edited, then presenting. Creating, editing, presenting. With masters, 3 processes doesn't happen. Straight away it is presented. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, continuously hours together you are speaking. Hours together you are speaking. One professor, American university professor, he attended many of our lectures. He asked me, continuously hours together you are speaking. Of course, if you see our website, you can see every day somewhere or other in the world I am speaking. Last 2.5 years, not even a single day went without any program. Not even a single day. Always somewhere or other some program. Some lecture, some program, something is going on. Some meditation camp. He asked me, how you are able to continuously speak without any notes? Please be very clear, here also only slokas are there. Only the slokas are here. There is no other notes. How you are able to speak continuously without any notes? I keep the sloka so that the original pronunciation is not lost and the originality should be maintained. I do not want to miss any word, and we respect the sutras. We don't alter the sutras. I can say Vedas are the books unadulterated. unadulterated scripture. No alteration is done. Even tune can't be changed. Even the tune in which they chant can't be changed. The chandas cannot be changed. Same tune, it will be preserved. It is not by hearted, by reading. It is heard, shruti. Heard. By hearing, they by heart. That is why even the tune cannot be changed. Words cannot be changed, it is different. Even tune cannot be changed. Just to preserve the purity, I keep the sloka. No notes. He asked, how you are able to continuously speak without notes, Swamiji? And this is the first lecture where I keep something in front of me. If you attended earlier lectures or any program, whether it is 4-day program or 5-day program, never I keep any notes. This is the first time I am keeping something in front of me. Because first time I am commenting on a Sanskrit literature. He asked me, how you are continuously able to speak something? I told him, because the process is very easy in me. I don't edit. I don't have the 3 mechanism. Creating the words, editing and presenting. For all of our usual people, 3 mechanism has to happen. Then he put me one more question. Swamiji, speaking hours together is different. For me, even for 1 hour lecture, I have to prepare 3 hours. If I have to speak 1 hour, the ideas or the concepts which I am supposed to present, I have to prepare for 3 hours. For sure I know you don't have time for preparation for so many hours of your discourses. Because in our meditation camps, 18 hours program will be there. Per day 18 hours. In our NSP meditation camps, 18 hours people attend. Said, how can you prepare for such a long discourses? How do you speak without preparation? I tell him, we prepare because it has not become our experience. I asked him, if somebody asks your name, do you prepare? Do you see your notes and tell? Your name has become your experience, your being. Immediately you respond. Same way, whatever I am speaking is from my experience. So I don't have to prepare. I don't have to do rehearsal. Because it is my experience, I can spontaneously express it. There is nothing needs to be prepared. Preparation is not necessary. One more thing. Why people are afraid of public lecture? Why they again and again prepare and come with a rehearsal? They are afraid they may speak what they are thinking. They do not want to express what is going on inside. They wanted to express only a polished words, decent words, a clear words. They are afraid by mistake they may express what is going on inside. They may utter the words what they are thinking. That is why they again and again prepare. Only a person whose inner chattering itself has become pure, not only his words, whose very thinking has become pure, can talk in a relaxed way for hours together in public. To speak in public, that also in a very relaxed, casual way, you need your very inner being in a pure way. Only then you can sit and talk whatever comes. You can be in such a relaxed mood. Otherwise, continuously you have to edit. One more thing. If you edit and speak within half an hour, 1 hour, you will be tired. You will feel drained. You will feel drained. You will not radiate the same energy. Persons who edit and speak, speaking is a big work for them. They cannot be so relaxed. They cannot be so joyful. Masters don't edit. They just express whatever they think. Because their thinking itself has become so pure, they don't need to edit. They don't need to edit. Even if they use sharp words, they are to awaken you. Here Krishna uses the word mudaha. Fools deride me. Means he is giving a jolt for ego. He is giving a jolt. When I descend, fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my eternal nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. He says, when I land in the world, in the human form as a master, people, fools, deride me. They don't understand. He again and again tells this to Arjuna. Don't think just because I am in the body, I am your friend. Don't think the person who was sitting in the Vrindavan, who is your own friend, don't think I am that person. I am the energy which takes care of the whole world. I have come down in this form to liberate all of you. So only fools deride me, fools miss me. Don't miss Arjuna. Understand the ultimate nature of me and liberate yourself. Again and again, Krishna, out of his compassion, reveals the truth to Arjuna. Finally, he says a beautiful sloka, Chipram Bhavari Dharmatma Sasvas Santim Nigachati Kaundeya Pradijanihi Namebatta Pranashyati. He quickly becomes eternal and attains the eternal consciousness. O Kaundeya, son of Kundi, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. He says, not only I am declaring to you, you declare this to the whole world boldly. Kaundeya pradijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. My devotee never perishes. Please understand, the whole universe, whole cosmos is intelligence, and it responds to your thoughts, and it responds to your deeds. It responds to your consciousness, to your very being. The moment you understand, you relax into the eternal bliss. The moment you relax into the eternal bliss, Divine takes care of your yoga and shema. Whatever you lack is brought to you, and whatever you have is preserved for you. Naturally, you will experience the inner space and outer space. This is the ultimate secret which Krishna reveals to Arjuna. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, the divine consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to make us all understand this secret and experience the outer space and inner space with eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Pande Jagadgurum.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Now post your understanding and we will be doing one round of power manifestation. When it 1008 times, raise yourself by yourself. While at 1008, raise yourself by yourself. Do not be yourself down by yourself. My inner space can create miracles. The power to create miracles exists in each one of us. Understand, I have the power. Trust my consciousness is connected to the universe. It's me that creates what I want. Sangeeta. That's Elizabeth Ma. Beautifully put it. And this is from 6 Ma. So we was elaborately on ninth chapter. What you posted is 6th, Elizabeth Ma. How about 9th chapter, which we watched so elaborately? Sangeetama, blissful inner space attracts wealth. Wonderful. Cosmos is intelligent and is energy. Wonderful. Okay, so now please straight and with your object. Okay, Elizabeth Ma, when I can create the dream state, I can create in the waking state. It's me, I need to change my inner consciousness. The universe is intelligent and responds to you. Relax, whatever you want is brought to you, and whatever you need is stopped and supplied. Wonderful. Yes, now please sit with your object on your hand. Sit with your object. The object can be coconut or a round fruit. Sit with your object in your hands. Visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space and your awareness in the third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. In that space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to move, to roll.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now all of you, please share your power manifestation experience. Please share your power manifestation experience. I felt a pulsing sensation. Wonderful, Ma. And Christina says, I had some good results. Wonderful, Ma. And Ma Jnana Guru Prasadani, it's very good. And Christina, I need a better object. Yes, Ma. All right. So now let's move on with our next session. Vibhuti Yoga, chapter 10, Vibhuti Yoga, you are the ultimate. One of the 11th verse, it says, Sanskrit word guru, meaning the master, has two syllables. Gu refers to darkness and Ru, light. The master leads the disciple from darkness into the light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has with oneself. So one's material attachments and material possessions. Whatever I said, whatever more I can say, will only be a drop in the ocean. A small fragment of what I am. There is nothing that is not me. There is nothing that I can exist outside of me, and nothing that has not been created from and by me. Krishna says, Arjuna, I can't give the teachings again because they are set in the high spiritual and eternal consciousness. At that time, I was in that high eternal consciousness. I was radiating my enlightenment. That very enlightenment spoke through me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. That is why all those teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, the universal consciousness at that moment. Now, I can't give you the same teachings again. A beautiful happening. A great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal lived in Tamil Nadu. He lived in the life of a Paramahamsa, that means the enlightened one, and the sky was all that covered his body. He never wore anything. He lived like a child in bliss. One day, a king came to meet him, and Swami was sitting under a big tree, meditating blissfully. The king expected Swami to stand up and receive him with respect. Swami, however, did not bother. The king egoistically said, What? You are an ordinary beggar, and I am a king, and don't you know how to respect me? The Swami laughed and said, Actually, you are the beggar. You are begging respect from me. You feel respected only when somebody gives you respect. However, I don't feel respected when somebody gives me respect, or nor do I feel disrespected when somebody doesn't give me respect. Whether somebody respect me or not, it is not in my very any way related to my consciousness. I do not ask you why you are not respecting me. Then he continued, your personality or ego could be shaken of your army, and all your ministers leave you. O king, your being is dependent on your somebody else. We need to realize that we are part of the same energy system as the universe. Hindu scriptures describe the 5 energy elements that comprise of the nature: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The human system is a combination of the same elements as the universe. So all are beings, inanimate and animate. All enlightened being has no identity. His only identity is the merged identity with the universe. I am everything. Now, Krishna says. Now, Krishna explains, oh my dear, understand, I am everything. Vettiloka Maheshwaran. I have come down. I have happened in this body to liberate you. When Krishna says I, he means the universal self of him. He means the formless conscious of his being. He represents the universal energy. He does not mean the 6-foot form with the flute and peacock feather with which Arjuna usually relates. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and illusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infirmity. All these qualities of living beings are created by me alone. If you understand this first verse, you can immediately relax. Krishna says, whatever you have, whatever you have a good name or bad name, it is created by me. Then be certain that whatever you have is a gift from the divine. Aham atma gutakesha sarva bhuktas sada stitaha. Aham adit tasya madhyam cha bhutanam anta eva cha. Krishna is both the macrocosm and the microcosm, the Brahmanda, the cosmos, and the Pindanda, the individual being. His energy permeates all living and non-living entities, and he decides upon their nature. Krishna declares that he is everything that really matters. Krishna says that he is the ultimate consciousness in all beings, and he is the beginning, middle, and end of all the beings. He declares that he pervades the entire space and time and beyond. Now, write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and injustice cruel. God doesn't exist. Visualize you already have all that you wanted. Life is so fair, its greatest blessings. Then what are you holding to be away from reality that life is just? Every instance is completing me because it is complete as a whole. God exists. Then 4th step is why do you decided to hold this? So please pen them down and write for a few minutes. Now, forget about yourself. Drop yourself and let the divine, let this cosmic energy prevail. Let him be. Let the divine be. This surrender mood can transform your whole consciousness. It can make you experience the ultimate truth that Krishna explains here. His glories, his vibhuti, his divine glory. Now, chapter 11, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Krishna, the cosmic window. How does one experience universal consciousness? What exactly happens? What basic qualification does one need for this experience? Krishna explains and gives the direct, pure experience with his very cosmic principle. In this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form and divine form to Arjuna. Krishna gives Arjuna the experience of universal consciousness from the first time. For the first time, Arjuna is about to experience Krishna's divine form. And of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita, this chapter, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, the vision of the cosmic form, has a very special significance. It is in this chapter that Krishna reveals his divine self and that of Parabrahma Krishna, the cosmic Krishna. Elsewhere, he speaks with the authority of Parabrahma Krishna, but here he is still present as the mortal human Krishna form. Now, at Arjuna's request, he reveals his true cosmic self to Arjuna. This is the most important of all the chapters in Bhagavad Gita, the direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of the ultimate universal consciousness and the realization that he is present in everything. The wave in the ocean is part of the ocean. As long as it feels itself to be part of the ocean, there is no separation. However, when the wave experiences its own identity, creates its own identity, it no longer feels itself as a part of the ocean. It feels itself to be separate entity. When it's time to merge back into that ocean, it is afraid. When it looks back at the ocean with a feeling of separation, it feels afraid. Love Krishna to experience Krishna. Arjuna says, O Parameshwara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours, Purushottama, Supreme Being. But you cannot see me with your own physical eyes. Let me give you the divine eyes. Behold my divine power and opulence. Arjuna saw this universal form wearing divine garlands and the clothing, anointed all over the celestial fragrances, all wonderful, brilliantly resplendent, endless, and with all pervading faces on all sides. If the splendor of 1,000 suns were to blaze all together in the sky, it would be like the splendor effulgence of that great Supreme Lord. Can the divine form be seen? What is the qualification to see the divine form? What really happens when you see the divine form? When Arjuna has his first glimpse of the cosmic vision of Krishna, he identified with the vision. There was no separation. Now, suddenly, there is separation. Along with separation, there is fear. The moment he started feeling fear, he descended to his normal state. Oh, sorry, let me. When Arjuna had his first glimpse of the cosmic vision of Krishna, he identified with the vision. There was no separation. Now suddenly there is separation. Along with separation, there is fear. The moment he started feeling fear, he descended to his normal state. You should understand that it is only your fear that separates you from cosmic consciousness. When we drop the instinct to survive, we become the universal consciousness. The master is that universal consciousness. Guru cannot be put in a frame. The master cannot be predicted, cannot be put in a frame. The primal energy that the master is has to be experienced in whatever manner it is presented without expectations and fears. Only when we are aware and complete in the present moment can we rewrite our future. By being grounded in the present state of completion, one can become aware of the future and one can shape one's future. A yogi is the one who has passed beyond the turbulences. He understands that divine is without attributes. When we realize that, we rid of illusions and get liberated. Guru-disciple relationship is the most rare happening with the ultimate. It is ultimately the surrender of the devotee to the master, like the surrender of the infant to the mother, that evokes this unconditional love, which is no difference from the realization of the divine. Now, chapter 12 is Bhakti Yoga. The love is your very life. Love happens when we experience cosmic consciousness. When we have a spiritual experience, when our ego disappears, Krishna lays out the whole technique for us, step by step. Love is not a mood. It is not a mere emotion. It is our very existence. Bhakti is the expression of devotional love. The expression of the gratitude that happens because of a spiritual experience. That is why bhakti happens only after a spiritual experience. It is our solid experience that every living being is God. We radiate love and our being becomes love. Live in me always. Krishna says, you fix your mind and on me alone. Establish your mind in me. You will live in me always. There is no doubt in that. With constant practice, try to attain me. If you are not able to practice, then perform actions for me. In this way, develop the desire to attain me. Krishna continues to say, continues to say, one who has no dislike or envy for any being, who is friendly and compassionate to everyone, free from the sense of I and mine, the ego, maintains equanimity of mind, both in joy and sorrow, forgiving, ever satisfied, united with yoga, has a strong commitment to me and has fixed his mind and intellect upon me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Ramanuja, there is one person came and asked Ramanuja, how can I achieve bhakti, devotion? Ramanuja asked him, have you ever loved anybody in your life? The man was shaken. He said, I am a pure brahmachari, a celibate. How can you ask me this question? I came to learn about God and you ask me this question that I have a girlfriend. Ramanuja says, first go and love somebody. See how you feel when you love somebody. Then come back and I will teach you about the God. I will teach you about bhakti, devotional love. This man could not understand Ramanuja. Understand, unless we love the person whom we can see, how will we love an entity that we have never seen? If we can't love human beings whom we see every day, how can we love the form of God whom we have never seen? But Ramanuja says, what Ramanuja says is true. We should also understand that unless we radiate love in the space where we stay, we cannot love the whole world. Guru is the divine in human form. So let's understand more from Swamiji's own voice.
Adum nachaknoshi mayi stiram abhyasa yogena tado mamichaptum dhananjaya. O Dhananjaya, fix your mind upon me with a constant practice and try to attain me. If you are not able to practice, then perform actions for me. Then Apyasepya savatto asimat karmo paramo bhavaha madattamavi karmani kurvan siddhimavapsyasi. If you can't practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me. Because working for me will help you. Adaitapya saktosi kartumatyogamastritaha sarvakarma balatyagam tadak kuryadatmavan. If you are not able to even work in that mood, consciousness, give up all the results to me. He is giving various options to Arjuna. These four slokas continuously gives options to Arjuna. Shreyo ginyanam apyasat jnanat jnanam visishyate dhyanat karma balastyagas Tyagas chantiranantaram. So many instructions he is giving. Step by step he is giving the option. Actually, this is not even for Arjuna, for all kinds of mind. Let me tell you a small story from Ramana Maharishi's life. Somebody goes to Bhagavan and asks, Bhagavan, what spiritual practice I should do? He says, do Atma Vichara, self-enquiry. Start searching, who am I? After a few days he comes back and says, it is very difficult, can I do meditation? Bhagavan says, all right, do it. After a week he comes back and says, meditation also very difficult, can I do some stotra and japa? He says, all right, do. After a few days he comes back. Japa also very difficult. Can I do some puja? He says, all right, do. After a few days he comes back. Puja also very difficult. Can I start going only to temple and come back? Then Bhagavan says, all right, do what you want. They do not want to close the doors for anybody. Please understand. They are giving option for everybody. Here this fourth sloka also is giving option for everybody. You need to have tremendous spontaneity to understand this. Only with spontaneity you will be able to handle these 4 instructions. For example, when you are in the mood of not meditating, if you don't feel like meditating, you are in a very low mood, then don't try to sit in a room with closed doors. Don't try to fight with yourself. Just come out, come to the temple, spend some time freely walking, moving around. It will relax you. Then you can enter into meditation. And if you are not able to do that also, take something else. Do something which gives you a really relaxed mood, which makes you feel relaxed. Then you can enter. Here he tries to give you step-by-step instruction to the ultimate, last step. Last step is just being in that consciousness, bliss. But because you can't do that, don't stop altogether. At least do something. I have seen people who will speak about meditation, speak about Atma Sadhana, all these things, but when it comes to practice, thinking of doing meditation, they will stop all these puja, rituals, everything. In the end, they will not do the meditation also. Because I don't have enough time, Swamiji. My mind is not concentrated, Swamiji. I am not able to sit quietly, Swamiji. First they will drop all these things in the name of meditation. Then they will drop the meditation also because of some reason. Then neither this nor that. Krishna doesn't want that to happen to us. You need spontaneity to decide what to do at that moment. Whenever I utter the word spontaneity, I always remember this one story. This really happened. It is not just a story. It's not just a story. It really happened. In my native place, it was a small village. Now it has become a little like a district headquarters, town. In those days it was a small village. They used to recite Mahabharata. Mahabharata every year. Every year in that corner of that village. In India, every traditional village will have this recitation of Mahabharata. Once in a year. They believe that if you recite Mahabharata, rain will come. So because of that, they have the habit of reciting Mahabharata. In North India, Bhagavata. In North they recite Bhagavata. In South India, Mahabharata recitation or Ramayana. My village they used to recite Mahabharata. Once in a year, for 60 days. In daytime they will tell the story. They will recite the story. Night time a small drama. Village drama. Not organized, trained, arranged people. In that village itself, 4 people will take some role and they will play the drama. More than a drama, the mistakes which they do will be funny. So people all will sit and gather. People all will gather and sit and watch. Not for the drama's sake. The mistakes which they do will be really funny. Because what comes as Veena for Saraswati, same thing will come as Gada for Arjuna. For Hanuman. Hanuman will bring the same thing as Gadayudam. Next day, Saraswati will bring the same thing as Veena. It will be really funny. And 4 or 5 people only will play all the role. And Krishna will be some 80-year-old man with one stick in a hand, and he will not be even able to walk. With the help of somebody, he will come and, oh Arjuna, stand up. By the time he says, Arjuna, stand up, he will fall. And it will be really funny to watch the whole drama, all the mistakes they do. And I used to go and attend that drama every night, and only male can participate as a ritual. It's done as a ritual also. The people who participate, they have to wear the sacred thread in the hand, and it is done as a ritual. They will have to recite all those poems completely, and they have to do. Only male participate in the rituals. That day, the scene is supposed to be the Vastrabharana, Draupadi Vastrabharana. That removing the clothes, sari from Draupadi. Trying to pull the sari from Draupadi. That is the scene. And this guy, he had all the makeup and decoration, and 7 thin saris he was wearing. According to the scene, the Duchadana is supposed to pull till 6th sari. And by the time it comes to 6th sari, he has to act as if he has become tired and he is falling, and he has to do some drama and fall. Then Krishna will appear. And actually the moment Duchadana is about to fall, Draupadi will shout, Krishna, Krishna. Krishna will appear. Because I am remembering the whole scene. And Krishna will appear. Suddenly what happened when the scene started, the Duchadana forgot the count. He forgot the count. Total 7 sari. He is supposed to pull 6 sari. By 6th sari, he should fall. Once he falls, Draupadi will call Krishna, Krishna. Then Krishna will jump in the stage. This is the scene. And this guy somehow he forgot the number, counting. And he started pulling the 7th sari also. He started pulling the 7th sari also. And this Draupadi, she is trying to show through eyes, hey, it's 7th sari, 7th sari. But this guy is not understanding. He thought that Draupadi is acting nicely, so he is pulling. Then suddenly, Draupadi started beating Duchadana directly. Hey, leave my sari. Hey, leave my sari. It's my sari, it's my sari. Straight away, Draupadi attacks Duchadana. And they are all surprised. Morning the story says different. Now evening drama says something different. And straight away he is attacking. Actually by the 6th sari, Duchadana is supposed to fall, and Draupadi should cry Krishna, Krishna. Krishna should jump into the stage. And Krishna is waiting behind the screen with beedi. And he is waiting for the call to jump into the stage. With beedi he is standing behind the stage. And he is waiting for Draupadi to call. And Draupadi is shouting, hey Duchadana, leave my sari. And hey Duchadana, leave my sari. So Krishna is thinking still the scene is going on. Till the 6th sari is not over. He is thinking standing there smoking the beedi. And this fellow, without understanding, finally, he had, and moreover Draupadi kicked him also. So he got so much angry, he just pulled the sari completely. Suddenly we saw in the stage with a half female decoration and with a dryer, this guy is standing. Below male, above female. All makeup, female makeup. The long hair and the face with female makeup and female dress, above female dress and below male dress. This guy is standing in the stage. And somehow this guy is little spontaneous. Suddenly he turned. Krishna, Just because you can't come, you made me as male and saved my life. You converted me into male and saved my prestige. This guy is a spontaneous guy. He manages the whole situation because he has to manage the mistake done by Duchadana and the mistake done by Krishna, because he has not appeared on the stage. He is supposed to appear and still he is waiting with his meedi for the call. When Draupadi will call Krishna, Krishna. When you have spontaneity, really you can manage anything. Whenever I remember the word spontaneity, I remember this story. One more small incident. That is also again about spontaneity. Actually, spontaneity is one of the spiritual quality. Only a man who is not caught in his past, who is able to slip from his past, can be spontaneous. If you have vested interest in your past decisions, in your past life, when I say past life, I don't mean previous births, in this birth. If you don't have vested interest in your past decisions, means if you are really open to understand what all mistakes you made in the past and ready to update yourself, only then you can be spontaneous. If you have vested interest in the past, no, all these years I lived believing this idea and understanding in this way. Today, just because something is told to me, I will not change. I am not going to change. Because throughout my 50 years of life, I lived based on this concept. I cannot change. Then you can never be spontaneous. And you will miss life. Miss life miserably. Please be very clear. The very quality of life is it updates itself. It can be called as intelligence only as long as it updates itself. When it stops updating itself, it is called intellect. It can be no more called as intelligence. Intelligence is living energy. In Sanskrit we have a word called di. Di means which is alive. In Sanskrit the word for intelligence is di. Di is an energy which is alive, which continuously updates itself. Only if you don't have vested interest in your past, the decisions of your past, or the way in which your past is lived, the way in which you lived your past life, only then you will be able to be spontaneous. Spontaneity is one of the great spiritual quality. One person, I was speaking at the time on Isavasya Upanishad. I was giving a discourse. One elderly person, by seeing you can say well-read, scholar, elderly scholar. Straight away he walked into the hall. I was giving discourse. He did not even have a basic courtesy to put any question after the discourse. Straight away he walked into the hall and said, all these fools who have not read, you can make them listen to you. Can you make me listen to you? I just said, please come, I am not able to hear what you said. He came near. I said, please come this side. What do you want to say? He came this side. Then I said, I think there is some table. Please come this side. I turned this side. He naturally came near. Then I told, already you have listened to me 3 times. Now sit and listen what I say. Already you obeyed me 3 times. Now sit and listen what I say. You seem to be a very good person. Do sit and listen. You can never escape from spontaneity. Later on, I was surprised. I read this same story with a Zen master. After this incident happened, sometime I was reading some book, I read the same story, a Zen master's life. I was surprised how this history repeats itself. Anyhow, then the guy was shocked. He was shocked. What happened? Actually, when you have the spontaneity, nothing can stop you. Spontaneity is one of the great spiritual quality. Here, Krishna gives 4 different instructions. Either you can establish yourself in Bhakti Yoga or live a regular routine life of spiritual routine, or sacrifice all the fruits of action to God, or live in the consciousness and do the action. Whatever you want, you can do. He says, at least, if not this, do this. If not this, do this. If not this, do this. Now, all we need to understand is, don't stop in the low level. Try to always go to the higher level. When you can't go to the higher level, at least stay with the lower levels. Don't renounce completely. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why do we have so many gods in India or in the Eastern religions? All Eastern religions have got many gods, whether it is Hinduism or Buddhism or Jainism. They all have so many gods, so many saints, so many gurus, and all the Western religions has got only one God. Why? See, Vivekananda says beautifully in one place, in one discourse, freedom is the basic condition for any growth. In any field, if growth has to happen, means freedom is basic condition. Basic condition. In the East, always they have had inner freedom. You can worship whatever God you want, according to your mind, according to your mental setup. You had a complete freedom in the inner world. Your husband can worship Shiva and you can worship Kali. Your husband can worship Kali and you can worship Rama. Nobody will disturb. Your religion or spiritual practice is your option. That's why we have the concept Ishta Devata. Ishta Devata means whatever form suits your mind, you can worship that form. In scriptures they say 33 crore devatas, means 330 million gods. Actually, I think that time that was the population. So they wanted, let each one have customized God. Let you have customized God. That is why they said 330 million. Now, if the scripture is written, they will say 6 billion gods. Each one has got freedom to choose his path. They had inner freedom. That is why the East has grown so much in spirituality. In that freedom, there are so many good things. Tremendous research work happened in the inner world because of that freedom. So much of research is done in the inner world, and so much of truths related to inner world is brought to the light, brought to the humanity, because so many people entered into that. There will always be few fake. Please be very clear. When so many millions of people enter into that path, when so many millions of things are expressed, there will always be one or two superstitious things. You think superstitious things are only in the spirituality. In science, lot more superstitious things exist. In science, lot more superstitious things exist. At least in spirituality, they have no vested interest of saying something. Whatever masters say, that is not going to add anything in their personal life. They are going to eat only that much, and they are going to wear only those few pieces of dress. Nothing is going to add in their life. But with the scientists, whatever they declare, it is going to add name and fame, money, comfort to their life. So naturally they have vested interests. With the spiritual people, the more they are renouncing, means less they enjoy the comforts of the outer world, more they are respected. So naturally, whatever truths they declare, whatever research they do, it's not going to add anything to their personal life. Because the respect is given only based on the life, not on their words. With scientists, it is based on their words. So in science, there is more possibility for superstitious things than in the spirituality. And more and more people, when they enter into this life, there will always be one or two superstitious things. Just because of that, we can't say the religious freedom itself is wrong. Spiritual freedom itself is wrong. It has done a lot of good things also. In the West, they have social freedom. You can marry as many number of times you want. You can change your house the way in which you want. You can change your profession the way in which you want. Nobody will bother. Nobody will mind. You can dress as you want. Still now I know in India, people who obey the family traditions, who have not gone out of their family homes, they don't even shift their houses, they don't change profession, they don't change lifestyle. East, they don't have social freedom, but they have spiritual freedom. In the West, they have social freedom, but not spiritual freedom. Any growth to happen, freedom is basic condition. Here, Krishna is expressing the spiritual freedom. In these 4 slokas, he gives the spiritual freedom to all of us. He says, there are so many paths. Choose something which suits your mentality and practice it. But do at least something. With the Eastern tradition, they gave many choice. If you are intellectual type, Shiva suits you. Continuously sit and meditate. If you are emotional type, bhakti type, Vishnu is here. Sing and dance like a Chaitanya, Meera. Sing the glory like a Alvars. Relate with Vishnu. If you are a type of being, then Devi is there. If you are a yoga type, if you are a type of yogi, then Devi is here. Meditate on Devi. Do the pujas. Do the tantra sadhanas. So many different kinds of techniques. The options are many. So, again and again, you are given so many options. You have the customized way, customized path for your personal growth. So naturally, wherever you are, you can grow and reach the level where you are supposed to reach. They have all size ladders, all different kinds of steps. Wherever you are staying, from there to the goal, there to the end, continuously you are given choices, you are given options. So naturally, you tend to take up something or other. The East has explored so much. It has explored so many things. It has done such a big research in the inner space because of spiritual freedom. West has achieved so much in the social level because of social freedom. Of course, India has struggled a little bit because of lack of social freedom. But it has got lot because of the spiritual freedom. Because of spiritual freedom. Here, Krishna is explaining, giving all the choices of spiritual freedom. Do this, or do this, or do this. These 4 slokas explains the spiritual freedom given to the society. Here, Krishna is giving spiritual freedom to Arjuna to choose, of course, not only to Arjuna, through Arjuna to all of us. Abhyaso abhyasammarto asimat karmo paramo bhavaha madartamabhi karmani kurvan siddhimavapsyasi. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. Siddhim avapsyasi. Then he says one by one, giving all the options. Finally he says, Shreyo hinyanam apyasat jnanat dhyanam visishyate dhyanat karma phalatyagam tyagas santiranandaram. If you can't take all these practices, then engage yourself in cultivation of knowledge. He says, at least collect all these life solutions. Cultivation of knowledge means collecting the life solutions. How to avoid depression, how to be more courageous, how to be strong, how to avoid when desires and emotions take you over. These are all the knowledge. If you can collect life solutions which can help you, protect you. See, we speak about earthquake kit, we speak about hurricane kit. They say that a water bottle and so many things, all these things should be made as a kit and kept in all the cars in Los Angeles, in California. That fire department website, there's a big list what all you have to do to prepare yourself for earthquake. They call it earthquake kit. Here in the West they speak and prepare all these things, but they don't prepare to face the earthquakes which happens inside, the emotional imbalance which happens inside. Just like preparing for earthquake, you need to have the inside, inner earthquake kit. The inner earthquake kit is what I call this life solutions, knowledge. Collect all these things in ourselves, so that when you face some depression, be very clear, all of us are going to face some inner earthquake in our life at some time, at some point or other. If you are dead, then there will be no problem. If you are dead, then there will be no earthquake. As long as you are alive, naturally at some point some of your friend will die, some of your relative will die, some near and dear may fall sick, or they may die. All these things are inevitable. Inevitability of the moment to moment has to be understood. Understanding the inevitability of life and collecting the knowledge, collecting the tools to support yourself at that moment, collecting the ideas to balance yourself at that moment is what I call jnana, knowledge. We need to prepare earthquake kit for our life, otherwise we will not be able to recover. You see, the aftermath will be terrible. If you never expect, if you don't expect, if you don't brainstorm, never self, the inner earthquakes which may happen in your life, or inner hurricanes which may happen in your life, inner storms which may happen in your life, your aftermath will be very difficult. Please prepare yourself for aftermath. In the Eastern system, they prepare continuously for inner hurricanes, inner tornadoes, inner earthquakes. The jnana is the earthquake kit. Knowledge is the earthquake kit for inner space. Now, human beings are developed. You don't have to choose between inner and outer. Have the outer earthquake kit in your car. Have the inner earthquake kit in your heart. You don't have to choose. Now you have both. Because of communication, we have both. Somebody was asking me, Swamiji, Buddha made 10,000 people enlightened. What is your aim? I said, without newspaper, without flight, without telegram, without website, if Buddha can make 10,000 people enlightened, with all these things, we should make at least 10 lakh people enlightened. Only then it is worth having all these things. We have today flight, internet, media, newspaper, radio, TV, everything. We have all communication system. When we have whole thing, at least 10 lakh, only then it is worth having all these things. Otherwise all these things are not worth having. Now you have everything, inner world and the outer world. Have your earthquake kit in the car. Same way, have your inner earthquake kit in your inner space. And never take inner earthquake very lightly. If you take it lightly, naturally you are going to, of course, taking inner earthquake lightly itself is ignorance. It means you are inviting a big trouble without preparing for aftermath. Be very clear. When it comes in the outer world, you can always blame somebody. You can always blame officers, officials, directors, politicians. You can blame somebody and get rid. You can put the responsibility on somebody. When it comes to the inner world, you can't blame anybody. You can't blame anybody. It is you who is going to take the responsibility. It is you who is going to face. As Krishna says, Uttare Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet Atmanyeva Bandhuhu Ribu Ratmaivaha. It is you who is supposed to lift yourself by yourself. If you can lift yourself by yourself, you are the great friend for you. Otherwise, you are the great enemy for you. He gives the option between these things: practicing, cultivation of knowledge and meditation, or renunciation of the fruits of action, karma phala tyaga. In all these things, one is better than the other. First thing, he says, cultivate knowledge. Better than knowledge is dhyana, meditation. Better than that is offering everything at the feet of God. And he says, by renunciation of all the karma phala, all the fruits of action, immediately you achieve peace. As long as you think everything is mine, you have to suffer. The moment you surrender, the moment you hand over the whole thing to divine, something called inner healing happens to you. Your inner space experiences the healing breeze of divine. Santiranandaram, he says, the eternal peace immediately happens to a person who renounces the fruits of action. Adveshta sarva bhutanam maitra karunayeva cha nirmamo nirahankaro samadukka sugachami sandushta sadadam yogi yadatma drida nischayah mayarpida mano buddhir yomat bhakta same priyaha. He says, now, see, all these slokas, he was telling Arjuna, do this, do that, or do this, or do this. Now he says, now he's not telling, do this or do that. He says, who does all these things will be very dear to me. If you don't do also, okay. If you do, you will be very dear to me. Emotional blackmail. Not directly, indirectly. Of course, for good purpose, nothing wrong. Who is not envious, but is a kind of friend. Kind friend to all living entities. Who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego. Who is equal in both happiness and distress. Who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind, intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Understand, here he says, who is not envious and kind friend to every living entity. It's a very important quality. Before that, let us analyze our mind. If we honestly analyze, at any time, if somebody says he loves me, or he loves you, if any time somebody comes to you and says he loves you, you never believe that. First thing you calculate what he wants from me. What he wants from me. First thing, you don't believe that you are worthy of loving. Next thing, you don't believe somebody can honestly love, because you never love anybody honestly. Because you always calculate. You expect the other person also calculates. All our love is just only skin deep. You know the depth of the skin. It's only skin deep. Here he says, a person who is friend of everyone, who is friend of everyone, kind friend of everyone, who honestly serves, feels the friendliness in everybody, and who is free from false ego. Now we have to understand this word false ego. Ego means not only showing what you don't have, hiding what you have. Many times there are two kinds of ego. Superiority complex, the active ego and passive ego. Active ego is showing which you don't have, and passive ego is, no, what can I do? I am a simple person, I cannot achieve anything, I cannot do anything. Hiding yourself into the passive ego. Inferiority complex also is ego. Please be very clear. One thing, at least with superiority complex, wherever you go, you will have a nice beating. The society will nicely give you. You will understand. You have superiority. With inferiority, society will not beat you. And it is a cunning way of hiding yourself from life. You will not even know you have a problem. Person who hides in the inferior ego will suffer the same way, I think much more deeply, than a person who hides himself in the superiority ego. And a person who says, I don't want name, both are egoistic. If you ask for name, you are egoistic. And if you don't, again, that shows the passive ego. Person who lets things happen, person who allows things to flow as it is, only lives with reality. And then Bhagavan makes a comment, after all, who is going to know who are you? Who is going to know who are you? Why do you think you are a big person and your name is so great and everybody is as if, you think as if everybody knows your name? That is why you don't want your name. Nobody knows your name, relax. Bhagavan says very clearly, nobody knows your name, relax. Nobody knows our name. Please be very clear. Asking for name and saying that I don't want name, both are different kinds of ego. Different varieties of ego. The inferior ego also ego. That is why here he says, false ego. You are not only supposed to be free from ego, you are supposed to be free from false ego. You can't hide yourself in inferiority complex. Small story. A master asked disciple, please press my feet, do little padaseva. Disciple says, oh, I am a sinner, how can I touch your feet? And he just don't want to do. His laziness. I am a great sinner. How can I touch your feet? How can I have the great? How can I do that? It's such a big thing. And some devotee brought some fruits and prasad. The master put little in his mouth and kept it. Next day he saw nothing is there. He asked disciple, what happened? He said, Guru Prasad, how can I leave it? I finished the whole thing. Because it is Guru Prasada, I finished the whole thing. See, the mind, in a nice way we handle all the concepts. Wherever we want, we insert. When we don't want to do work, we say, no, how can I touch your feet? I am not qualified that much. I am not such a pure soul. When you want the food, Guru Prasad, and finish it. Many times, we collect all these concepts to support our ideology. That is why they say, devil quotes the Bible. Please be very clear, only devil quotes the Bible. When you quote only the specific things, you become devil. Understand the whole gist of the Bible, you will become God. You don't need to quote. Then people will quote your words. If you have digested Bible, you don't have to quote Bible. People will quote your words. When you have not digested the Bible, you will quote. Whenever you quote without digesting, you will be devil. So always only devil quotes the Bible. Never person who understands. If you understand and digest, people will quote your words. And you don't have to quote any other thing. Person who is established in forgivingness, who maintains equanimity of mind and who is satisfied, united with yoga, you see all these qualities will come. The moment you understand the futility of your goal and wealth, nothing is going to be with you forever. When that is understood, all these qualities will start radiating through your being. Actually, when you are blissful inside, you radiate all these qualities. A man who is totally blissful inside will radiate pleasantness. For no reason, he will be radiating pleasantness. If you are irritated inside, the other day I was telling in the lecture, the discourse, continuously we carry a kind of slight irritation in our being. We are just waiting to jump on people. The moment we get a small chance, we just scream, shout, jump, throw tantrums, and don't know what we are doing. We just jump and bite people. We are waiting for chances. Because you carry that irritative mood in you, you continuously vomit the suffering and misery on others. Once you understand the futility of the irritation, However you are irritated, whatever you create by that irritation or tension is not going to stay with you.